A note before we begin. For a complete cast of characters, be sure to download the accompanying enhancement PDF from your audiobook provider, or go directly to www.harpercollins.com/pages/countdown to midnight. This novel is dedicated to my fellow storytellers, all of whom amaze and inspire me with their imagination and skill. The art of turning a geopolitical what-if into a believable and exciting story is a driving force for me. Let's press on and see what more we can create. The possibilities are endless. The lofty pine is oftenest shaken by the winds. High towers fall with a heavier crash, and the lightning strikes the highest mountain. Horace. It is not the roaring thunder that smites, but the silent lightning. Ivan Panin, Russian émigré, literary scholar. Acknowledgements. As always, many thanks to Patrick Larkin for his hard work, expertise, and talent. Prologue. Aboard Iris Damavand in the southern Caspian Sea. July. Off the northern Iranian coast, a sleek 1,500-ton missile frigate lay at anchor, riding gently up and down as low waves rolled across the vast inland sea. On the open ocean, the Damavand would have been dwarfed by larger destroyers, cruisers, and aircraft carriers in the service of the world's major naval powers. On the waters of the landlocked Caspian, however, the gray-painted Iranian war vessel, armed with anti-ship cruise missiles, a 76mm gun, and torpedoes, was the local equivalent of a mighty World War II-era battleship. The navies of most of Iran's neighbors, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan, were little more than collections of even smaller and more antiquated missile boats and other patrol craft. Even Russia's Caspian flotilla, based at Astrakhan, more than 1,000 kilometers north across the sea, had no warships larger than the Damavand ready for duty. For all of that, Pavel Voronyin knew, this frigate, the pride of Iran's northern fleet, was far more useful as an observation platform for today's test than it would be in any real modern war. Naval guns and short-range cruise missiles were mere toys in any all-out struggle waged between nations armed with rockets capable of striking targets half a world away. And despite their stern religious fervor, many of Iran's theocratic rulers understood this reality better than most, which was why video monitors and computer consoles manned by white-coated technicians and scientists were currently crammed into almost every available square meter of deck space aboard the small warship. Smiling inwardly, the trim, fit Russian moved to the windows lining one side of Damavand's bridge, followed by his Iranian hosts, a group of bearded Revolutionary Guard officers. Voronyan's elegantly tailored Savile Row suit and handmade Italian shoes stood out plainly among their dark green uniform tunics, rank emblazoned shoulder boards, and wide-brimmed caps. Surrounded by these hard-faced men whose brutal tactics kept Iran's radical Islamic regime in power and spread terror around the globe, he appeared to be nothing more than a cultured and prosperous businessman. He found that a useful facade, one that concealed his true nature, ruthless, predatory, and utterly self-interested. The countdown is proceeding normally, one of the technicians stationed on the bridge behind them reported in Persian. His words were echoed in Russian by a translator assigned to Voronyin. The test vehicle is completing its transition to a vertical launch position. Voronyin raised a pair of binoculars to his pale gray eyes and peered out through the windows. There, several kilometers away, a large barge motored across the sea. A gleaming white rocket topped by a black nose cone swung slowly upright from its deck, hoisted into position by a powerful hydraulic crane. Moments later, it locked into place, towering more than 25 meters above the barge. He nodded appreciatively at the smooth completion of this delicate operation. While not large compared to the enormous heavy-lift rockets developed by the United States, Russia, and the People's Republic of China, the Zolzhana space launch vehicle still massed more than 52 tons. And the solid fuel engines in its first two stages and its liquid propellant upper stage motor could send a good-sized payload into space up to 500 kilometers above the Earth's surface. The launch pad's stabilizers and motion compensators are engaged, the technician said calmly, parroting reports radioed to Damavan by the flight crew controlling operations from inside an armored trailer bolted to the barge's aft section. Go for launch in 60 seconds. Still focused on the distant rocket, Voronin nodded again to himself, this time pleased by the demonstrated efficiency of his Iranian hosts. Tehran had carefully scheduled this test for a relatively short window, when there were no American or Chinese spy satellites in position to observe the launch. Their infrared early warning satellites in geosynchronous orbit would certainly detect the Zolzhana's rocket plume as it roared aloft, and provide tracking data on its trajectory. But the absence of visual and radar imagery would still conceal certain key elements of this planned test flight from both Washington and Beijing. The last remaining seconds sped past in a monotone blur of engine status and other system readiness reports relayed from the flight crew. All around him, Voronin sensed a sudden spike of tension as the critical moment approached. Finally, the technician called out, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Across the sea, the barge disappeared suddenly, hidden by a billowing cloud of gray smoke, a cloud lit from within by a bright orange glow. Moments later, the bright white rocket appeared above the cloud, riding a scintillating pillar of fire and trailing a plume of exhaust as it soared skyward and arced toward the northeast. It was accompanied by a loud, crackling roar as the first sounds of liftoff finally reached the Iranian frigate. Voronin tracked the missile as it rode higher and higher, smiling openly now. He knew that launching the Zolzhana to the northwest instead of the northeast would have better simulated an operational flight, but it would also have sent the rocket's payload arcing high over Ukraine and Poland, apparently on a course toward Berlin or London. And there was no point in alarming those in the West. Not yet, at least. Once the rocket disappeared from sight, he turned his attention to a monitor set up at the back of the warship's bridge. Its screen showed flickering images of the Zolzhana captured by long-range tracking cameras as it arrowed onward through the upper reaches of the atmosphere. Puffs of white vapor blossomed abruptly around the midsection of the rapidly accelerating vehicle. Suddenly, the bottom third separated and fell away, tumbling end over end back toward the Earth. Staging nominal, the technician reported. And as a new plume of flame appeared at the base of the now truncated rocket, second stage ignition. Moments later, the process repeated as the Zolzhana's second stage engine finished its planned burn and detached, leaving the much smaller third stage's motor to propel its payload the rest of the way into space. Voronin saw the wavering, blurry pictures on the monitor vanish, replaced by a digital map with a bright green arrow depicting the spacecraft as it flew high above the central wastes of Kazakhstan. The speeding rocket had passed well beyond the range of Iran's earthbound tracking cameras. From now on, the crew monitoring its flight would be dependent on telemetry from the spacecraft itself. Payload deployment confirmed, he heard the technician say. The vehicle is now more than 2,300 kilometers downrange and rapidly approaching the planned apogee of the suborbital test flight. Based on an earlier mission planning briefing by his Revolutionary Guard hosts, Voronin knew what to expect next, so he wasn't surprised by the next flurry of reports. Telemetry indicates trouble aboard the spacecraft, the technician said suddenly, still sounding calm. Key flight control systems show signs of cascading hardware and software failure. Voronian noticed sly smiles appearing around him. The telemetry data currently being broadcast by the Iranian satellite was completely false. It was intended to deceive Iran's enemies who must, by now, be closely monitoring every signal from this unannounced rocket test flight. Mohsen Shirazi, the senior officer aboard, stepped forward. As commander of the Revolutionary Guard's Aerospace Force, the gray-bearded brigadier general had shepherded this missile project from its earliest days, approving every detail of its design, construction, and flight testing. He stabbed a finger at the waiting technician. "Initiate auto-destruct," he ordered. Seconds later, Voronian saw the telemetry feed abruptly cut off. To outward appearances, the dying Iranian spacecraft had been destroyed by conventional explosive charges as a safety precaution, so that its scattered debris would burn up harmlessly on re-entry. In reality, this final detonation had been carefully planned. The payload's precisely timed explosive destruction was one of the crucial elements of this entire experimental flight. Shirazi turned toward him. "Well, Mr. Voronian," he asked. "Most impressive," Voronian replied honestly, with a thin smile. "Your Zul'jana rocket is all that you promised, and more. I will recommend to Moscow that we proceed as agreed with Polnok. Midnight." Shirazi and his comrades nodded in grave satisfaction. Though he kept a low profile, they knew Voronian was a wealthy Russian entrepreneur, a private citizen whose shadowy company, Syndikat Vorona, the Raven Syndicate, provided military and intelligence expertise, services, and equipment to the highest bidders in trouble spots around the globe. His close ties to the Kremlin and especially to Russia's autocratic president, Pyotr Zhdanov, were less widely known, but they made him the ideal go-between for this high-risk, high-stakes secret operation. Russia and Iran might not share a common ideology, but both governments knew only too well that they had a common enemy in the United States and its global network of allies. And in the murky, amoral world of realpolitik, the old adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," pointed the way forward for Moscow and Tehran. The two countries were also painfully aware that time was not on their side. Though outwardly militarily strong, confident, and aggressive, each faced growing internal challenges and weaknesses, troubles that might topple even the most repressive regime if left unchecked. Their growing fear of the future, Voronian knew, was what had made his masters in Moscow, along with Tehran's theocrats, so eager to find some way, any way, however dangerous and however deadly, to overturn the world's existing balance of power. Cold amusement flickered in Pavel Voronian's pale eyes. President Zhdanov, Shirazi, and all the others involved in this plan were convinced that midnight was the answer to their prayers. And so it was. Left unsaid was the reality that it would also pave his personal path to even greater wealth and power. 1. Kitzbühel Ski Resort, Austria. January. Shadows cast by the setting sun stretched across a long, winding ski trail bordered by snow-dusted pines. Down in the narrow valley at the foot of the mountain, the Kitzbühler Horn, lights were beginning to glow, outlining the streets and buildings of one of Austria's most popular and charming alpine villages. The forested heights of another peak, the Hahnenkamm, the Rooster's Comb, climbed skyward on the other side of the town. Curving white trails crisscrossed the slopes of that mountain as well. Kitzbühel was the center of one of the largest ski areas in the Tyrolean Alps, attracting crowds of competitive skiers and the world's jet-setters during the winter months. Nicholas Flynn came gliding around a curve in the trail and turned to a quick stop off to one side. His skis sent a little curl of loose powder pattering downhill. He raised his goggles briefly, squinting down the slope ahead. This late in the day, the light was going flat, making it difficult to spot any bumps or dips along the surface. Fortunately, this was a trail designed for intermediate skiers, and not one of the steep, rugged runs favored by experts or amateurs with lots of medical insurance and a death wish. He looked across at the honeycomb. One of the sheer twisting and turning trails he could see was known as the Strife, the Streak. Since 1937, it had been the site of the World Cup's most challenging race. Skiers plunging down the run's 2-mile length routinely topped more than 60 miles an hour, with nothing between them and a catastrophic crash but their own skill, agility, and experience. Flynn felt a wry grin tug at the side of his mouth. Fighting hand-to-hand against Russian Spetsnaz commandos and parachuting into winter storms was one thing, but there was no way in hell he'd ever be crazy enough to believe he could handle a race on something like the Strife. After all, a man's got to know his own limitations, he murmured. As a kid growing up in mostly snowless Central Texas, family winter vacations to Colorado and Utah had taught him enough to make it downhill without face-planting, and to realize that any thoughts of hurtling straight down the local equivalent of a double black diamond slope were purely delusions of grandeur. Fortunately, he wasn't here to show off. Far from it, in fact. About 100 yards farther along, Flynn spotted another skier pulled off on the same side of the trail, apparently taking pictures of the spectacular views with his cell phone. The other man's white parka, dark green ski pants, and red knit cap signaled that he was Flynn's contact for this clandestine rendezvous. Arif Khavari was a high-ranking official in Iran's state-owned shipping company. He'd come to Austria as part of an Iranian delegation to an OPEC meeting in Vienna. A short ski excursion had given Khavari a chance to escape the constant scrutiny of his compatriots and their official security detail. Flynn glanced back the way he'd come. There were no other people in sight. The lifts would close at 4 o'clock, and with the light fading and temperatures falling fast, most skiers were already headed off the mountain to get ready for a busy evening of après-ski drinking, dining, and dancing in Kitzbühel and the even smaller neighboring villages. Satisfied for the moment that they were as alone as it was possible to be in a public place, he swung around and skied down to join the Iranian. He stopped again a few feet below Khavari, not far from the edge of the woods lining the trail. The other man, shorter by a few inches and dark-eyed, looked nervous. Flynn donned a friendly smile. "Excuse me," he asked in plainly American-accented English. "Can you tell me the time?" He nodded over his shoulder. "I've got a business call at 5. But I'd still like to make one more run down the mountain if I can." Khavari made a show of checking his phone screen. "The Hornbahn gondola stops running in minutes," he said hurriedly, rushing through the agreed-upon recognition phrase selected for this rendezvous. "I do not believe you could reach it soon enough to ride back up." "Too bad, but I guess those are the breaks," Flynn answered with a shrug, finishing the protocol. He allowed his easy smile to tighten just a bit. "Okay, Mr. Khavari. Now that we've confirmed our respective bona fides, maybe you can clue me in on just why you needed to see someone in person instead of communicating through the usual secure channels. We can't take a lot of time here. In the shadowy world of espionage and counter-espionage, any face-to-face contact was highly risky, no matter how many precautions those involved took. It was something that should be done only when absolutely necessary, and keeping any meeting as short and to the point as possible was one way to minimize those inevitable hazards. The Iranian swallowed hard. "You represent your decision-makers in Washington?" he asked quietly. Flynn nodded, opting for discretion over the absolute truth. If Khavari was under the mistaken impression that he was in touch with an official U.S. government intelligence agency, so much the better for operational security. What the Iranian didn't know couldn't be forced out of him if the Revolutionary Guard's goons ever figured out that he'd turned against the regime. Besides, Flynn thought dryly, up to about a year ago he had been working for the government as a captain assigned to U.S. Air Force intelligence activities. Unfortunately, acting boldly to salvage things when the CIA's own people screwed up not just one, but two of the agency's sketchy covert operations in a row turned out to be a really bad career move. The bureaucrats at Langley needed a scapegoat to blame for their own blunders, and Nick Flynn, a junior military officer without a drop of influence in D.C.'s political circles, must have seemed perfect for the part. So he'd been laid up under guard in a military hospital, recuperating from his last brush with one of the CIA's brilliant plans, when the mysterious Mr. Fox arrived to recruit him to join what the older man had modestly described as a little private intelligence outfit. Months later, after intensive courses to further hone his language, espionage, tradecraft, and weapons skills, Flynn had come to understand that the Quartet Directorate, commonly referred to as 4 by those in the loop, was actually something considerably larger and more important. This mountainside rendezvous with Arif Khavari was his first solo operational assignment for his new employer. "I have a friend. A good friend," the Iranian said, lowering his voice even further. "Like me, he secretly despises the corrupt men who are ruining our country." He hesitated briefly before going on. "First, you should know that we both love our nation and our people. We are not traitors. The insane mullahs in Tehran and their evil servants are the real traitors." Flynn nodded his understanding. No one except the utterly mercenary or sociopathic could find it easy to break faith with his or her own native land, no matter how vile its current government might be. He fought down an urge to hurry the other man along again. Spooking Khavari or unintentionally insulting him now would do more harm than good. "My friend is a naval architect," the Iranian went on. "He works at our state-owned shipyards west of Bandar Abbas. Recently, he approached with me strange news about one of their current projects. Strange and disturbing news." Flynn hid his surprise. Iran's seemingly perpetual quest for nuclear weapons was the hot topic in Western intelligence circles, not its ship construction plans. "Go on," he prompted. Quickly, Khavari explained. According to his friend, Navid Daneshvar, major modifications had been ordered to a large oil tanker named Gulf Venture, now under repair at the Shahid Darvishi shipyards. Modifications which made no sense for any vessel genuinely intended to carry petroleum products to ports around the world. No commercial oil tanker needed concealed compartments, hydraulic cranes, special ship stabilizers, and additional high-speed pumps. Equally troubling were strict new security measures that seemed intended to shroud this project in absolute secrecy. Among other things, Tehran had ordained the construction of a huge temporary roof over the yard's largest dry dock in order to block any satellite imagery of the work in progress. And all shipyard personnel assigned to the project were being kept under close watch in special housing, forbidden to communicate with their families or anyone on the outside, except under very limited circumstances. The only exceptions to this policy were a handful of senior staff believed to be absolutely loyal to the regime, like his friend Daneshvar. Finally, large numbers of special commandos from the Revolutionary Guard's Quds force had been deployed as guards around the Darvishi complex, backed up by foreign mercenaries, probably Russians. "Russians?" Flynn said, unable to hide his surprise at the thought of Iran's notoriously xenophobic rulers allowing armed foreigners of any stripe to operate inside their jealously guarded territory. Khavari nodded darkly. "So Daneshvar says, either Russians or maybe Eastern Europeans. Slavs of some kind, for sure." Flynn thought for a moment and then asked, Can you get your hands on blueprints that show the specific alterations being made to this ship? That'd give our analysts a much better shot at figuring out what your government is planning. Sorrowfully, Khavari shook his head. It's proved impossible to smuggle out any documentation from the shipyard complex. Everyone is thoroughly searched on entry and departure, and it's strictly forbidden to take anything, whether on paper or a USB drive, beyond the gates, or to bring any data storage devices inside. Even the main computer systems are air-gapped, cut off from any physical or wireless connection to the internet. So far, Danishvar has been forced to relay every scrap of information to me solely by word of mouth. And even that is incredibly dangerous. Yeah, Flynn frowned. If only half of the security measures the Iranian described were actually in place. Tehran was taking no chances. Besides a defense against espionage, blocking both physical and internet access to the shipyard's computers would also prevent cyber attacks like those periodically used by the Israelis and other hostile countries to sabotage Iran's nuclear and missile development facilities. Thinking hard, he dug one of his ski poles a little deeper into the snow. Look, what's the time frame on this project? When are the modifications to this tanker supposed to be complete? Not long, Khavari told him gravely. Perhaps only a matter of weeks. 2 months at the outside. The yard is working around the clock to finish its work on the Gulf venture. No delays are tolerated. Flynn's jaw tightened. A couple of months? That's not much time to... He stopped abruptly, aware that his subconscious had just sent up a warning flare. Something was off, somewhere. He stared over the Iranian's shoulder, peering at the slope higher up the trail. Was that movement in the trees over on the other side? Maybe around a couple of 100 yards off? Suddenly, Khavari's chest exploded high up, right over his heart, spraying bright red blood and bits of pulverized bone across the white surface of the snow. He'd been shot in the back. Shit, 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 Flynn thought furiously. He threw himself prone, just as another bullet ripped past his own head and smacked into a tree farther downslope. A third round slammed into the Iranian, who was already dead. His corpse toppled sideways and fell in a heap just uphill. Flynn reacted without hesitation. Khavari's body wasn't good cover, not for long anyway. It wouldn't take whoever just bushwhacked them more than a few seconds to find a new vantage point, one with a clear angle on him. So it was move and move fast. Or die right here. He punched the tip of one of his poles into the binding release levers on his skis, popping them free. Then he curled around, grabbed both skis, and tossed them sideways into the woods, lining this side of the run. Frantically, he rolled after them across the slope. Ice crystals spurted up near his face from another near miss. Swearing under his breath, Flynn reached the woodline and scrambled behind the trunk of a pine tree, whose heavy, snow-covered lower branches almost brushed the ground. Son of a bitch, he muttered through clenched teeth. Being shot at sure got old fast. Especially since he wasn't armed himself right now. Austrian gun laws were more relaxed than those of many other European countries, but he'd still figured the local authorities would pretty seriously frown on a foreign business consultant carrying a concealed pistol if he was caught. Well, mark that decision down as a triumph of excessive caution over common sense, he thought bitterly. Then again, he realized, the assassin who'd just killed Khavari and tried to blow his own brains out had to be using a scoped rifle, and one with a hellaciously effective suppressor at that. Even through the crystal-clear alpine air, the sound of the shots had been remarkably muffled. More like the mechanical snap of a bolt cycling than the sharp-edged crack usually made by a high-powered round exploding outward from a rifle barrel. So even if he had a sidearm right now, charging back up the mountain through the snow to go mano a mano with a trained sniper would be a terminally stupid plan. The enemy would nail him the instant he broke cover and came out into the open. No, Flynn decided. There were situations where attacking into an ambush was the least bad option, but this was most definitely not one of those situations. Instead, much as he hated it, the smart play now was to bail out and get clear. Swiftly, he scooted downhill to where his skis had slid, careful to keep the trees between him and that unseen, distant gunman. It took only moments to brush away the caked snow from his boots and bindings and snap back into his skis. He paused for another few seconds to get his bearings. He'd ducked into the woods on the northwestern edge of the trail, and according to the trail maps he'd studied before meeting Khavari, there was another run just on the other side of this thin strip of forest, one that would get him off the mountain. Flynn's mouth twisted in a self-conscious grin. So much for his earlier plan of taking the easier way down the Kitzbühler Horn. His chosen alternate route was marked as a more advanced slope, a lot steeper and more rugged than he ordinarily found comfortable. Still, he was okay with taking the risk of sprawling flat on his ass in front of more experienced skiers if it meant staying out of the rifle sights of an assassin. Moving carefully through the softer, deeper snow under the trees, he glided away at an angle, heading for the neighboring run. He stopped again just before coming back out into the open. Both native caution and his training dictated that he make a few rapid changes to his appearance. For one thing, the bright blue outer shell of his ski jacket was spattered with Khavari's blood. That was bound to draw unwanted attention, whether from the ski area's security personnel, the general public, or, just conceivably, other members of the hit team who might already be looking for him near the lower lifts. Quickly, Flynn unzipped the shell from its insulating layer and then reversed it to show the black inner lining instead. Next, he pulled off his goggles and stuffed them out of sight in a pocket. This late in the day, they were more hindrance than help anyway. Finally, he tugged a ski hat down over his bare head. Taken separately, none of these tiny alterations were exactly major measures of disguise, but together, he hoped they would alter his visual profile just enough to confuse anyone hunting for the man who'd been seen talking to Khavari right before he was shot. Satisfied that he'd done all he could for now, Nick Flynn squared his shoulders and skied out from the tree line. Several hundred meters higher up the Kitzbühler Horn, Viktor Skablin finished disassembling the VSS Ventures sniper rifle he'd used to eliminate the Iranian traitor. The separate components of the silenced weapon, originally designed for use by Russia's Spetsnaz units, fit easily into an inconspicuous backpack of the type carried by many skiers. He zipped the backpack closed and slid it across his broad shoulders. Then he glanced over at his spotter, another former Spetsnaz officer like him. Any sign of movement? The other man, slimmer and shorter than the bull-necked Skablin, lowered his binoculars. None. Our second bird has flown. There's no way we can hope to catch up to him now. Skablin scowled. Their orders from Pavel Voronyin were explicit. The security leak represented by Arif Khavari must be permanently sealed shut, by any means necessary. Dead men, the Raven Syndicate's head had reminded them tartly, could tell no further tales. That made this failed attempt to kill the Iranian government official's unknown foreign contact deeply worrying. Voronyin was not known for forgiving those who disappointed him. Still, the Russian reminded himself uneasily, there were only so many ways out of Kitzbühel. Sooner rather than later, they would get another shot at their second, more elusive target. And in the meantime, he and his spotter still had one more task to complete here on the mountain. He stomped back into his skis. Then, together with the other Raven Syndicate operative, Skablin moved off down the slope toward the red-stained patch of snow, marking the location of Khavari's bullet-riddled body. 2. Kitzbühel, Austria. A short time later. With a friendly wave goodbye to the staff, Nick Flynn stepped out of the shop where he'd just returned his rental skis, poles, and boots. His breath steamed in the cold evening air. a brief puff of fog visible in the warm golden light from street lamps and windows. Softly falling snowflakes swirled down out of the sky, deadening sounds. After a quick glance both ways to make sure he wasn't being observed, he joined the other tourists sauntering along the little town's narrow streets. Brightly lit buildings painted in pale blues, yellows, greens, and other colors created a festive atmosphere. From the snatches of different conversations he overheard in multiple languages, most of those who were out and about were headed for dinner or drinks at one or another of the local restaurants and bars. There were a few couples strolling hand in hand, but the majority were clumped in larger groups, abuzz with laughter and good cheer after an enjoyable, active day on the ski slopes. Conscious that someone obviously on his own in the middle of this convivial scene might draw unwelcome attention, Flynn tucked himself in behind a gaggle of casually dressed men and women around his own age. Casually, he ambled along the sidewalk a few feet from them, close enough to make it seem like he was one of the group to anyone watching, but just far enough away that none of them felt crowded by a stranger. And whenever they stopped to check out shop windows or read one of the menus posted outside different restaurants, he followed their example. From what he could make out, these people all worked for the different regional offices of a larger multinational enterprise. Some of them British, others French or German or Swiss, who'd been invited to Kitzbühel for a corporate team-building exercise, which really translated as a lavish ski weekend with lots of late-night partying. One hell of a nice boondoggle if you could wangle it, he decided with a touch of cynical amusement. Maybe he should pitch a similar idea to the sharp-eyed Mr. Fox, his quartet directorate boss. But at the thought of his new employer's likely reaction, one side of Flynn's mouth quirked upward. Considering the questionable results of his first assignment so far, a dead senior Iranian government informant and at least one unknown assassin on the loose, it might be wiser if he held off on making smart-ass suggestions for the time being. While he was pretending to be interested in a display of new ski jackets and other winter apparel in a store window, his cell phone vibrated once. It did the same thing again a moment later. Those back-to-back aborted calls were a signal, confirming that the brief mission status report he'd sent to 4 had been received. Structured as a routine business communication, his text had read, "Client meeting productive but no firm agreement reached. Unfortunately, competition reacted fast and beat our price." That was it. Short, simple, and completely dull. But while there were no hidden layers of encryption buried in the message, the ordinary-sounding phrases he'd chosen were sufficient to let Fox know that his rendezvous with Arif Khavari had yielded intriguing intelligence but no hard evidence, and that the Iranian had been killed before he could say more. At least the elderly Englishman who tutored him in the Quartet Directorate's covert communications protocols would have applauded his technique, Flynn hoped. Though perhaps not the results he was reporting. "Tell me, in your view, what is the very best sort of code?" the other man had asked in a dry, Oxbridge-tinged voice at the very beginning of their lessons. "One that doesn't look anything like a code at all," Flynn had shot back. "Full marks, Mr. Flynn," the Englishman had said with a slight smile. The world's major intelligence agencies, like his old employers in the UK's premier signals intelligence organization, the Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ, routinely sifted all phone calls, texts, and emails, using powerful supercomputers to scan for anomalies, key phrases and words, and indications of unusually strong encryption. Which is why those of us in 4, when we communicate amongst ourselves, are very careful to avoid any such nonsense. Plain language messages, innocuous-seeming, thoroughly uninteresting, and perfectly appropriate to your current cover story, are the surest means of flying under the radar of unsympathetic people like my former colleagues at Cheltenham, those in your own country's NSA, and others working for Russia's SVR and GRU or China's Ministry of State Security. Flynn winced inside at the painful memory of what had come next. Like most things involving the Quartet Directorate, what had seemed simple at first was actually fiendishly complex. Making this hidden-in-plain-sight communications method work in the field required the rote memorization of hundreds and hundreds of seemingly ordinary phrases and words in different languages, each of which had specific secret meanings depending on how they were used in any given sentence. Thanks to a good ear and a near-perfect memory, he'd managed the arduous task over the course of a couple of weeks of intensive practice, but only at the cost of grade-A migraines and dry, bloodshot eyes. He looked up, suddenly aware that the international group of late 20-somethings he was tagging along behind had finally decided on a place to eat. Smiling and laughing, they all began filing into a little Asian restaurant next door, which meant he'd just lost his primary source of camouflage. Unhurriedly, Flynn glanced around, discreetly scanning his surroundings again. The dinner and drinks crowd was definitely starting to thin out, but there still seemed to be a few people headed toward Kitzbühel's train station, which was his destination. He checked his phone. The last train that would get him to Vienna tonight was due to arrive in a half hour, and he planned to be aboard when it pulled out. He slid his phone back out of sight and started off, trailing after an older couple towing rolling suitcases. Mentally, he crossed his fingers. So far, this entire supposedly low-key operation had seemed jinxed from start to finish. Now, if ever, would sure be a good time for some of the luck his Irish immigrant grandfather so often swore by. 5 minutes later, Flynn figured out he was not going to be that lucky. From a shadowed vantage point across the street from the train station, he'd spotted trouble waiting for him on its brightly lit platform. He could make out two hard-faced men trying to blend in with the other passengers already gathered there, although they were dressed in ski apparel pretty much like that worn by everybody else. Their behavior was different, and it was clear to him that they were covertly surveilling the small crowd. Looking for someone. Looking for him, he was sure. He dismissed the possibility that these guys were just plainclothes Austrian federal police keeping travelers safe from pickpockets and other petty criminals. They didn't have the right demeanor. If he had to bet his life on it, and he did, he was confident those two men were part of the opposition team that had taken out Khavari so effectively and permanently. But neither of them looked Iranian or even Arab. Instead, something about their facial structure and mannerisms practically screamed "made in Moscow" to his twitchy subconscious, which strongly suggested they might be more of the foreign mercenaries Khavari had warned about. Flynn frowned. In his considered judgment, he had just two chances of slipping past those watchers to board the train without being detected. Slim and none. And he sure as hell didn't want to give them another shot at him sometime during the 4-hour-plus nighttime rail trip to the Austrian capital, especially since he'd have to change trains en route. He might be able to take one of those guys in a fight, maybe, on a good day, but going up against two of them in the close, confined quarters of a railway coach or at some semi-deserted transfer stop? No sale, he thought grimly. If he wanted to commit suicide, he'd pick a much less messy and far less public option. Unfortunately, that still left the problem of how he was going to get out of Kitzbühel in one piece. If the bad guys had a surveillance team keeping tabs in the train station, they probably had someone watching the bus depot and even the car rental agencies in this little town. All two of them. Suddenly, he felt a woman's warm arm slide through his. At the same time, her cheerful, friendly voice said loudly, "Da bist du, Max. Ich fragte mich, wohin du gegangen warst." "There you are, Max. I wondered where you'd gone." Her German was perfect, with just the slight vowel and consonant changes that would mark her as Austrian to any trained linguist eavesdropping on them. Startled, Flynn looked down and saw Laura Van Horn looking back up at him with a mischievous expression on her attractive face. When he'd first met her, she'd been the co-pilot of a crippled Air National Guard C-130J that had made an emergency landing at his last duty station, a lonely radar outpost on Alaska's frozen northern coast. Later, he'd learned that her primary job was as one of 4's top special agents, and it was her recommendation that had prompted a final decision to recruit him into the Quartet Directorate. Which left the question of just what on earth she was doing here in Kitzbühel now. This was supposed to be a one-man operation, with Flynn as that one man. But this wasn't the right moment to ask awkward questions, he knew, at least not while they were out in the open and under probable observation. Instead, it was time to put on a show for anyone paying close attention to them. Adapting fast, he matched her phony conversational gambit on the fly, using the same idiomatic Austrian German. "Oh, I thought I'd check to see if Carl and Clarissa had gotten here yet, in case we needed to change our dinner reservations, I mean." Van Horn laughed softly, playing along. "Those two, you must be joking. They wouldn't be caught dead on a train. I bet they'll drive in later tonight, so for now, I have you all to myself." Tightening her grip on his arm slightly, she turned him around until they were headed directly away from the train station. A block farther on, Flynn glanced down at her. "Okay, Laura, what's the deal here?" he asked quietly, "and no bullshit." "Bullshit? Who, me?" she said with exaggerated innocence. Seeing his pained expression, she shrugged. "I tagged along in this op purely as a precaution. Sort of an emergency backup," she said. "Brer Fox wanted someone flying distant cover for you, just in case the shit hit the fan." She looked him up and down. "And based on those goons I saw parked at the train station, I guess it has." Somberly, Flynn nodded. Quickly, he filled her in on the sniper ambush during his meeting with Arif Khavari. Van Horn's eyes narrowed. "So what's your estimate of the opposition's strength?" "No way to tell," he admitted. "Those two men at the train station, for sure." "Make that 3+, she told him. "I spotted another one keeping an eye on the station parking lot. Whoever those guys are, they want you bad." "I've always been a popular fellow," Flynn said virtuously. Van Horn snorted softly. "Popular isn't really the word I'd have chosen, Nick." "So now what?" he wondered. She grinned impishly. "Simple. We blow this cow town and leave the bad guys standing around in the cold wondering where you went. My ride's parked not far away, outside a really cute little Gasthaus." Flynn stared down at her. "You got a car? And a hotel room?" He shook his head in disbelief. "All 4 gave me was a second-class train ticket." "Senior operative status, remember, Nick?" Van Horn murmured in amusement. "There are some perks, you know, along with the occasional inconvenience of being tasked with rounding up a newbie gone astray." For just a moment, Flynn felt himself bristle. Finding out how far he'd been kept in the dark on this assignment pissed him off. But then he forced himself to relax. In the circumstances, Fox's decision to position Van Horn as discreet support if things went wrong had proved to be a very sensible safety measure. With an inward sigh, he decided to bow to the inevitable and let himself be rescued. "Moo," he lowed in agreement, mimicking a lost steer she'd just roped. Half an hour later, they drove out of Kitzbühel in the 4-door Mercedes Van Horn had rented when she flew into Vienna. Her usual preference in cars was something flashier, in bright red, but she'd opted for a more discreet dark blue sedan for this assignment. "Just another of the cruel sacrifices I make for undercover work," she'd told Flynn with theatrical sigh and self-mocking smile when they got in. "They never stop." At her insistence, he drove, following her directions to take a 2-lane highway heading northeast toward Salzburg and Vienna. Outside of town, the snow-covered fields and small clumps of trees lining the road were in darkness. Clusters of bright lights, ski chalets and on-mountain restaurants dotted the steep slopes rising on either side of the valley. It was still snowing lightly, and the falling flakes caught in their headlights glittered briefly as they flew past. Apart from the tiny red taillights of a car briefly visible far ahead before vanishing around a curve, they seemed to have the road all to themselves. Much as Flynn wanted to put distance between himself and their unknown enemy's kill team, he fought the temptation to floor it. The snow wasn't accumulating fast enough to make driving dangerous, but there was no point in making themselves unnecessarily conspicuous by speeding. Despite his careful driving, they were just a couple of miles north of Kitzbühel when Flynn saw a pair of blue flashing lights appear suddenly in his rearview mirror and turn out onto the highway behind them. It was a lone rider on a motorcycle, and he was closing the gap between them fast. "We've got company," he muttered to Van Horn. She craned her head around to peer back through the sedan's rear window. "Yeah, how truly nice." "Is that a cop?" Flynn asked. She turned back around with a frown. "Maybe. And maybe not." Her right hand slid inside her jacket. "But somehow I don't think Brer Fox will be very happy if we end up in an Austrian slammer after a high-speed chase through the Alps." Nodding tightly, Flynn eased his foot off the accelerator, moved over onto the narrow verge of the road, and then braked to a stop. He tapped a control to roll down the driver's side window. A blast of cold air whistled in, along with a few snowflakes that spun and swirled around the interior before melting. In his rearview mirror, he saw the rider pull in behind them and dismount from his motorcycle. The blue lights on the bike strobed rhythmically, eerily illuminating the night around them. The cyclist pulled off his white plastic helmet and hung it on the handlebars. Then he strode forward confidently, with one hand on the pistol holstered at his hip. Flynn's eyes narrowed in concentration. Was the other man wearing a police uniform? Or just a mix of dark-colored civilian clothing? In the weird, oscillating blend of light and shadow created by those flashing lights, it was almost impossible to be sure one way or the other. The motorcycle rider reached the window and bent down to peer inside. "What's the problem, officer?" Flynn asked politely in German. The other man shrugged. "Nur eine Routineprüfung. Ihr Führerschein, bitte?" "Just a routine check. Your driver's license, please?" Flynn's hackles rose. He'd caught the faint hint of an accent. The wrong accent, in the man's voice. He felt a rush of adrenaline flood his system, ice cold even in the already frigid winter air. Time seemed to slow. One part of his brain noticed the man's right hand darting fast toward the weapon at his hip. Oh, hell. "Lean back, Nick," Laura Van Horn said conversationally. Then she fired twice with her own pistol, the sound of the shots deafeningly loud inside the car. Hit dead center by both rounds, the motorcyclist staggered back from the window, his mouth opened wide in shock. Reddening stains spread outward from the holes punched through his black leather jacket. He fumbled again at his holster. Without hesitating, Van Horn leaned even farther around Flynn and squeezed the trigger 2 more times. Her third shot slammed into the man's chest. Her fourth caught him in the face and exploded out the back of his skull. He collapsed onto the road and lay still. Flynn didn't wait to see more. He put the Mercedes in gear and pulled away. He glanced at Van Horn. "Not a cop," she mouthed. Both their ears were still ringing from the sharp crack of 4 shots fired in rapid succession. He nodded grimly. Whoever these guys were, they'd launched a full-court press to find and kill him, with lookouts apparently posted at all the exits from Kitzbühel. He sped up. The more miles they put between themselves and the dead man lying twisted on the highway, the better. A little farther up the road, Van Horn had him swing left at a junction, turning onto a highway that would take them west to Innsbruck, then south to the Brenner Pass, and from there into Italy. "Change of plans," she told him, reading the text she'd just received from Fox. He wanted Flynn back in the States ASAP. and it had just become blazingly obvious that Austria was too damned hot for both of them. With Arif Khavari dead, and their still unidentified opposition out in force and looking for blood, returning to Vienna would be a sucker's move. 3. Mercury City Tower, Moscow, Russia. The next day. Pavel Voronyin stood perfectly at ease, looking at the east-facing, floor-to-ceiling windows that formed one whole wall of his spacious private office. From here, 44 stories up the Mercury Tower, one of 6 ultra-modern skyscrapers that made up the city's international business center, you could see all the way across the frozen Moskva River to the Kremlin's red brick walls and spires and beyond. The cloudless blue sky overhead signaled the arrival of a massive wave of high pressure from Siberia, sending temperatures in the Russian capital plunging to well below zero. In the bright sunlight, the Mercury Tower's bronze-tinted reflective glass glowed like a soaring pillar of fire on Moscow's skyline. It was an ostentatious display that mirrored the self-proclaimed status of the building's prosperous tenants. 5-star restaurants, luxury apartment owners, high-end retail stores, and the business offices of some of Russia's most successful enterprises, including his own Syndikat Vorona, the Raven Syndicate, which now occupied 3 full floors of the gleaming skyscraper. Idly, with a thin, cold smile that never reached his pale gray eyes, Voronyin gazed down across Moscow's icy streets, so full of tiny-seeming cars and trucks, and scurrying, ant-like pedestrians. It was a view he relished, especially since this office had once belonged to Dmitry Grishin, one of Russia's most powerful and wealthiest oligarchs, the man who had been his mentor for more than a decade. Grishin had prized both Voronyan's outward polish, the product of the best preparatory schools and universities in the United Kingdom and the United States, and his utter ruthlessness. And he had used the younger man to run his most illegal ventures, culminating in a daring scheme to secretly orchestrate the theft of Russia's most advanced stealth bomber, and then sell it to the highest bidder. In the end, they'd obtained huge sums of ransom money from both Moscow and Washington, D.C., only to have the aircraft unexpectedly crash and explode deep in Alaska's uncharted wilderness, making it impossible to return the technological marvel to their own country as promised. But in this seeming setback, Voronyin had immediately seen the opportunity he'd long craved, a chance to permanently end his apprenticeship to Grishin. He'd callously betrayed the oligarch to Russia's state security services and to the lethal vengeance of the nation's authoritarian ruler, President Pyotr Zhdanov. Then, posing as a patriot appalled by the older man's crimes, he'd helped the Kremlin also retrieve the hundreds of billions of rubles it had paid into some of Grishin's secret accounts. Of course, now secure in Zhdanov's good graces, he'd kept for himself the $3 billion so unwisely paid into other hidden accounts by the American CIA, using it to fund the creation of the Raven Syndicate, his own private military and intelligence consulting firm. His smile widened slightly at the memory of watching Dmitry Grishin's bullet-shattered corpse drift out to sea. That one small, perfect act of treachery had freed him to pursue his deepest ambitions, and simultaneously provided the wealth he required. In little more than a year, he'd built up a deadly and efficient organization, luring many of Russia's best-trained special forces soldiers and intelligence specialists away from its vaunted Spetsnaz commando groups, its Foreign Intelligence Agency, the SVR, and its Military Intelligence Unit, the GRU, and into his own service. Poaching so many of their best people hadn't won him any friends in Russia's Ministry of Defense or its official intelligence organizations, but he didn't really give a damn. After all, thanks to Midnight, the audacious covert operation he'd first conceived, and to the irreversible strategic changes it promised to unleash on an unsuspecting world, Pavel Voronin had become, as he planned all along, President Zhdanov's indispensable man. He turned at a discreet knock on his office door. A specific tone chimed, indicating the visitor waiting outside was his top deputy, Vasily Kondakov, a former colonel in the GRU. He tapped a small icon on his smartwatch, disengaging the door's security lock. It buzzed open and Kondakov hurried in carrying a manila folder. Nearly as tall as Voronin, the ex-intelligence officer was balding and wore a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles. "Well?" Voronin snapped. "Our courier from the team in Vienna just arrived," the other man told him. He held up the folder, with Skoblin's full report on the Khavari affair. Voronin hid his amusement. In more than a decade of service with the GRU's notorious Unit 29155, agents under Kondakov's direct command had been responsible for the deaths of a number of dissidents, defectors, and even foreign nationals deemed dangerous to Russia's national security. Despite that, he was still oddly squeamish, preferring vague euphemisms like affair to blunter, more accurate terms like hit or murder. He sat down behind his desk and gestured Kondakov into the lone chair on the other side. "And?" The other man frowned. "As ordered, Skoblin and his people took Khavari off the board. Quite permanently." Voronin nodded. The Iranian shipping official had been under suspicion and surveillance for some weeks. His sudden attempt to arrange what was clearly a covert rendezvous while part of a delegation to an OPEC conference in Austria had triggered the quick decision to kill him. With the final preparations for Midnight so close to completion, it was imperative to seal any potential security breach. "So what's the problem, Vasily?" "Khavari managed to make contact with an enemy agent before they were able to silence him," Kondakov answered. Voronin's lips thinned in irritation. He leaned forward. "Then I assume this agent is dead, too?" "Unfortunately not," Kondakov said grimly. "Somehow he evaded the team's best efforts to eliminate him. He even took out one of our own people, when Skoblin had posted to guard the northern exit from Kitzbühel." "Took out how?" Voronin demanded. "Skoblin's team found our agent dead on the road," Kondakov replied. "He'd been shot 4 times, at point-blank range." Voronin sat back. His jaw tightened. "And has this mysterious paragon of mayhem been identified?" "Not yet," the other man admitted. He opened the manila folder and slid several photographs across the desk. Taken through the scope of Skoblin's sniper rifle and his spotter's binoculars, they showed only part of the unknown agent's face. Making identification even more difficult, dark-tinted ski goggles hid the man's eyes and part of his forehead. "Thanks to your authorization from the president, we can run these pictures through the SVR and GRU databases without giving them the whole story. But I do not expect definitive results." Voronin took one of the photos and studied it briefly. He saw Kondakov's point. It would be almost impossible to match these partial images with that of any known enemy operative. From what little they had to go on, Khavari's contact could be working for any one of 6 Western intelligence agencies. He said as much aloud. Slowly, Kondakov nodded. He tapped the best photo of the bunch, one that captured more of the man's profile. "He might be American," he said hesitantly. "There's something about that jawline." "Working for the CIA," Voronin said with a snort. "Or one of their other intelligence groups?" He shook his head dismissively. "Not likely, Vasily. I doubt any of their people could have acted so swiftly and ruthlessly against Skoblin's watcher. The American spy agencies are too risk-averse. They frown on the use of unplanned violence by their officers, do they not? Again, the other man nodded. The fictional depictions in so many films and thrillers of CIA officers single-handedly taking out enemy spies and terrorists were a source of private amusement to those in Moscow, who knew how tightly their rivals' hands were so often tied. Voronin looked more intently at the photo Kondakov had singled out. The Israelis, on the other hand, aren't such old women. They are not at all afraid to act decisively when necessary. He mused softly. He glanced up. And Israel is already locked in its own long-standing covert war with Iran. That gives them a strong motivation to cultivate a traitor, like Khavari. You think this man could be Mossad? Kondakov asked. The Mossad? Or a member of the Sayeret Matkal, Voronin said, referring to the Special Forces unit controlled by Amman, Israel's military intelligence service. He leaned back in his chair. Taking everything into consideration, it's the most likely possibility. So what now? Tell Skoblin's team to institute tight surveillance on the Israeli embassy in Vienna. Voronin ordered. I don't want those people able to make a move without us knowing about it. That's essential in case they try to penetrate midnight security again by going after another of Khavari's government colleagues, for example. We can't risk further security breaches. Not this late in the game. Kondakov looked worried. It might be better if we turn that task over to the SVR or GRU, he suggested. Close surveillance operations are manpower-intensive, and if any of their people are spotted and identified, we might be able to pass it off as just a routine intelligence-gathering effort. Absolutely not, Voronin said coldly. Calling in your old comrades or those clowns in the SVR would mean briefing them on the potential gap in our operational security. Right now, President Zhdanov trusts us completely, which is why we've been given a completely free hand to carry out midnight as we see fit. Naturally, there are many small-minded men in our government who are jealous of our growing power and influence. They would jump at the chance to discredit me and the syndicate. So, I have no intention of affording them any such opportunity. His eyes hardened. Is that clear, Vasily? Hurriedly, Kondakov nodded. Then you tell Skoblin that I want this matter handled entirely in-house, Voronin directed, with our own people and our own resources. And if they spot the agent Khavari spoke to? Kondakov asked. I want him terminated, Voronin said harshly, without hesitation, without delay, and without any more mistakes. 4. Winter Park, near Orlando, Florida. A few hours later. Nick Flynn turned off a quiet residential street and drove up a long private drive shaded by rows of tall palm trees. Through more trees ahead, he caught the dazzle of sunlight reflecting off the placid waters of a small, almost circular lake. He followed the driveway around through a half-loop and parked in front of a 2-story mansion overlooking the lake. Complete with red roof tiles imported from Barcelona, muted yellow stucco walls, dark wood trim, tall arched windows, and a wrought iron entry gate leading to the main door, it would have looked perfectly at home in Spain. Built in the early 1920s as the Florida winter retreat for a wealthy New York banking family, Avalon House now had different tenants. Weathered bronze plaques mounted near the main entrance told visitors the building currently housed the Concanon Language Institute, the Sobieski Charitable Foundation, and Sykes Fairbairn Strategic Investments. Their faded, old-fashioned lettering conveyed the impression of stolid respectability appropriate to organizations founded in the late 1940s. Flynn suppressed a smile. In truth, of course, none of the three were really respectable at all. At least not in the sense that most people would use the term. They were actually front organizations for the Quartet Directorate, some of the many different groups created to conceal its clandestine recruiting, training, and operational activities. Avalon House had been deeded over to Four by one of its founding members, an heir to that same prominent New York banking family. He'd served in World War II as a member of Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, the precursor to the CIA. At his recommendation, the mansion had been converted into the headquarters of Four's American station. At first, Flynn had thought it was odd that the Quartet Directorate had decided to locate one of its major operational centers so close to Orlando. Once known for orange groves and as a refuge from harsh northern winters, the area was now a tourist mecca more famous worldwide for Disney World, Universal Studios, other big theme parks, and sprawling vacation resorts. A private intelligence organization seemed completely out of place in such a setting. But gradually he'd figured out the shrewd reasoning involved. Even 70-plus years ago, Washington, D.C. and its environs had been crawling with U.S. intelligence and law enforcement agencies, foreign operatives, prying journalists, and political busybodies. The situation had only grown worse in the intervening decades. Amid D.C.'s toxic maelstrom of intrigue, spies, and counter-spies, it would be virtually impossible for the Quartet Directorate to operate undetected. In contrast, Orlando, especially with its recent emphasis on global tourism and business and travel, was an ideal location for a covert group that wanted to avoid drawing inconvenient official attention. The region's bustling international airport also offered good connections to and from virtually anywhere in the world, like the flights that had brought him back from Milan via London's Heathrow the night before. Finally, from Flynn's personal perspective, Florida's warmer and sunnier climate was a huge plus. Between duty in Alaska's far north and his aborted mission to Austria's Tyrolean Alps, he figured he'd already seen enough snow and ice to last a lifetime. He pressed the buzzer firmly and looked up into the surveillance camera mounted overhead, allowing its biometric sensors to scan the contours of his face and confirm his identity. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing a brown-tiled foyer with a large reception desk. More doors on either side led deeper into the building. At the far end of the foyer, a wide curving staircase swept up to the mansion's second floor. A petite Korean-American woman sat primly behind the reception desk. In her stylish red blazer and cream-colored silk blouse, she appeared completely unthreatening, but Flynn knew that was only an illusion. Though strands of gray streaked her dark hair, she was still trim and remarkably fit-looking. More to the point, however, Gwen Park had spent years running intelligence and counter-terrorist operations in some of the most dangerous parts of Southeast Asia's drug-infested Golden Triangle, before taking over as the chief of Avalon House's small security detail. Among other hidden talents, she had a reputation as a crack shot and was said to be death in high heels in hand-to-hand combat. "Welcome back, Mr. Flynn," she said briskly when he came inside. The front door closed automatically behind him. "How was your trip?" "Somewhat more eventful than I would have liked," he admitted. Her eyes flickered in barely concealed amusement at the wild understatement. "So I heard." She nodded toward the nearest interior door on the right. "Mr. Fox is expecting you." "Do I get a blindfold or just a cigarette?" Flynn asked wryly, pausing with his hand on the doorknob. A tiny smile danced at the edges of her mouth. "Neither, I suspect," she told him with mock severity. "Please keep in mind that our limited operating budget doesn't allow room for frivolous luxuries." Flynn shot her a grin and strode through the doorway and down a short hallway. There was another closed door at the end, this one marked Sykes Fairbairn Strategic Investments, Carlton Frederick Fox, Managing Director. Pulling his shoulders back straight, he rapped once and went straight in. The office beyond was small and furnished very simply, with just a desk, a couple of comfortable chairs, and an inexpensive-looking desktop computer. Its most prominent feature was a large window that opened onto a lush tropical garden full of bright-colored flowers. Fox, a thin, middle-aged man with graying hair, turned away from the window. Bright eyes gleamed knowingly from behind a thick pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Except for those eyes, anyone meeting him for the first time would have assumed he was just the boring money manager or anonymous mid-level government bureaucrat he so often pretended to be. "Take a seat, Nick," the older man said quietly as he crossed the room and sat down behind his desk. Flynn obeyed. Despite his plan to be oh so cool and casual, he caught himself sitting almost at attention. Fox smiled. "Expecting a reprimand? Or something worse?" "Well, yeah," Flynn admitted. "After all, I can't exactly claim to have covered myself with glory on this assignment." Fox snorted softly. "Glory isn't something we care much about in 4, he said mildly. "We are far more interested in people who can obtain the intelligence we need. And get out alive, if that is at all possible." He peered at Flynn over his glasses. "Based on the fact that you appear to be breathing, I'll take that as a significant mark in your favor." "I may be breathing, but Arif Khavari sure isn't," Flynn pointed out tightly. "True," the older man agreed. He shrugged his narrow shoulders. "Then again, since the enemy, whoever they may prove to be, clearly mounted a maximum effort to eliminate our Iranian friend, that is scarcely surprising. In the circumstances, I consider the fact that you got off the mountain alive and then escaped the larger trap set for you to be something of a miracle." "Maybe," Flynn said. "But if so, it was a miracle with Laura Van Horn's name written all over it." A half-smile sleeted across Fox's face and then vanished as quickly as it had come. "Laura can be something of a force of nature in a tight corner," he concurred. He leaned back. "Judging by the fact that the Austrian authorities haven't reported finding any more dead bodies littering their scenic slopes and highways, I think we can safely assume the motorcyclist she killed was, in fact, a member of the opposition hit team, and not some unfortunate local police officer in the wrong place at just the wrong time." Somberly, Flynn nodded. Sure as he had been that Laura's split-second decision to shoot the man who'd pulled them over was justified, it was still a relief to have that confirmed. Unlike the CIA, the UK's MI6, France's DGSE, and other government-run spy services, the Quartet Directorate's agents had no safety net, no mythical license to kill to protect them from imprisonment or even execution if they overreacted on a mission. "What about Khavari?" he asked. "His body was discovered earlier this morning, Kitzbühel time," Fox said, "by members of the ski patrol checking the slopes before they opened. Apparently, it had been dragged into the woods to delay any premature discovery." Flynn nodded grimly. The men who'd killed the Iranian would not have wanted to trigger a police inquiry, not while they were still hunting him. "Has there been any official word on his death yet?" "Tehran is blaming the Israeli Mossad for what it calls the cold-blooded murder of a patriotic Iranian government official," Fox replied. "The Austrians aren't saying anything at all, except that the matter is under investigation and that they remain confident of eventually making an arrest in the case." Flynn heard the skepticism in the older man's voice. "Which you think is bullshit?" Fox nodded again. "Quite probably." The corners of his mouth turned down. "Even if the Austrian government suspects the truth, that Khabari was killed because he had turned against the regime. It won't want to risk provoking a diplomatic firestorm by interfering in what could be considered Iran's own domestic affairs, however messy they might be. It might be a different matter if any of its own citizens had been hurt or killed, but as it is, his shoulders rose and fell expressively. Khabari's murder will be swept under the rug for the sake of political convenience. Flynn finished bitterly. Fox eyed him closely. Yes. He cleared his throat gently. Which leaves us with the challenge of making sure his death has meaning. Something in those fragments of intelligence he was able to pass to you before being shot must explain why Tehran or its allies were so desperate to silence him. Otherwise, if they simply believed he had turned his coat, why not wait to arrest and interrogate him once he flew back to Iran? Makes sense, Flynn acknowledged. He took a moment to organize his thoughts, and then gave the other man a precise account of the strange story Arif Khabari had relayed. Nothing about it seemed to yield an obvious explanation. Why was Tehran so determined to make so many extensive and odd-sounding modifications to a single oil tanker? And why cloak the project in such tight secrecy and over-the-top security? When Flynn finished, Fox sat back with his eyes half closed, obviously thinking through what he'd just been told. Is it possible the Iranians plan to use this ship, the Gulf Venture, for large-scale smuggling operations? He speculated after a moment, leaning forward again. As it is, the Revolutionary Guards already run huge quantities of weapons, missiles, and other contraband to various terrorist groups and their other allies like Syria and Venezuela. But the addition of a 100,000-ton vessel would enormously expand their capabilities. You could cram a lot of lethal cargo aboard a ship that size, enough to supply any number of bad actors around the world with up to a year's worth of munitions, explosives, and arms in a single smuggling voyage. Flynn considered that. Looked at one way, the older man's theory was plausible. But at the same time, something about it just didn't ring true to him. Finally, he shook his head. That oil tanker the Iranians are fixing up is damn big, all right, he said, but that's exactly the problem I see with using her simply to run guns. The Gulf Venture would be too conspicuous, you mean? Fox suggested quietly. Flynn nodded. Yep. Before reporting to Avalon House, he'd done some quick internet research. Between its own merchant marine and ships operating under false flags, Iran's got dozens, maybe hundreds, of other cargo vessels and tramp freighters at its disposal. Sure, they're all significantly smaller, but by the same token, they're also a hell of a lot less likely to draw attention than would an 800-foot-long tanker. Maybe the Gulf Venture could slip past the various navies still enforcing some sanctions on Iran, but why take the risk? It's a bad option. Because it would involve putting too many eggs into just one basket, Fox realized. Bingo, Flynn agreed. I can't see the Iranians being dumb enough to risk shipping so much valuable contraband in a single hull. Smuggling ops work best using multiple ships, sure. Our Navy guys or the Israelis can stop and board a dhow here and a tramp freighter there, but there's no way they can possibly catch them all. Trusting to luck to sneak a single huge oil tanker through a blockade without being intercepted? That's amateur hour stuff. And those murderous sons of bitches in Tehran don't strike me as amateurs. Our lives would be much easier if they were, Fox said dryly. Anything else? Flynn nodded again. Yeah. For example, some of the changes they're making to the Gulf Venture don't square at all with the idea of using her for smuggling runs. Concealed centerline compartments and extra hydraulic cranes? I get why you'd need those on a ship converted to carry contraband, But then why retrofit those special stabilizer fins and extra high-speed oil pumps Khavari's naval architect friend made such a big deal out of? The older man looked closely at him. Why, indeed. I don't have a doggone clue, Flynn told him wryly. I was an English major in college, remember? The closest I ever came to taking an engineering class was first-year calculus. That's sort of like comparing flying a kite to launching a Saturn V rocket to the moon. Point taken, Nick? Fox said with a faint hint of a smile of his own. I'll pass the problem on to those with more in-depth knowledge of ship design and construction. Though very discreetly, of course. Which raises another point, Flynn continued. Why put all these extreme security measures in place around the Bandar Abbas shipyard in the first place? Units of Special Quds Force commandos? Locking down the whole workforce? Even bringing in armed foreigners as additional guards for what? Just to hide the fact that Iran wants to smuggle even more weapons to bad guys around the globe? Hell, that's not exactly a secret to anyone who reads the news. And it sure doesn't explain why someone sent in a whole assassination squad just to shut Khavari's mouth. He frowned. No, whatever these guys are planning, it's got to be something much bigger and nastier. No doubt, Fox said. He tapped at his chin reflectively. You're confident the men you spotted watching the Kitzbühel train station were Russians? Pretty sure, yes. And while the biker Laura shot spoke reasonably fluent German, I still picked up a faint Russian accent. Fox's mouth tightened. That certainly fits. The tactics you've described match those used by Spetsnaz assassination squads in the past. You think the Kremlin ordered the hit on Khavari? Flynn asked curiously. Not the mullahs in Tehran? Fox sighed. It's certainly a disquieting possibility we need to consider. The obvious alternative is that the killers are somehow connected to those so-called foreign mercenaries working inside Iran. His frown deepened, all of which suggests that either the Russian government is working hand in glove with Tehran on this mysterious oil tanker project, or that Iran's leaders see whatever they're planning as so important that they're even willing to rely on outsiders to handle crucial elements. He pinched his nose, looking suddenly tired. One thing's absolutely clear. Learning more about their real intentions is now our highest priority task. That may mean putting an agent or even a small team of agents on the ground inside Iran, Flynn said carefully. He never slept very well on planes, so he'd spent a number of hours over the darkened Atlantic last night exploring different ways to bypass the information roadblock created by Khavari's murder. Fox looked skeptical. Just getting into Iran safely is a highly risky endeavor. The whole country is the very definition of a hostile environment, but even assuming that proves possible, what are our people supposed to do next? Sneak inside the Bandar Abbas shipyard and take a closer look at the Gulf venture? Flynn grinned at him. Oh, hell no. I may be loco, but I'm not a complete lunatic. Based on what Khavari told me, it would take an armored battalion with full-on air support to penetrate the security cordon around that tanker, which doesn't really seem like the subtle approach Four ordinarily prefers. To put it mildly, Fox said, matching his ironic tone. And of course, that's setting aside the minor problem of finding a force of spare tanks and fighter planes just lying around for us to borrow. He turned serious. So what do you have in mind? Right now, the only real loose thread we have left to pull on is that friend of Khavari's, Danishvar, the guy who first clued him into all the weird shit going down at that shipyard, Flynn explained. If we can make contact with him directly, we might pick up some of the answers we need. Fox frowned. There are quite a number of ifs lurking there, Nick. Yes, sir. I realize that. Flynn agreed evenly. I just don't see any other way forward right now. Slowly, the older man nodded. Very well. Start working up a proposed infiltration plan and any necessary cover stories. But I'll need to consult closely with my colleagues at the other stations before authorizing this mission. Flynn wasn't surprised by his superior's reluctance to act without approval from the other members of Four's upper echelon. From its very beginnings in the earliest days of the developing Cold War, the Quartet Directorate had used a collegial approach to leadership. The reality that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely was abundantly clear to those who had already risked their lives fighting Nazi Germany, only to see the growing threat posed by the Soviet Union in World War II's chaotic aftermath. Four's first recruits were all veterans of the American OSS, Britain's SOE, the Special Operations Executive, and the resistance movements of France, Norway, Poland, and several other Allied countries. Deeply troubled and even angered by what they viewed as the growing politicization, penetration by Soviet moles, and increasing risk aversion of the West's official government intelligence agencies, these men and women banded together to create an organization that could act swiftly, secretly, and decisively against serious threats to the free world. Aware, however, of the inherent dangers involved in creating a private intelligence group expressly intended to operate outside strictly lawful channels, Four followed one inflexible rule. The Quartet Directorate never involved itself in the domestic politics of any friendly nation. As a safeguard, if time allowed, large-scale or unusually dangerous operations required explicit approval from the separate national stations scattered around the world. And in the meantime, Fox went on, I'll pass the key elements of what we've learned to a couple of my contacts in the CIA. Like most of Four's senior executives, the older man maintained discreet, arm's-length relationships with people in the regular military and intelligence services, though only after they'd been meticulously vetted. And he was always careful to conceal the true nature of the Quartet Directorate's structure, aims, and capabilities from these contacts. Do you think that'll do any good? Flynn asked skeptically. His own bad experiences with some of the CIA's best and brightest had soured him on both its basic competence and its real interest in anything except its own narrow parochial concerns. Probably not, Fox conceded. I don't have all that much faith in Langley's ability to separate the wheat from the chaff. He shrugged, but who knows? There could always be a first time. 5. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. The next day. The conference room on the top floor was crowded. A dozen people, all of them high-ranking executives in the Central Intelligence Agency, sat around a large rectangular table. Their coffee cups, tablet computers, and notepads littered the table's surface. More men and women, senior staffers for those around the table, occupied the chairs lining three sides of the dark-paneled room. The fourth wall held a large digital screen currently showing the CIA's seal, an eagle above the shield embossed with a compass rose. A heavy-set, florid-faced man sat alone at the head of the table. Charles Horn was the recently appointed DCI, the Director of Central Intelligence. His thick lips pursed as he jotted down a quick note to himself. Finally, with a satisfied nod, he looked back up. Very good. That last report from Science and Technology takes care of all of our priority agenda items. He ran his heavy-lidded gaze around the table. Now, does anyone have anything else we should discuss this morning? Miranda Reynolds, head of the CIA's highly secret Directorate of Operations, hid a grimace. In the weeks since he'd taken over the reins at Langley, Horn had definitely put his own personal stamp on the way things ran. Unlike many of his predecessors, he'd spent most of his government service in the State Department, where talk was more valued than action. And it showed. Focused one-on-one meetings between the director and his senior subordinates were now rare, replaced instead by seeming endless daily conferences like this one. Not only did these talkathons waste time, something that was always in short supply for those at the top of the CIA's food chain like her, they were also an added security risk. Bringing so many people into the loop on matters they had absolutely no need to know anything about was just asking for trouble. Unauthorized leaks to the press and to Congress were already a serious problem for the agency. In Reynolds's cynical view, all these gabfests really accomplished was to expand the list of suspects for any internal security investigation. She fought the temptation to check her watch. With luck, her colleagues would keep their mouths shut so they could go ahead and adjourn. Important messages from CIA stations around the world were piling up in her email inbox. It wasn't as though America's adversaries took a time out while Horn made his senior people and their top aides suffer through these interminable, unproductive meetings. Reynolds snarled inwardly when she saw Philip Demopoulos lean forward to catch the DCI's attention. Demopoulos, a wiry man with wavy gray hair and a stylish goatee, was her counterpart in charge of the Directorate of Analysis. In general, his analysts were supposed to evaluate the raw data gathered by her officers and agents, together with snippets of intelligence accumulated from other sources, and produce coherent, accurate intelligence reports on trouble spots around the world. Sometimes it worked the other way round, when his analysts needed her people to confirm wild rumors or stories they'd picked up elsewhere. All too often, those were nothing but dead ends, a waste of precious man-hours and scarce resources. It looks as though the Iranians are working on a very unusual project in one of their shipyards near Bandar Abbas, Demopoulos said. At least that's what we're hearing through previously reliable sources. Reynolds frowned. That wasn't anything her people had dug up, which meant this was another case where the analysis directorate was freelancing. Wonderful. She listened intently while he rattled off an impressive-sounding recitation of Tehran's plans to heavily modify one of their Aframax-sized oil tankers for some unknown purpose. To cap off his short presentation, Demopoulos pulled up a satellite photo of the shipyard in question. This image was taken earlier today, he explained, during a pass by one of our KH-11 recon birds. He highlighted the enormous ship occupying the yard's large dry dock. An odd, tent-like structure obscured all but the forward sections of its bow. As you can see, this image confirms part of what we were told by our sources. The Iranians are definitely taking extraordinary precautions to keep us from seeing the kind of work they're doing on this tanker. The DCI stared at the satellite image in silence for several moments. Then he turned back to Demopoulos. "Does this story of yours come from the Israelis, Phil?" he asked. His tone was skeptical. "No, sir," the analysis chief said. "At least, not directly. This information was relayed to us through a small private security firm with corporate contacts in the Middle East." "Relayed from who, exactly?" Horn asked sharply. "We're not quite sure," Demopoulos admitted, "but our best guess is that what we're hearing probably originated with one or more of the various Iranian dissident groups. There's also a possible connection to that Iranian official found murdered in Austria a couple of days ago. He worked for their state shipping company." Horn's lips thinned in irritation. "The man the Iranians claim was assassinated by the Mossad, you mean?" "Jerusalem has unequivocally denied any involvement in his death," Demopoulos said carefully. Horn snorted. A scowl settled on his jowly face. He looked down the table at Reynolds. "Can you confirm any of this material, Miranda?" She saw the way the wind was blowing. Horn might be a career diplomat by training, but he was a political animal by inclination. He'd climbed the ladder steadily over the years by attaching himself to rising stars on the political side of the State Department, appointees who moved up in successive administrations to more and more powerful positions. Whenever these men or women looked around for a trustworthy subordinate, they always found Charles Horn waiting, eager and willing to do their bidding and happy to toe the chosen party line. At this moment, the president and his advisors were orchestrating a major diplomatic push to lure Iran back into the community of nations. They faulted previous administrations for treating the Islamic Republic as a pariah state. Tehran's isolated rulers, they argued, would respond more positively to carrots, trade deals, relaxed sanctions, and renewed arms limitation negotiations, than to insults and threats. So the last thing the new DCI wanted to do now was go to the White House with worrying new intelligence about Iran's possible plans and intentions. Miranda Reynolds thought very quickly. 2 recent blown covert operations in a row, one in Libya, the other in Alaska, had painted a target on her back. So far, she'd kept control of the operations directorate by pulling political strings herself, and by not so subtly reminding those above her that she was one of the few women in the CIA's top echelon. For the moment, no one wanted to endure the media frenzy that could result from firing one of Langley's pioneers for women's equality. But making an enemy of Horn now by siding with Phil Dimopoulos might easily tip the balance against her. No, she decided, she had nothing to gain here, especially since the reports passed to the analysis directorate seemed so vague and open to different interpretations. Certainly nothing about them suggested any level of threat to the United States or its interests that might make this situation a hill worth dying on. Confirm these fragmentary reports? No, sir, I can't, Reynolds said firmly, ignoring the surprised look on Dimopoulos' face. None of our own sources inside the Iranian government have reported anything about this mysterious oil tanker project. Not a peep. Left carefully unstated was the inconvenient and rather embarrassing fact that the CIA only had a few agents inside Iran, or that none of them were based anywhere near Bandar Abbas. Left equally unstated were her growing suspicions that a significant number of the Iranian nationals her officers had recruited as sources were actually double agents for Iran's own Ministry of Intelligence. I see. Horn looked satisfied. He turned back to Dimopoulos. I don't think this tanker business is worth pursuing further, Phil. He shrugged. More likely than not, it's just a wild rumor planted by Israeli or Arab hardliners, or by Iranian no-hopers feverishly imagining we can be tricked into supporting some lunatic effort to overthrow the government in Tehran. But the DCI rode roughshod over Dimopoulos' half-hearted attempt to object. Whatever sort of changes the Iranians are actually making to this ship, one thing's sure. It can't stay hidden forever. And if this converted tanker really does pose a genuine threat to our national security, I'm quite confident that we can stop it cold when the time comes. He shook his head. I won't condone jumping at shadows on my watch. And there's certainly no justification here to jeopardize one of the president's top foreign policy initiatives by going off half-cocked. He stared hard at Dimopoulos. Is that understood? Reluctantly, the analysis chief nodded. Yes, sir. Completely understood. Watching the uncomfortable byplay through narrowed eyes, Miranda Reynolds made a mental note to have one of her staff discreetly dig into who was really feeding Dimopoulos these juicy morsels of intelligence out of Iran. She didn't buy the obvious fairy tale he'd spun for Horn. Material like that coming over the transom via some unnamed, self-styled private security firm with connections in the Middle East? Not in a million years. No, she thought coldly. Someone else was pulling the strings here. Someone who was poaching on her turf. 6. Secure Intelligence Section, the Israeli Embassy, Vienna, Austria. A day later. Lieutenant Colonel Dov Tamir handed over his phone to the stern-faced guard posted at the entrance to the embassy's secure intelligence room. Personal electronic devices of any kind were strictly forbidden inside. By definition, any information shared in the small windowless room was classified at the very highest level. He joined the handful of others who'd already arrived. Besides the ambassador himself and his chief of staff, they included the section heads responsible for consular affairs and trade. Together with Tamir, they formed the executive core of Israel's diplomatic mission in Vienna. Tamir nodded politely to the ambassador and the others and took his seat. On paper, the square-jawed former paratrooper served as Israel's military attaché to Austria. But he wore another hat, one with far more significance at this urgent security briefing. Within the Israeli Defense Forces, the IDF, he was also a member of the Secret Liaison Unit, a group responsible for coordinating special operations with the Mossad and allied foreign intelligence outfits. Rivka Amar was the last one to arrive. Lean and wiry with short, curly dark hair, she was the Mossad officer attached to the embassy. She operated covertly under diplomatic cover, masquerading as a junior consular official. Once she was inside the room, she signaled the security guard to close and lock the door behind her. It latched shut with an audible click. The ambassador waited until she took her place and then asked, "Well, Rivka, what's the situation?" He looked understandably worried. Requests from the Mossad for emergency top-secret meetings never involved pleasant news. Over the past 48 hours, we've detected signs of an around-the-clock close surveillance operation being mounted against this embassy, Amar said crisply. She touched a control on the keyboard in front of her. A monitor lit up. Cameras we've covertly placed to cover every avenue of approach have confirmed our initial suspicions. Every person entering or leaving here is being monitored by unknown operatives using a variety of means, mostly by direct observation on foot or from vehicles, but also by at least one miniaturized aerial drone. As she spoke, different pictures appeared on the large screen. Some were of cars and vans parked on neighboring streets. Others showed individuals dressed either as workmen or ordinary pedestrians loitering in front of different nearby buildings. 3 were views of rooftops. Enhanced versions of these images showed what appeared to be the same tiny, rotor-driven drone perched inconspicuously near chimneys and dormers. A few of the photographs were grainy, obviously taken in poorly lit conditions at night, but most were exceptionally clear. Tamir frowned at the monitor. Lately, he'd strongly suspected they were being watched closely by someone, but he hadn't realized the full scope of the operation until now. He swung back toward the Mossad officer. "What's your assessment of this effort?" "It involves a significant commitment of resources," Amar told him. "We've identified at least 6 separate individuals among the watchers and counted close to 10 separate vehicles being used at different times. The use of remote-controlled drones is another significant indicator." "Of what?" the ambassador asked quietly. "That this is a highly professional operation, one organized either by a state actor or by a sophisticated terrorist group with significant capabilities," Amar answered somberly. Miriam Weiss, the chief of the embassy's consular section, frowned. "Could this be something organized by our friends over at Jorigasa?" she asked, referring to the location of the Iranian embassy in Vienna. "Maybe as a response to the recent murder of their government official? The one who was found dead at Kitzbühel?" Amar nodded. "That is a strong possibility. What little evidence we possess suggests this man Khavari was eliminated because he was trying to contact a foreign intelligence service, and it would be logical for Tehran to assume he was reaching out to us, their most determined enemy. And are they right? The ambassador prompted gently. Were we trying to recruit him? She shook her head. No, sir. Then she turned toward Tamir. Unless your people in military intelligence had their eyes on Khavari? Sadly not, he said. I checked with colleagues in Jerusalem. This was not our baby. The ambassador sighed. So, this net thrown around our doors could be blowback for some other country's espionage efforts? It's likely, Tamir agreed. Besides checking with the IDF's Military Intelligence Command, he'd also privately reached out to contacts in the CIA to see if the mess at Kitzbühel was one of their ops gone wrong. So far, though, he wasn't getting any answers from the Americans. The current administration in Washington wasn't especially friendly to Israel, and it was increasingly obvious that the CIA and other American intelligence agencies were playing it safe. Wonderful, Weiss said dryly. Here we sit in the crosshairs of those fanatics in Tehran, and this time it's not even our fault. Maybe, Tamir said slowly. And maybe not. Amar looked at him questioningly. Meaning what, Dov? He nodded at the monitor, which was still showing the pictures taken by the Mossad officers' concealed cameras. Those guys don't look at all Middle Eastern to me. More Northern European or Slavic, I think. Sure, they could be disguised, but there's a limit to what you can do with wigs or hair dye, cheek pads, and the rest. His fingers drummed lightly on the table as he studied the images closely. If anything, I'd bet on them being Russian, or at least in Russian pay. There could be Black Ops specials brought in off the books by the GRU or the SVR. Perhaps carrion birds of a kind are flocking together, the ambassador suggested wryly. Perhaps so, Tamir agreed. Moscow was known to be extremely interested in strengthening its already close ties to the radical regime in Tehran. Ironically, Russia's embassy in Vienna was located just around the block from that of Iran, an accident of diplomatic geography that made potential cooperation between the two countries here in Austria even easier to organize and harder to detect. It would not be the first time we've had enemies unite against us. The ambassador nodded unhappily. Well, then, as I see it, our immediate problem is to decide what we should do about these men who are spying on our every move. The situation is dangerous, sir, Rivka Amar pointed out, and the danger will only grow with every passing day. How so? The Mossad officer gestured toward the monitor. This hostile surveillance team is gathering an enormous amount of data about our operations here, not just our faces and those of the other embassy staff and employees, but also our vehicle registration plates and even our regular patterns of movement. She frowned. This could be the precursor to something even worse, like a terrorist attack either aimed directly at the embassy or at some of our people whenever they travel out into the city at large. The ambassador nodded gravely. Terrorism was an ever-present concern for any Israeli, whether an ordinary civilian or a member of the government or military. What is your recommendation, Rivka? We should act against these watchers, she replied fiercely. I can have a team snatch one of them off the street. A short, sharp interrogation ought to tell us who they are and who they're working for. The professional diplomats in the room, the ambassador, his chief of staff, and the two section chiefs, looked alarmed by her bold proposal. None of them were cowards, but the idea of initiating a physical confrontation on the streets of a neutral foreign capital was far outside their comfort zone. Tough action in the diplomatic world meant issuing a strongly worded protest note, not forcing a hostile agent into the back of a car and hauling him off for questioning. If anything went wrong, the embassy could easily find itself entangled in an embarrassing no-win confrontation with its host country, Austria. Dov Tamir tamped down a grin. Amar reminded him of himself as a young soldier, fearless, aggressive, and focused on achieving victory, whatever the cost. Unfortunately, he had enough experience now to see the likely outcome here. The odds were very much against the embassy's senior paper pushers approving Amar's plan. Caution was the virtue drummed into members of the Foreign Service, not daring. Warily, the ambassador turned to Tamir. Dov? Rivka's idea involves a significant amount of risk. Tamir conceded. He shrugged his shoulders. But it's equally true that doing nothing carries its own set of hazards. So, I think we should do what she suggests. Personally, I would rather be damned by the Austrians for acting on our own than get caught with our pants down later by a terror attack we could have preempted. There was silence in the room for a few moments. But then, slowly, almost regretfully, the ambassador shook his head. Aggressive action seems premature, he said at last. I'm not yet persuaded the situation warrants extreme measures. Miriam Weiss and the others looked relieved. Seeing Amar open her mouth to object, Tamir caught his Mossad colleague's eye and shook his own head slightly, almost imperceptibly. There were times when it was necessary to fight against overwhelming odds. This was not one of them. The ambassador and his senior counselors had plainly made up their minds, and it would do no good now to alienate them. She sat back in her chair, looking frustrated. We could file a confidential complaint with the Austrian authorities, Weiss suggested. Surely the local police are better equipped to handle this matter. That would be a mistake, Tamir warned. Why? The consular chief asked, puzzled. Because whatever we tell them is bound to leak, he explained patiently, especially if the Russians are involved. We're not the only ones with contacts inside the government here. And if these people learn that we're onto their game, they'll just pull back a bit and set up a new surveillance perimeter outside our easy reach. At least now, we can watch them while they watch us. The ambassador nodded in agreement. Tov makes a good point, Miriam. For the time being, it's best if we simply watch and wait. He looked at Amar. Please, keep your eyes open, Rivka, and let me know at once if there are any further developments. Unhurriedly, he rose and left the secure room, followed by Weiss and the others. Rivka Amar waited until they were gone, and then shook her head in disbelief. So that's it, she said indignantly. We just sit here on our asses under virtual siege and do nothing. Welcome to the wonderful world of high-level international relations, Tamir said with a thin, dry smile. She glared at him. If you're trying to comfort me here, Dove, it's not working. No comfort intended, he told her. Just a reality check. He shrugged. But that doesn't mean I plan to do nothing. Oh? I've got one card left to play, Tamir said. An old friend and former colleague in Jerusalem named Gideon Aish. He's a research fellow at an international think tank now. They monitor terrorist groups and terrorist-supporting governments like Iran. In the past, I've found sharing insights and information with him to be extremely useful. A think tank, Amar said pointedly. What is it you hope this Aish will do for us? Craft an impeccably researched position paper that will somehow persuade the ambassador to stop screwing around? Not quite, Tamir said cryptically. Gideon has a very wide range of rather unusual friends and contacts. And some of them, I suspect, do a lot more than just write research papers. Global Institute for the Study of Terrorism, Jerusalem, Israel. Later that evening. Gideon Aish finished reading Dovtamir's email and sat back with a frown. His high forehead wrinkled in thought. His longtime friend had used a simple personal code they'd arranged between themselves years ago. To an outsider, it would have seemed like nothing more than a breezy summary of Tamir's recent life in Vienna, where the usual grind of boring government business was broken only by rare interludes of pleasure at coffee houses and concert halls. The real message it conveyed was significantly more worrying. He swiveled around in his chair to look out the windows of his office. From here, high up the slopes of Mount Scopus, he had a view of the old city and the Mount of Olives. The golden-topped dome of the rock gleamed, lit by the last rays of the sun setting beyond the western hills. Aish steepled his fingers for a few moments, considering his options. Then he checked his watch. At this time of day, it wouldn't take him more than an hour to get to Ben Gurion Airport. One of the benefits of living in a small country, he thought, though that was a cold comfort when missiles started flying. He swung back to his desk and picked up the phone. His personal assistant answered it on the first ring. "Yes, Professor Aish?" "I want you to book me on the next available flight to the United States," he said. "To Washington, D.C. or New York?" she asked, not fazed by this sudden request. Aish's work for the Institute often involved a great deal of overseas travel. "Whichever will get me there the soonest," he told her, "but then I'll need a connecting flight. To Orlando." Now he heard the surprise in her voice. "Orlando, Professor? In Florida?" Aish smiled ruefully. "Relax, Sarah," he reassured her. "I may be older than I would like, but I'm not slipping into my second childhood. This is a work trip, not a vacation excursion to Disney World." 7. Outside Moscow. The next morning. Built to Pavel Voronyan's exacting specifications, his country home was a far cry from the usual ramshackle, rustic Russian dacha. Set on a hill 90 kilometers southeast of Moscow, it was surrounded by an extensive pine forest that belonged exclusively to him. The sprawling two-story steel and glass villa had wall-length windows offering unimpeded views of snow-shrouded woods and the frozen Moskva River, a wide silver-gray ribbon of ice. At the touch of a button, these windows could be darkened for privacy or energy efficiency, thanks to enormously expensive experimental electrochromic technology. Modernist furniture from the most fashionable designers filled every room, along with original paintings by Kandinsky, Rothko, and other renowned abstract artists. A spacious, glass-roofed atrium held a heated swimming pool and sauna. To avoid spoiling the image of carefree luxury, the compound's extensive security measures were kept discreetly out of sight of the main house. But anyone approaching uninvited would run head-on into defenses that included infrared cameras, motion sensors, razor-wire-topped perimeter fences, armed Raven Syndicate sentries, and roving guard dog patrols. In a very real sense, Voronyan's opulent weekend retreat was also a heavily guarded fortress. Clad in an impeccably cut tweed jacket, Voronyan himself waited at the dacha's front portico to greet the visitors he'd invited for this morning's secret meeting. Behind him, a pair of solid bronze doors opened into the dacha's central hall. Although it was well below freezing outside, powerful space heaters discreetly built into the portico's spiraling steel columns kept him perfectly comfortable. Precisely on schedule, the large black Aurus Senat L700 limousine he'd dispatched to bring his guests from Moscow appeared over the crest of the hill. All-weather tires crunched softly across compacted snow as it rolled smoothly up the long open drive and pulled in under the shelter of the portico. Powered by a Porsche-developed twin-turbocharged 4.4-liter V8 engine, the Senat L700 model was the Russian-made equivalent of a Rolls-Royce Ghost or a top-of-the-line Cadillac. These luxury cars were ordinarily reserved for very high-ranking political leaders. Owning one as a private citizen was a mark of extraordinary power and prestige. At Voronyan's nod, two of his bodyguards stepped forward and opened the limousine's doors. Somewhat hesitantly, four middle-aged men climbed out of the luxuriously appointed passenger compartment. For a moment, they clumped together at the foot of the steps leading up into the villa, plainly unsure of what they should do next. "Gentlemen, my name is Voronyan, and I'm your host. Welcome to Raven's Nest," he greeted them politely. "I'd like to thank you for so promptly responding to my invitation." Left hanging in the air was the fact that his invitation had been accompanied by direct orders from Russia's president, Pyotr Zhdanov. With a genial smile, he waved them on ahead of him through the main doors. Immediately, a small army of servants bustled up to relieve them of their gloves, overcoats, and fur hats. More staff led them deeper into the dacha's interior and into a large, high-ceilinged living room. There, the four men stopped dead, plainly staggered by their first look at the pieces of expensive furniture and priceless art carefully arrayed around the room. Voronyan watched with carefully hidden amusement. He noted the quick glances each darted at these extravagant surroundings, glances that mingled curiosity with poorly concealed awe. He also observed that they all seemed distinctly uneasy in civilian business suits and ties instead of their more familiar and comfortable military uniforms. He nodded to himself in satisfaction. These men were quite obviously out of their depth, which was exactly what he had intended. Centuries of tradition inclined officers in Russia's armed forces to see themselves as a superior caste, as sacred guardians of the state set high above the grubby, inconsequential world of commerce and private enterprise. It was a fable, of course, he knew, but one that held a powerful grip on every Russian military man's mind. Breaking this myth was essential to his plans. Voronyan motioned to a set of leather high-backed chairs arranged in a conversational semicircle around a mirrored glass coffee table. "Please, sit down, gentlemen." Warily they obeyed, though clearly uncertain of the proper etiquette involved here. Everything about this unusual situation indicated that their host, civilian or not, stood far above them in wealth and position and power. In the circumstances, his extravagant politeness seemed somehow ominous. Voronyan himself casually strolled around the room while another group of his servants served drinks, vodka, whiskey, or brandy, to each guest's preference. There was a moment of worried silence as each man suddenly realized he'd been offered only his personal favorite brand. The implication was clear and chilling. Their formidable host undoubtedly knew a great deal about them, far more than he should. Once the four men had their drinks, the servants withdrew. As the doors closed behind them, grim-faced bodyguards took up their posts at every entrance. Slight bulges marked the weapons concealed under their suitcoats. Voronyan moved out to the middle of the room. For a long moment he studied his guests without speaking. Under his silent, pale-eyed gaze, they fidgeted slightly in their chairs, adjusting ties or shirt cuffs or quietly clearing their throats. All telltale signs of anxiety. At last he broke the increasingly uncomfortable silence. "I know that you must be wondering why you're here." After glancing at his colleagues, the oldest man among them, a colonel in the Ministry of Defense's 12th Main Directorate named Krylov, nodded carefully. "Yes, sir." Voronyan smiled broadly. "It's quite simple, Mikhail Sergeyevich. You've all been temporarily assigned to my firm, the Raven Syndicate, for a very special project. a project of enormous importance to the motherland and to President Zhdanov personally. His guests exchanged puzzled glances. There were occasions when officers in the ground forces or even Air Force pilots might find themselves posted to private industrial firms to provide professional advice on the development of new armored fighting vehicles or combat aircraft, for example. But that was never the case for soldiers from their particular, highly specialized and tightly controlled branches of the armed forces. Like Krylov, two of them served in the 12th Main Directorate, which was directly responsible for the security of Russia's nuclear weapons stockpiles. The fourth man was a weapons specialist in the Strategic Rocket Forces, which controlled its ICBMs. Krylov put his drink down untasted. I don't quite understand what it is you expect us to be able to do for this Raven syndicate of yours, Mr. Voronian. For one thing, our respective security clearances strictly forbid the disclosure of any information. Your clearances forbid the unauthorized disclosure of information, Voronian interrupted. He shrugged. But, as it happens, I've been granted the necessary authority by the President himself. You now work for me, and for me alone. He smiled again, this time at the shock on their faces. Relax, gentlemen. I'm aware that this situation is unprecedented, but I think you'll find the terms entirely acceptable. How so? Krylov asked bluntly. From this moment forward, your pay will be 10 times that of your regular military salaries, Voronian said, and you will earn substantial bonuses upon the successful completion of this special project. Bonuses on the order of 200 million rubles each. One of the younger officers whistled involuntarily. 200 million rubles was the equivalent of roughly 250,000 American dollars. Like everyone responsible for Russia's nuclear weapons and strategic missiles, they were better paid than those serving in conventional branches of the armed forces, but a promised bonus of that size still represented nearly 10 years' pay. Krylov frowned. Your offer is generous indeed, but what exactly do you want in return? You'll be thoroughly briefed, Voronian assured him. He snapped his fingers once. An aide hurried over from the far end of the living room with a briefcase. Opening it, the young man handed out copies of a single-page document and pens. But first, I must ask each of you to sign these agreements. His voice hardened slightly. You'll find them perfectly clear and quite easy to understand, without any of the usual legal gibberish. The 4 officers turned pale when they saw what he meant. In the plainest possible terms, they were being sworn to absolute secrecy for life. Any breach of security involving the operation codenamed Midnight, however small, however unintentional, would result in death. Voronian nodded coolly to them. Let me assure you that I mean what I say. If you betray me or my secrets, there will be no appeal to any higher authority. There will be absolutely no recourse or reprieve. And should it prove necessary, I will personally act as your only judge, jury, and executioner. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. A day later. Nick Flynn took the steps of the mansion's wide, curving staircase 2 at a time. Besides several suites set aside for Quartet Directorate agents who needed rest and recuperation between field assignments, the upper floor held several other rooms used on relatively rare occasions, including a private study that had once belonged to the prominent New York banker who'd first had Avalon House built. As the decades passed, the room's leather chairs had grown rather worn and shabby, though they were still comfortable. Four allocated its funds to operations, not fashionable decor. Two other men were waiting for him in the study. One was Fox. The other was a short, older man with a high forehead and wispy tufts of bright white hair. They rose to greet him. "Nick, this is Professor Gideon Aish," Fox said quietly. "He's just flown in from Jerusalem." "Oh?" Flynn asked, shaking hands with the newcomer. He hid a moment's surprise. For an academic type, Aish had one hell of a grip. Somehow the other man read his mind. "I may not be in the first flush of youth, Mr. Flynn," he said good-naturedly, "but perhaps that doesn't mean as much as it seems, eh?" "I'll let you know when I get the circulation back in my fingers, Professor," Flynn told him with a quick grin of his own. They all sat down. "Gideon is For's head of station in Israel," Fox explained. "But before joining us, he had a very active career in the IDF, serving with some of its most lethal and effective special operations units." Flynn nodded his understanding. The Quartet Directorate drew its personnel from a variety of sources. Some were disenchanted veterans of various official intelligence agencies. Others, like him, and apparently this guy Aish too, were ex-military, usually with a set of very specialized skills. A small number were recruited directly from civilian life by For's talent scouts. He looked from one man to the other. "So, does this little get-together have anything to do with my plan to put people on the ground inside Iran?" he asked. "Not directly," Fox answered. He took off his glasses, polished them briefly, and then put them back on. "I'm afraid your proposal is still under debate, Nick. You've got Gideon's vote, but there are a couple of others who aren't yet convinced such a risky operation is worth it, especially since we can't guarantee a payoff in actionable intelligence." Flynn frowned. One of the things that had drawn him to For in the first place was Fox's guarantee that he would be allowed room for independent action, without being continually held back or second-guessed by superiors. Coming as it did after he'd been railroaded by both the CIA and the Air Force brass for making them look bad, that had been a mighty attractive prospect. He'd hate to find out it was all bullshit, like so many of the bogus promises made by armed forces recruiters through the ages in order to get their prospects to sign on the dotted line. If there's such a thing as a sure bet in the intelligence business, I've never seen it, he pointed out stiffly. "True," Aish agreed, "which is why I'm confident you'll be given the green light before too long." He shrugged. "Remember, there are few enough of us in For as it is. Sometimes that makes it difficult for those of us held out of the field by age or injury to easily sign off on sending younger men and women into such grave danger. But the warriors will get there in the end. Just give them a little more time to wrestle their consciences into submission. Eventually, necessity will triumph over caution." Flynn sighed. "And in the meantime, I just sit here and twiddle my thumbs?" "Not quite," Fox assured him. "Thanks to new intelligence supplied by Gideon here, we might have a good chance to learn more about the Russians who seem to be working so closely with Tehran on this mysterious tanker project." "Really?" "Really, Mr. Flynn," Aish said. Calmly, he outlined what he'd been told about the sophisticated surveillance operation now being run against Israel's embassy in Vienna. Flynn looked back at Fox. "And you think these mysterious watchers are some of the same guys I ran into? The ones who killed Arif Khavari and almost blew your head off?" Fox nodded. "Yes, I do. The timing's too coincidental for me to think anything else. These people must believe Khavari was working for the Israelis. Why else would anyone mount such an elaborate surveillance effort against their embassy within 24 hours of his death?" Flynn nodded. "Yeah, I see how that fits." His eyes narrowed. "So what's your plan?" Well, as a first step, we would need you to return to Austria, Aish said. Once you're on the ground there, the operation I have in mind becomes feasible. Flynn stared at him. And exactly what kind of operation are we talking about here? He demanded. A fishing expedition of sorts, the professor replied evenly. With me as the bait, Flynn realized. Yes, Aish admitted. Flynn shot him a lopsided grin. Oh, swell! He shook his head in disbelief. Just so you know, I did a lot of fishing with my grandfather when I was a kid, and I don't remember ever seeing a worm that was worth spit when we were done. Great. Near the Israeli embassy, Vienna. 2 days later. The district around Israel's embassy was a mix of mostly 19th and 20th century structures. Some were elegant homes in brick or stucco or stone, now usually broken up into separate flats and business offices. Others were plainer, slab-sided concrete apartment blocks, though even these were often lined by open-air balconies whose window boxes in the summer months would be awash in bright flowers. Most of these buildings backed onto yards full of trees and gardens, currently bare-limbed and dormant under gray winter skies. Several streets over from the embassy, a 4-story high Art Nouveau building was under extensive renovation. Scaffolding and debris netting obscured its ornate exterior. The original owners had run out of money halfway through the project, leaving the partially gutted structure to fester for several months as an eyesore in the neighborhood. Spray-painted graffiti, a mix of art and obscenity, covered a wood fence erected around its ground floor. Then, about a week ago, new owners had bought the building, apparently with the intention of finishing the long-delayed renovation effort. So far, however, the only sign of any new work was a dusty blue electrician's van parked along the curb, just outside the construction fence. Inside the back of the windowless van, Victor Skoblin rubbed at his bleary eyes. Then he took another long drag of his cigarette. Irritably, he stubbed it out on a workbench that ran the length of the compartment, adding another scorch mark to the dozens already scattered across its rough surface. Maintaining around-the-clock surveillance on the Israelis with his team's limited manpower meant 12-hour shifts for everyone. He scowled. At least the men he'd assigned as outside watchers were able to move around. In fact, it was vital. Periodic changes of clothing, position, and even vehicles were necessary to make it harder for those in the embassy to figure out they were being spied on. Unfortunately, the same relative freedom didn't apply to him. As the Raven Syndicate's senior operative in Vienna, it was his task to coordinate the whole operation. And only the radios and computer gear crammed into the back of the van made that possible. With a grunt, Skoblin squirmed around in his chair, making yet another futile effort to make himself more comfortable in the cheap folding seat. For a man of his large build and overall size, being forced to spend hours locked inside this cramped vehicle felt like some new form of torture. Abruptly, the voice of one of his watchers crackled through his headset. Roter Courier zum Versand. Red Courier to dispatch. Skoblin keyed his mic. Dispatch you. Go ahead, Red Courier. Although their transmissions were automatically encrypted and sent over little-used frequencies, they stuck to German. There was no point in risking anyone overhearing a barrage of Russian-language radio calls over the airwaves of Austria's capital city. I've got a new delivery just arriving, the watcher reported. It could be a hot item. Do you want the specifications? The big man tapped a key on his laptop, bringing up a street map on the screen. Icons showed the assigned positions of every Raven Syndicate agent currently on surveillance duty around the Israeli embassy. And right now, the former GRU captain tagged as Red Courier for this shift should have an excellent view along the street out in front of the embassy building. Copy that, Red Courier, he radioed. On the way, the other man replied tersely. A new window opened on Skoblin's laptop. Immediately, the zoomed-in cell phone video uploaded by his underling started playing. Though slightly jerky, it was still clear enough to make out details. He watched closely as a sky-blue sedan, a Skoda Octavia, drove up and parked directly across from the embassy's front door. That was a spot reserved for important and expected visitors. He tugged at his chin. By itself, the car make meant nothing. The Czech-manufactured Octavia was one of the best-selling automobiles in Austria, with thousands on Vienna's crowded streets at any one time. On the other hand, he thought, it was just the sort of unobtrusive vehicle he'd have chosen himself if he wanted to avoid drawing unwelcome attention. In contrast, the genuine diplomats assigned to the embassy seemed to favor more expensive, more conspicuous BMWs, Audis, and Mercedes. On the screen, a fit-looking man emerged from the car and walked across the street to the embassy. He flashed an ID to the guard on duty there and went straight in. Skoblin froze the 30-second video, ran it backward, and then watched it intently a second time. Somehow, this new visitor didn't strike him as being just an ordinary diplomat or a businessman. And he was definitely not a tourist. His movements were too careful, too precise, too controlled, as though he were completely aware of his surroundings at all times. In the Russians' experience, that was the mark of a soldier, especially one with experience operating deep in hostile territory. No, he thought darkly. Something about this man rang a very loud bell in his subconscious. An alarm bell. Quickly, Skoblin copied individual frames from the cell phone video into a separate folder, selecting only images that clearly showed the newcomer's face. Once that was done, he fed them into a special facial recognition program supplied by the Raven Syndicate's computer specialists. Several seconds passed while this program compared his chosen images pixel by pixel with the photographs he'd snapped just before shooting Arif Khavari. They matched. A cruel, satisfied smile settled on the ex-Spetsnaz officer's wide face. "Finally," he growled. His thick fingers pounded across the laptop's keyboard as he rapidly composed a short, coded alert message to Moscow. "Primary target spotted. Will engage and destroy at first available opportunity." Military Attaché's office, Israeli Embassy. That same time. Nick Flynn sat down across from Lieutenant Colonel Dov Tamir. Although he wore civilian clothes at the moment, the blunt-featured IDF officer's past service in Israel's elite parachute unit was readily apparent. The walls of his small but well-furnished office were covered with photographs showing Tamir and others in the maroon berets, red-brown boots, and winged snake shoulder flashes of the paratroopers brigade. The Israeli looked up from the passport and other documents Flynn had offered to confirm his identity. They named him as Jonathan Schmidt, an international business consultant. That was the same legend or cover he'd used during the aborted rendezvous with Khavari. "These are nice work, Mr. Schmidt," Tamir said dryly, sliding the papers back across his desk. "Very convincing. Your document specialists in Washington are quite skilled." "Thanks," Flynn acknowledged with a wry smile of his own. He slid the false passport and other materials back into his jacket. He knew that Gideon Aish had told his old friend that he was actually an operative for an unnamed, friendly outfit. Plainly, Tamir assumed that meant he was working either for the CIA or one of the Pentagon's own intelligence organizations, like the Defense Intelligence Agency. But he also knew the Israeli lieutenant colonel wouldn't push any harder on the subject, since Aisha's message introducing Flynn had emphasized the need for absolute discretion. "So then, I understand from our mutual friend that you have a story to tell me," Tamir said quietly. Flynn nodded. Yep, that I do. He lowered his own voice slightly. Now, while we haven't been able to pin down more details yet, we still learned something from Marie Chavari that we think your country needs to know. And pronto. Go on, Tamir said tightly. The fact that he didn't ask who Chavari was spoke volumes. Clearly, the Israelis had already connected the surveillance op against their embassy to the Iranian's death. Clearly and coherently, Flynn walked through exactly what he'd been told by Chavari, leaving out only the fact that he'd been the one with the Iranian when he'd been murdered. If this sparked action by Jerusalem to probe Tehran's mysterious tanker project too, so much the better. One of the strengths of the Quartet Directorate was that it didn't play institutional power games. For it didn't care who got credit for stopping threats against the West and its allies, only that they were stopped, and stopped cold. When he finished, Tamir sat silent for a few moments with his head bowed in thought, obviously mulling over what he'd just learned. Then he shook his head and looked up at Flynn. "Worrying indeed," he commented. "And very strange also." "Then we're on the same page," Flynn agreed. "Naturally, I'm grateful that you've shared this information," Tamir said carefully, "but at the same time, I can't help being puzzled by this sudden burst of candor now." His mouth twisted slightly. "Especially since my earlier attempts to reach out unofficially to my best contacts in Washington were met with such absolute and profound silence. To be honest, I'd started wondering if I should put on a leper's rags and have a bell rung before me in warning when dealing with your country." Flynn bit down on a piece of choice profanity. Knowing that the CIA's paper-pushing ass-kissers had decided to do diddly squat with the intelligence Fox had surreptitiously passed to them was bad enough. Learning now that Langley's bureaucrats had also apparently decided to conceal this information from America's most important ally in the Middle East was even more infuriating. Tamir studied his face. "You seem surprised, Mr. Schmidt." With an effort, Flynn managed to shrug and smile slightly. "A little. But I guess this is just one of those occasional screw-ups where the right hand doesn't know shit about what the left hand is actually doing." From the Israeli officer's pained nod, he knew he'd scored a point. If anything, the other man probably saw this as further confirmation that Flynn worked for some part of America's labyrinthine intelligence community, which was infamous around the world for its occasional inefficiency and costly duplication of effort. "Still, you have my thanks for this," Tamir assured him when he got up to go. "And if there is anything I can do for you in return, just ask." "As a matter of fact, there is," Flynn said calmly. "Oh?" Flynn looked squarely at him. "Well, I'd sure appreciate it if you could walk me out of the building and to my car to say goodbye." Tamir stared at him, unable to hide his surprise. "I'm quite certain that Gideon told you that we were being kept under extremely close watch here," he said slowly. "Yeah, he did," Flynn assured him matter-of-factly. "Then you must know that being seen with me will be a clear signal that you're anything but a routine visitor to this embassy," the other man pointed out. "You might as well put up a billboard advertising your connection to secret intelligence." Flynn nodded. "Yep, that's kind of the whole point." He let a little of his native Texas drawl emerge. "Because while it's been nice meeting you, Colonel, this ain't just a social call. From here on out, I've got my own set of orders to obey." Dov Tamir shook his head with unconcealed astonishment. From the look on his face, he was obviously convinced that his American guest, and those who'd given him his orders, might very well be completely crazy. Privately, Flynn wasn't so sure he was wrong. 9. Raven Syndicate surveillance van, near the Israeli embassy. That same time. Skublin watched the man he'd failed to kill at Kitzbühel come out of the embassy. The stranger had company with him this time. The Israeli military attaché. His eyes narrowed. Tamir was known to be a high-ranking IDF spy as well as a soldier. Monitoring his activities had been one of the surveillance team's highest priorities. He thought fast. Voronyan's current orders left no room for discretion. He and his men were expected to immediately eliminate the enemy agent who'd met with Chavari. Until now, accomplishing this task had seemed relatively straightforward, if not entirely risk-free. Skublin had planned to carry out the hit using a box group, one motorcycle rider and a pair of syndicate operatives in a separate car. The technique was time-tested and uncomplicated. Wait until the intended target's vehicle was stuck behind traffic at a red light, and then pin him in from behind with a syndicate-driven car. Once that was done, their motorcyclist would simply pull up beside the stopped car and open fire with a concealed Steyr 9mm machine pistol at point-blank range. A messy and very public method of assassination, to be sure, but one that was also very certain. And in all the ensuing confusion and chaos, the gunman should easily be able to evade any immediate pursuit, ditch his motorcycle, and get clear. All of the vehicles Skublin and his men were using had been thoroughly sanitized, stripped of any serial numbers that would identify their real owners. None could be traced back to the Raven Syndicate. But now they had clear confirmation that Chavari's contact was an IDF military intelligence agent run by Dov Tamir. So, Skublin wondered, wouldn't it be wiser to first try to find out how deeply the Israelis had already penetrated Midnight's security? And perhaps even learn more about Jerusalem's next planned moves. True, making a snatch off Vienna's streets would be more complicated than a quick hit, but it could be done. Anyway, he thought coldly, he could always put a bullet in the back of the Israeli spy's head once they'd squeezed him dry. Considering the inconvenience the bastard had already caused them, that would be a pleasure. "The package is on the move," one of his watchers radioed, "heading west on Anton Frank Gasse." Skublin grimaced. He needed time to persuade the Syndicate's Moscow headquarters to approve an attempt to kidnap this man, rather than simply gunning him down. For now, he decided to set his chosen hit team in motion, but to hold off on giving them the kill order until he heard back from Voronyan. Quickly, he studied the detailed city map open on his laptop. Fortunately, the streets around Israel's embassy were all one way, which made it much easier to discreetly vector his men onto the enemy agent's tail. He keyed his mic. "Dispatch to Uber 15. Pick up your next customer near Sternwalterstrasse." "Understood, dispatch." Yuri Linik, the driver of the boxcar he designated, replied immediately. Like Skublin, Linik and his partner Zaitsev were ex-Spetsnaz officers who'd been recruited into the Raven Syndicate. They were using a silver BMW with a phony Uber windshield sticker. With Zaitsev posing as a passenger, this was an excellent cover. Uber cars were a common sight in Vienna. "Flower delivery, this is dispatch," Skublin continued, calling the Syndicate motorcycle rider waiting along a nearby side street. "Tag Uber 1. Your customer wants uncut roses." "Copy that," the rider said curtly, acknowledging the coded directive to join Linyuk and Zaitsev in following the enemy agent, but to wait for further orders before carrying out the planned attack. Dmitry Fadyev was a veteran of the GRU's Special Assassination Force, Unit 29155, with several high-profile kills to his credit. "I have Uber 15 and the customer in sight joining the parade now." Skublin checked the digital map on his laptop. The icons representing his box group's car and motorcycle were in motion, falling in behind the target's sky-blue Skoda sedan as it turned right onto another narrow street 2 blocks north of Israel's embassy. That suggested Tamir's man might be headed east, toward Vienna's Innere the old city. Thinking hard, he lit another cigarette. Linyuk, Zaitsev, and Fadyev shouldn't have much trouble keeping the enemy agent in sight on those more congested streets. But why take chances? He decided to add one more element to the force he'd assembled. Swiftly, he issued new instructions to an operative posted on a rooftop about a kilometer away. In moments, another icon began moving on his map. This one marked the position of the surveillance team's miniature aerial drone. Skublin nodded to himself in satisfaction. Boxed in from above and behind. The men they were after was as good as dead or captured. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Voronian to make up his mind about which of those two fates it was to be. In the Währing district, Vienna. That same time. Nick Flynn glanced up at his rearview mirror. Both the BMW and the motorcycle he'd spotted earlier were still behind him, lagging back a little to keep a couple of other cars or trucks between them. The guys tailing him were good. If he hadn't known beforehand what to expect, he might have missed them completely. Carefully, he turned left onto another one-way street heading east. In this part of Vienna, most roads ran in only one direction, a direction that usually reversed at the beginning of each new block. It was effectively impossible to drive in a straight line for very long. Getting anywhere meant zigzagging through the district, turning right and then left and then right and left again, just to make any progress at all. Flynn smiled ruefully. The street layout might have been tailor-made to make it difficult for anyone to speed, or to shake off an unwanted tail. Maybe that was just as well, he thought. It definitely made it easier for him to play the role he'd been assigned in today's little drama, wriggling like a fat, dumb worm. At least for a little while longer. Elevated train tracks crossed the road ahead. Carried on arches of stone and brick, they ran north and south right through the heart of Austria's capital city. And beyond the tracks, he could see the twin stone towers of a neo-Gothic-style church soaring nearly 300 feet above the ground. Unhurriedly, Flynn made another turn, this time onto a broad avenue. 6 lanes divided by a tree-lined median carried traffic in both directions. This was a belt road, which marked the border between the Währing district and the rest of the city. He tapped the Skoda's turn signal and moved over to the leftmost lane. Behind him, the BMW and motorcycle did the same. A light ahead turned red. Flynn slowed to a stop behind a large white Volkswagen cargo van. He kept his eyes fixed on the Skoda's rearview mirror. If these guys were going to jump him, this was exactly the kind of setup they'd be looking for. If either the BMW or that motorcycle made a move to come up alongside him, he figured he'd only have a couple of seconds at most to decide how to react. With his left hand, he gripped the steering wheel a little tighter. His right hand slid inside his unzipped jacket and touched the butt of the compact Glock 19 he was carrying in a shoulder holster. The light turned green. Flynn breathed out again. He turned left to cross under the elevated railway line and drive southeast on Währingstrasse. A single lane of traffic ran in each direction, separated by 2 sets of rails set in the pavement down the center of the street. Hundreds of electrified trams were a major component of Vienna's public transportation system, and one of the city's nearly 30 tram lines ran along this road. He saw the BMW appear again a couple of car lengths behind him, followed a second or two later by the motorcycle. So far, so good. But the timing from here on out was going to be tight. Really tight. Flynn passed a large white building that housed the Vienna Volksoper, the People's Opera, with high arched windows above a street-side portico. Several hundred yards behind him now, he caught sight of a red and white tram as it turned onto Währingstrasse. Right on schedule, he thought with satisfaction. He passed a small park on the right with its trees standing bare and forlorn under the gray cloud-covered sky. Off to the left, another big structure loomed, part of the University of Vienna. He deliberately slowed down just a little to let the trailing BMW and motorcycle close up a bit. For the moment, it was vital that they stay on his tail. Just past the university building, Flynn took a sharp left, curving around onto a one-way street that led almost straight back in the direction he'd just come. He tapped the gas pedal, speeding up again. A slight smile crossed his face when he caught sight of both of his persistent followers hurrying around the bend after him. Right now, he'd bet they were starting to sweat. This narrow road ran straight to the American embassy, and whatever unpleasantness they had planned for him would be a complete non-starter if he pulled in and parked under the watchful gaze of the embassy's U.S. Marine Guards. But instead of continuing on toward the embassy, he made another left turn to drive back toward Währingerstrasse, on a side street that paralleled the northern side of the massive university building. It was exactly the sort of precautionary circling maneuver anyone checking to see if he were being tailed would make. Both the BMW and the motorcycle reacted by slowing down a little and dropping back a few yards. Flynn headed on down the little road. Dozens of cars, most belonging to faculty members, were parked in angled spots on the left. At this time of day, every place was taken. Here we go, he realized, feeling his pulse accelerate. He flashed his headlights once. In response to his signal, a dark green Audi four-door sedan backed out of its parking place near the end of the block and drove away. It turned the corner at the intersection and disappeared. Without hesitating, Flynn pulled straight into the now empty spot, killed the Skoda's engine, and hopped out. He didn't bother wasting time locking the car. Nothing inside would tie it to him or to the quartet directorate. Instead, he ran to the intersection. There, taking advantage of a momentary break in the traffic, he darted south across Währingerstrasse. Horns blared in sharp protest, but he ignored them. About 50 yards away, the tram he'd seen earlier was just arriving at its next scheduled stop. Brakes squealed shrilly as it slowed and then came to rest. Doors whooshed open. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and ran even faster. With a final burst of speed, Flynn jumped aboard the last car just as the doors closed. Frantically, he grabbed a railing next to the door to keep from colliding with the elderly woman who'd gotten on just ahead of him. She glared at him in outrage. "Entschuldigen Sie, gnädige Frau. Ich bin in Eile," he apologized. "Excuse me, ma'am, I'm in a hurry." "So viel Licht auf der Hand, junger Mann," she said tartly. "That much is rather obvious, young man." With a dismissive sniff, she turned away and moved down the aisle toward an empty seat. Great, Flynn thought wryly. This was one more chapter to add to his planned magnum opus, How Not to Win Friends and Influence People in Foreign Countries. He glanced back through the tram's rear window as it pulled away. The silver BMW that had been following him had braked to a halt at the intersection he'd just sprinted across, apparently unwilling to make an illegal left-hand turn in front of so many witnesses, especially with a police patrol car parked near the tram stop. As he watched, it turned right instead and accelerated away up the street. He smiled to himself. By the time that BMW managed to make a U-turn in this traffic, it would be stuck blocks behind the moving tram. The motorcycle rider tailing him was bolder. Risking a traffic ticket, he revved his engine and sped across the street to slot in behind the tram. He got lucky. Either the cops weren't looking in his direction, or they'd simply decided the biker's illegal turn wasn't worth making a fuss over. Flynn shrugged. One down, and another to go. Raven's surveillance van. That same time. Watching the situation unfold both on his digital map and in real-time video from the drone flying overhead, Skobling snarled a litany of obscenities. Linyuk and Zaitsev were out of the picture for now. A new message from Voronian popped up on the side of his laptop's screen. Capture request denied. Execute your original orders. Skublin stared at the decrypted message in disbelief. Moscow's timing was impeccably bad. A minute ago, it would have been relatively easy to carry out a simple assassination. Now, with 2 members of his kill team completely out of position and still headed in the wrong direction, it would be much harder. Furiously, he clicked his mic. Fadyev, do you have a shot at the target? He demanded. Maybe, the other man's voice said over the purring roar of his motorcycle engine, but it wouldn't be clean. I'd hit a lot of other people on the tram. Dermo. Shit, Skublin muttered. The ex-GRU assassin's assessment was undoubtedly correct. Firing a long burst of 9mm rounds into the back of the tram would be certain to kill or wound many of its passengers, turning what was supposed to be a carefully targeted hit into a major terrorist incident. And though Voronian wouldn't shed any tears over the deaths of innocents, he'd be furious if Skublin and his team triggered a high-profile international counter-terrorist investigation that could threaten the Raven Syndicate's operations. Hold off for now, he ordered. But stick with that tram. The line ends at Schotentor, so this bastard will have to get off there. He could be making for the U-Bahn, Fadyev warned. There's an entrance to the U2 line at the station. Mother of God, Skublin thought. The other man was right. He'd counted on their drone to keep the enemy agent in sight even if he managed to evade all his other tails. That wouldn't be possible if the man switched to Vienna's subway system. They would lose him completely. He felt cold. Voronian would never overlook a failure of that magnitude. He leaned forward. Listen closely, Dmitri. If he makes a break for the U-Bahn, you dump that goddamned motorcycle and stick with him. Got it. There was a brief pause. And then? Skublin gritted his teeth. He can't ride the fucking subway forever. So the moment he's back out in the open, you take your first clear shot and put him down. Is that understood? Understood? Fadyev acknowledged calmly. Skublin sat back, glowering at the drone's eye view of the red and white tram as it squealed and rattled toward the end of Ringerstrasse. This situation was quickly spinning out of his control. 10. Schotentor tram station, Vienna. That same time. Nick Flynn edged his way toward the front of the crowded tramcar as it swung onto tracks that ran around an elongated oval at the intersection of several major streets. Schotentor, the Scottish gate, was once a part of Vienna's massive medieval walls, but those fortifications had all been pulled down in the mid-19th century. They had been replaced by the Ringstrasse, the Ring Road, a wide and beautiful boulevard that encircled the core of the old city, with its ornate palaces, public buildings, museums, and churches. The tram shuddered to a stop. Flynn let several of the other passengers get off first before making his move. Instead, he stood aside until people waiting to board were starting to swarm around the door. Schotentor was the terminus for 10 separate lines, so trams were constantly arriving and departing. Satisfied that he had enough cover, he stepped out onto the platform and, as politely as possible, pushed right in among the milling crowds. There was no sense giving the motorcycle rider still on his tail an easy shot. A quick glance over his shoulder showed his pursuer halted indecisively along a narrow curb between the street and the tram tracks. Although a helmet with a tinted face shield hid the man's expression, Flynn could read frustration and anger in the rigid set of his shoulders. Sucks to be you, amigo, he thought coolly, before turning back and striding on faster toward the other side of the station. He dodged around a couple of lost-looking British tourists consulting a Vienna transit map and came out on the far edge of the platform. Moments later, a southbound tram glided in along tracks that paralleled the broad Ringstrasse. He nodded in satisfaction. There came his next ride, exactly as planned. As soon as the flood of debarking passengers ebbed, Flynn made his way on board and took a window seat. His last glimpse of the motorcyclist who'd been dogging his heels for so long was of the man slamming his fist down repeatedly on his handlebars in exasperation. Flynn smiled. Along this stretch of the Grand Boulevard, cars, trucks, and motorcycles were only allowed to travel northbound. There was no way his pursuer could follow him now. "One more down," he said quietly to himself. Raven's surveillance van. That same time. Skublin watched the new tram pull away down the Ringstrasse in disbelief. He had the sudden uneasy feeling that he'd just seen his death warrant being signed. "Keep after him," he radioed the drone operator. "That's no problem," the other man assured him. "My little bird has plenty of battery power left. I'll keep this guy in sight until you can vector the others back onto him." Skublin grimaced. So far, they'd been tricked at every turn by this man. He'd managed to shake off every ground-based tale with what appeared to be consummate ease. Sweating now, he followed the tram as it trundled onward around the Ringstrasse. There had to be something more he could do, he thought desperately. But what? "Dispatch, this is Raven Eye," he heard the drone operator report suddenly. "The target has left the tram. He's back on foot again." Skublin gritted his teeth. As he watched, the drone operator toggled his onboard camera, zooming in to give him a closer look. Yes, that was definitely the same self-assured prick he'd identified outside the Israeli embassy. And now here he was strolling confidently across the Ringstrasse between cars stalled in heavy traffic, as though he didn't have a worry in the world. "What the hell is this Etod Skulski Bluduk, the slippery bastard, up to now?" he growled softly. Tracked silently by the tiny drone flying unobtrusively a couple of 100 feet above him, the man headed directly toward a set of arched gateways set in one long wing of the Hofburg Palace. Beyond those arches, Skublin knew, was a vast inner courtyard and then, through more gates, the other side of the enormous palace complex. It was a common and scenic shortcut from the Ringstrasse into the very heart of the inner city. He swore luridly again. Vienna's medieval core was laced with narrow winding streets, many of them set aside solely for foot traffic. Dozens of shops and stores, coffee houses and restaurants were nestled among its historic churches and museums. It was the perfect place for someone being followed to disappear, especially someone only under aerial surveillance. A quick duck into a shop or cafe with a restroom, a few hasty changes of clothing, and hey, presto, out would come a brand new man. Human watchers would still have a shot at spotting someone they'd been tailing for a while, because it was difficult to disguise a distinctive gait or even the set of one's shoulders, but a camera, especially one mounted on a distant moving platform, might easily be fooled. Skublin reacted quickly to this horrifying realization. He snapped out a series of new instructions to the several observers still deployed around the Israeli embassy. They were to leave their current posts immediately and drive straight to the Innere Stadt. By dispersing in a rough perimeter around the old city, there was at least a small chance that one of his team might be fortunate enough to spot, follow, and then kill this enemy agent who'd already caused them so much trouble. He licked his lips nervously. He'd better damned well get lucky, because if this man escaped, Voronian would show him no mercy. Michaelerplatz, Vienna. A short time later. The spire-topped clock tower of St. Michael's Church climbed nearly 80 meters into the air. Its windows overlooked a wide cobblestoned plaza. The Hofburg Palace's famous Spanish riding school and its St. Michael's wing formed the expanse's western arc. Slightly less ornate but equally imposing buildings, separated by four narrow streets, enclosed the remainder of the Michaelerplatz. St. Michael's itself was one of the most ancient churches in the city. Portions of the structure went back to the 13th century. And though the clock tower was a somewhat later addition, its lower levels were still around 700 years old. 2/3 of the way up the tower, Tadeusz Kosak gently eased one of the narrow, high-arched windows partway open. For safety, it had long been painted and puttied closed, but a few minutes' work with a sharp knife had stripped those layers away. When the window was open far enough, he knelt down and picked up a scoped, magazine-fed rifle. It had a black polymer hand grip and handguard, and a gray metal barrel and receiver. Kosak checked his watch. It should be very soon, he thought, if even half of this complicated plan played out as expected. He tucked the rifle's buttstock firmly against his shoulder and sighted through the scope. Its crosshairs settled on the centermost arch of the palace gates across the square. As he watched, a lean, dark-haired man walked out through the gate and into the open. A pleased smile crossed his weather-beaten face. The American was right on time, which in turn should mean Kosak raised his aiming point, scanning the sky above the Michaelerplatz. There. A tiny drone hovered noiselessly in the air, held aloft by 4 rotors. He zeroed in, breathed out, and gently squeezed the trigger of his Sig Sauer PCP air rifle. Pop! Then rapidly he fired 2 more times. Pop, pop. Hit 3 times by .22 caliber hollow-point hunting pellets moving at 700 feet per second, the drone staggered in midair. Shards of shattered plastic flew away from each impact point. One after another, 3 of the 4 rotors stopped. Tumbling out of control, the dying drone spun around and around all the way down to the ground and smacked hard into the cobblestones. Kosak nodded to himself in satisfaction. Scratch 1 robotic spy. He lowered his air rifle and closed the window. Taking out a target at 60 meters was not an especially difficult task for a sniper who'd spent years in Poland's elite special forces before joining the Quartet Directorate. Still, he always enjoyed the chance to exercise his shooting skills, even using a weapon better suited to killing squirrels than to actual combat. Action of any kind was better than the dull routine of ordinary civilian life. It kept him sharp and focused. Flynn saw the smashed drone clatter to the ground. People around him turned in surprise and moved to inspect the wreckage. He grinned. No one seemed to have heard the air rifle's whisper-quiet shots, just as Tadeusz had promised. He turned and walked away toward a car parked on a side street at the north end of the plaza. He already had the keys in his pocket. Unhurriedly, he pulled out his phone and made a call. "I'm clear." "You are go for roundup," he said simply, and then disconnected. Raven's surveillance van. That same time. Skoblin stared blankly at the black square on his laptop. The live video feed from their drone had gone haywire only seconds ago, breaking apart into a chaotic, dizzying swirl of distorted images before it went completely dark. His hands clenched. "Raven Eye, what just happened?" he barked. The drone operator's voice was strained. "I don't know, Victor. Everything just suddenly dropped offline." "Oh, really? Well, nice work, Evgeny. I'm so glad I've got an expert like you around to confirm that for me," he ground out sarcastically. "Look, is there any chance you can get the signal back?" "Negative," the other man admitted after a moment. "I think the drone must have crashed." Skoblin felt cold. So now their sole remaining means of tracking their target had died, leaving them completely blind. He felt sure this was not just an unfortunate accident. It had to be hostile action. A sharp rap on the back of the van startled him. Reflexively, he grabbed for the Walter P99 9mm pistol lying on the workbench next to his laptop. Holding it ready, he reached out and cautiously peeled back the sacking he'd used to block the rear windows. He peered out. Through the dusty tinted glass, he saw a female police officer in a peaked cap standing next to the van. Thoroughly bundled up in a heavy uniform jacket against the cold, she looked hugely irritated. "Now what?" Scublin muttered. Quickly, he tucked the Walter back out of sight in a toolbox and closed the lid. Then he got up, unlocked the van's rear doors, and stepped awkwardly outside. After the thick fog of mingled sweat and cigarette smoke he'd been breathing for hours, the crisp, icy air was like a tonic. "Is this your vehicle?" the police officer demanded, looking him dubiously up and down. Her nose wrinkled slightly at the smell. Scublin nodded. She folded her arms. "Look, we've been getting a lot of complaints about this van of yours being parked out here day and night. The residents say it's an eyesore, and they don't see why you can't at least move it somewhere out of sight once you've finished work for the day." With an effort, he hid a scowl. This was all he needed after this shitstorm of an afternoon. Complaints from the local busybodies. Donning a look of regret, he shrugged his shoulders. "I'm sorry about that, officer, but this is a big job, you see, and our client wants it finished fast. So we've got crews working around the clock." She glanced up at the conspicuously deserted building beside them, and then turned back at him with an eloquently raised eyebrow. "Around the clock?" Scublin forced a twisted smile. "They're on break just now, union rules, you know." "I see," the policewoman said dryly. Her voice hardened. "Do you have a permit for this restoration work?" "Of course," he assured her. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "It's in the glove box." "Show me," she ordered. Officious bitch, Scublin thought furiously. She was toying with him. But, with an obsequious nod, he turned away to retrieve the genuine permit the Raven Syndicate had paid through the nose to acquire. Abruptly, the world around him flared bright white as though a bomb had just gone off. Involuntarily, he stumbled forward and collided with one of the van's open rear doors. Slack-jawed, unable to speak, the Raven Syndicate agent slowly slumped over and collapsed face down on the ground, completely incapable of controlling his twitching arms and legs. Laura Van Horn calmly holstered the taser she'd just used to stun the phony electrician. Then she turned around and whistled sharply. Another van, this one white with sliding side doors, came barreling around the corner. It braked sharply and stopped at an angle right behind them, preventing anyone on the street from getting a good look at what was going on. The moment it stopped moving, two of her men jumped out. Quickly and with practiced efficiency, they bound the tased man's hands and ankles using plastic flexicuffs. Then they blindfolded and gagged him for good measure. Once he was secured, the two men unceremoniously bundled him into their own vehicle, sliding him between two rows of seats. A tarp hid his body from view. While they were doing that, Van Horn busied herself inside the blue electrician's van. Working swiftly, she collected their semi-conscious prisoner's laptop, toolbox, and every piece of radio gear in sight. She didn't bother going through the glove box. Whoever these people eventually proved to be, she could already tell they were definitely professionals. They'd never be stupid enough to leave a paper trail for her to find. Once she was finished, she scrambled into the front passenger seat of their own van and nodded sharply to her driver. He put the vehicle in gear, pulled back out onto the road, and drove away. Gleefully, she grinned over her shoulder at the rest of her team. From start to finish, their work had taken less than a minute, and not one of them had needed to utter a single word. In the Otterkring district, Vienna. A short time later. Nick Flynn closed the door to a maintenance room on the deserted lower level of a public parking garage outside the city center. "Our friend inside is still tied up tight," he said quietly. "He won't be going anywhere until we're long gone." Laura Van Horn and the rest of the action team nodded in satisfaction. Like him, they all now wore clothes suitable for travel. jeans and khakis, button-down shirts and sweaters, and lightweight blazers or jackets. One of them, a short, compact, and forceful man named Shannon Cook, shoved Van Horn's discarded police uniform into a trash bag for later disposal. Cook was a veteran of the Joint Special Operations Command who'd been recruited into force several years ago. Before joining the Army, he'd actually started law school, only to decide that if he was going to hurt people, he'd rather do it honestly using guns and knives, instead of just bankrupting them with overpriced billing. While on active duty, he'd served in the Army's ultra-secret Task Force Orange, otherwise known as the Mission Support Activity. Its highly trained and independent-minded operatives often deployed into hostile territory first to gather the vital intelligence needed for high-risk U.S. Special Forces missions. Now he did similar work for the Quartet Directorate. Flynn checked the time. Except for Tadeusz Kosek and Cook, who would also see to their weapons and other specialized equipment, they were all booked out on various flights from Vienna's International Airport over the next several hours. He turned to another member of the team, Alain Ricard, and indicated the pair of CCTV cameras rigged to scan this floor of the parking structure. Are we still good on those? Plus the camera covering the garage entrance? Ricard clapped him on the shoulder. No sweat, Nick. You can relax. The tall Frenchman, a former officer in his nation's elite Marine commandos, was proud of his grasp of American slang. They will turn back on at staggered intervals starting 10 minutes from now. Flynn nodded. There'd been a slim chance that temporarily disabling those surveillance cameras would be noticed, but he'd judged it a risk worth taking to conceal their brief activity here. After all, there were dozens of public multi-story garages dotted across Vienna's metropolitan area, which meant, in turn, that the municipal employees overseeing all those parking structures had to monitor hundreds of separate CCTV feeds at any given time, so no one would be especially surprised or worried if 2 or 3 cameras went offline for a few minutes here and there. Van Horn handed him a rolling bag. You've got the laptop. She patted her jacket pocket. And I've got the cell phone. Brer Fox's technical boys and girls should have a field day combing through them. She smiled. Not a bad haul for a harebrained operation cobbled together in just a couple of days. Good thing our lords and masters decided to use the first string for this one, right? He grinned back at her. If you do say yourself. She shrugged. Who, little me? Never. Remember, modesty is one of my many virtues. Flynn laughed. I'll bear that in mind. He looked at the other members of their team. Everybody set? Heads nodded. Then let's move out, he said quietly. We've got what we came for, but stay sharp all the way out of Austria and back to your respective stations. Let's not give the other side any opportunities to even the score. In ones and twos, the Quartet Directorate team climbed into their various cars and the white van and drove away. 11. Raven's Nest, outside Moscow. The next day. Disheveled and dirty after an overnight flight from Austria crammed into the back of a chartered air cargo plane, Skublin was marched into Pavel Voronyan's private office on the second floor. 2 stern-faced bodyguards gripped his arms. Without a word, they'd pushed him into a chair and stepped back. Voronyan turned away from the window and stared at him in silence for a few moments. Skublin looked down at his feet, unable to meet the other man's icy gaze. This discussion could have only one end, he knew miserably. Rumors within the Raven Syndicate spoke of unmarked graves already scattered through the forest surrounding Voronyan's country estate. At last, Voronyan broke his increasingly ominous silence. This is an unfortunate turn of events, Victor, he said almost casually. Your mission was to identify and eliminate Arif Khawari's contact. The foreign spy you initially failed to kill. Instead, Your mistakes have exposed this organization to our enemies. Worse yet, you have also managed to rip an even wider hole in Midnight's operational security. The younger man watched Scublin's face turn gray. You are right to be afraid, he said. You have been well compensated in my service, extraordinarily so, in fact. But I pay men for success, not for failure. Nervously, Scublin tried to moisten lips that were cracked and bone-dry. Sir, he said, fumbling for words, any words of explanation that might somehow help stave off the inevitable end of this meeting. He knew, however, this was futile. For all practical purposes, his fate had been decided the moment his second rifle shot missed the enemy agent who'd been talking to Khavari. Painfully, he forced himself to look up. I have no excuse, he said at last, almost too softly to be heard. Voronyin smiled, but it was an expression that never reached his pale, unwavering eyes. He reached out and gently patted Scublin's shoulder, pointedly ignoring the way the other man flinched. That's true, Victor. There are no acceptable excuses for your unforced errors and obvious incompetence, or at least none that I'm interested in hearing. But despite that, you're in luck all the same, because I find myself in an oddly generous mood today. Scarcely daring to hope, Scublin stared up at him. Voronyin nodded. I'm going to give you another chance, though not at the same sort of work, of course. Intricate, subtle operations are quite evidently not your strong suit. He shook his head. No, I'll find you a task that is much simpler and more direct. One that requires guts and brawn, more than brains. Thank you, sir. I swear that I won't let you down again. Scublin stuttered hurriedly. I will do anything you ask of me. Voronyin nodded coldly. Yes, you will. He inclined his head toward the door of his office. You can go now, Scublin. You'll be briefed later on your new assignment. Deliberately, he turned back to the window, ignoring the other man as he was led away. When the door closed, his deputy, Vasily Kondakov, shook his head in wonder. You let him off surprisingly easily. Voronyin glanced at him with a sly, crooked smile. You think so? Ah, said Kondakov in sudden realization. What do you have in mind for Scublin, then? Voronyin shrugged. We'll put him and his team aboard the Gulf Venture when it sails. He can act as our security liaison with the Iranian captain and his crew. Kondakov, aware of their full plans for the converted oil tanker, nodded approvingly. An elegant solution, he said. It is, isn't it? Voronyin agreed. After all, if I'm forced to use someone like our error-prone friend Scublin, I might as well use him up. Avalon House, Winter Park, Florida. Several days later. A tiled veranda ran along the entire length of the lakeside of the Spanish-style mansion. A number of battered rattan chairs and settees provided seating, most of them angled to take full advantage of the pleasant view. Ceiling fans mounted under a wood-beamed roof kept the air moving. Nick Flynn held the door to the veranda open for Laura Van Horn. A tiny smile twitched at one corner of her generous mouth. Ever the gentleman, she murmured. Blame it on my childhood training, ma'am, he replied, allowing his native Texas twang full rein for once. My mother was very particular on the subject. Van Horn's smile broadened. I'll be sure to thank her, she said demurely, should we ever be introduced. Fox was seated by himself at a small round glass table set near the far end of the veranda, staring out across the sparkling waters of the small lake. He had a manila folder in front of him. When they reached him, Forrest chief of the American station greeted them with a surprisingly genial nod. "Nick, Laura, welcome back to Avalon House." They took the chairs he indicated around the table. "First, congratulations on the success of your Vienna operation," Fox said quietly. "You achieved all of our hoped-for objectives and did so cleanly, with near-surgical perfection. It's a rare plan that even survives contact with the enemy, let alone one that unfolds so neatly and so precisely." Flynn shrugged. "A lot of credit for that goes to Professor Aish," he admitted. "He anticipated almost every move the opposition would make." "And to Tadeusz, Alain, Shannon, and the rest of the action team," Van Horn added. "They executed their parts in the overall op flawlessly." Flynn nodded in agreement. "Yeah, they're all really good. Probably the best I've ever worked with." Fox smiled dryly. "Points taken." His voice took on a sharper, more focused tone. "But now, if we've reached the end of this little session of mutual praise, perhaps we can move on to other more pressing matters?" Flynn and Van Horn exchanged amused glances. Although he occasionally allowed himself a human moment or two, the older man's all-business, all-the-time nature was never lurking far below the surface. While many of the files were encrypted at very high level, our technical experts have still managed to retrieve significant information from the laptop, computer, and smartphone you obtained so efficiently, Fox told them. "Among other things, we were able to clearly identify the man you briefly took prisoner, the one who headed up the surveillance operation against Israel's Vienna embassy." He flipped open the manila folder at his place and took out a color photograph, obviously a digitally downloaded copy of a formal portrait. Flynn studied it closely. It showed a bull-necked man in Russian military uniform with the twin red stripes and gold star of a major. The unit badge on his shoulder showed a winged golden crossbow on a black background, the emblem of Russia's Special Operations Forces. He frowned. That was the so-called electrician, all right. He looked up at Fox. "So this guy's Spetsnaz?" "He was Spetsnaz," the older man corrected. "His name is Viktor Pavlovich Skublin." "So who's he working for now?" Van Horn asked carefully. Fox sighed. "That's where the story gets somewhat murkier," he admitted. "In a curious bit of symmetry, it appears that this man and the others you encountered in Vienna, all of whom have similar backgrounds in Russia's various covert services, are currently employed by a brand-new private military and intelligence firm headquartered in Moscow." His mouth tightened. "Apparently, they call themselves the Raven Syndicate." "Catchy name," Van Horn said with a sniff. "If these guys are our new competitors, maybe Force should start calling itself the Falcon Group to get more up to date." Flynn smiled across the little table at her. "Or how about something along the lines of Eagle Incorporated? Patriotic and catchy, right?" Fox studiously ignored their byplay. "What matters," he said patiently, "is that from what little we know about this syndicate, it appears to have acquired the services of a substantial number of highly trained members of the SVR, GRU, and various other Russian black ops organizations." "Acquired how exactly?" Flynn wondered. "Last time I checked, Moscow doesn't exactly encourage people with those kinds of cloak-and-dagger skill sets to set up shop in the private sector." "Money, apparently," Fox said bluntly, "and a great deal of it." "How much money exactly?" Van Horn asked. Fox frowned. "It's difficult to say. Corporate finance records in the Russian Federation aren't at all transparent or reliable, but the best estimate by analysts I trust is that this Raven Syndicate has access to resources totaling in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And perhaps more." Flynn whistled softly. "And this group supposedly just popped into existence out of nowhere? Like the dragon's teeth sown by Cadmus and Jason in the Greek myths," Fox said with a grim nod. which then sprouted into deadly warriors. Maybe they're being funded by the Kremlin on the sly, Flynn said speculatively. Zhdanov could be building himself another deniable special operations force like the Wagner Group, only with a heavier emphasis on covert intelligence missions this time. The Wagner Group, purportedly a private military company, was known to have extremely close ties to Russia's Ministry of Defense and the GRU. Its contractors had fought in civil wars and low-level conflicts around the world, everywhere from the Ukraine to Syria, Libya, Venezuela, and half a dozen other countries. Not so mysteriously, their lethal work always tended to advance Russia's national interests. Fox nodded. That's a reasonable theory. He frowned. But there is another, even more troubling possibility we need to consider. He drew out another photo and placed it in front of them. This one was black and white and blurred, as though it had been taken surreptitiously by a concealed camera. This is the only contemporary image we have of the man who heads the Raven Syndicate, Pavel Voronin. Van Horn leaned in closer. He looks pretty damned young to be heading a business of that size, whether it's a front group for Zhdanov or not. Voronin is young, Fox agreed, still in his early 30s, but he's been very expensively educated. He pulled out 3 more photos, these in color. Formal school portraits, they showed a much younger Voronin at different ages. He tapped the first. This was taken during his time at Phillips Exeter. Flynn frowned. Located in New Hampshire, Phillips Exeter Academy was one of America's oldest and most selective prep schools, with a long list of prominent and influential alumni. He nodded at the second picture, showing a somewhat older Voronin. And this one? As an undergraduate at Oxford. Fox pointed to the last photo, and that was taken while he was getting his MBA from Harvard Business School. Expensively educated was an understatement, Flynn said, shaking his head in amazement. You're looking at close to $1 million on the hoof minimum. He looked across the table. Who's his father? Some big-shot industrialist? Or a high-ranking politico in the Kremlin? Neither, Fox said quietly. His father was only a colonel in the KGB, and when the Soviet Union collapsed, he ended up holding the same rank in the SVR. He's the son of a spook? Van Horn said with a toss of her head. Not much mystery there, then. Odds are the Russian intelligence services were grooming this guy Voronin for years, planning to use him as a deep cover agent. Fox nodded. That is the most logical assumption, Laura. But if so, their plans miscarried. He tossed a final photograph onto the desk. This one showed a much older, larger-boned man with a full head of thick white hair. Instead, our best information is that Voronin went to work for this man, Dmitry Grishin, one of Russia's richest and most influential oligarchs. As what? Flynn asked. On paper, as a personal assistant, the older man told him. In reality, we suspect he worked as Grishin's top corporate troubleshooter, his personal hatchet man. Flynn shook his head. I can't imagine his father, the old-school KGB colonel, was real happy about that career choice. I don't imagine he would have been, Fox said flatly, but both of Voronin's parents died soon after he returned to Russia. Something about the older man's matter-of-fact tone sent a chill down Flynn's spine. Died how? They burned to death in an apartment fire, Fox said. Van Horn's mouth tightened. An accidental fire? If it wasn't, the Moscow police arson investigators were never able to prove otherwise. Fox told her coolly. Hard as they tried. Swell, Van Horn said. She pulled out the grainy black and white image that was their most recent photo of Voronin. So you're telling us that the son of a bitch in charge of this Raven Syndicate is a stone-cold psychopath? Almost certainly, Fox acknowledged. Flynn sat back in his chair with a grimace. Learning more about Veronian was a lot like turning over a rock and seeing all sorts of creepy, crawling things wriggling away out from underneath. What happened to his old boss, Dmitry Grishin? Nothing pleasant, I assume? Grishin was assassinated a little over a year ago, quite probably on President Zhdanov's direct orders, the older man answered. Flynn stared at him. Assassinated? Why? Because Zhdanov discovered that he was responsible for arranging the theft and attempted ransom of Russia's stealth bomber prototype, Fox said. That would be the high-tech plane you crashed in the ass end of northern Alaska, Nick, Van Horn reminded him with a cheerful grin. The one the CIA thought they were buying. He snorted. Yeah, thanks. I sort of figured that out on my own. He turned back to Fox. So, the fact that this Veronian character is alive and definitely prospering in Moscow, after his boss was killed for treason, strongly suggests that he betrayed Grishin to the authorities and cut a deal to go free? Fox finished for him. Yes, it does. Flynn shook his head in disgust. Nice. Real nice. He looked closely at the older man. Okay, then. Why don't you believe the funding for Veronian's Raven Syndicate is coming out of the Kremlin's secret accounts? Where else would he get that kind of money? From our own government, Fox said simply. Very funny, Flynn shot back. Fox shrugged. I only wish it were. He looked off toward the lake. My sources inside the CIA admit, very reluctantly, I might add, that Langley transferred a substantial sum to secret accounts they now believe were controlled by Dmitry Grishin, and this money has never been recovered. He turned back to Flynn and Van Horn. I suspect Veronian now controls those same secret accounts, and that they were a motivation for betraying his employer to Zhdanov. Wonderful, Van Horn muttered caustically. Basically, Van, we're up against a bunch of highly trained Russian spies and special ops soldiers who are using our own taxpayer dollars against us. Fox nodded. His face was impassive. Flynn eyed him. But that's not the worst of it, right? He challenged. Perceptive as ever, Nick, Fox said with the faintest ghost of a smile. He shook his head. No. What troubles me more is that we now know this Raven Syndicate is run by someone who is both supremely ruthless and a consummate survivor. A man, moreover, who seems drawn to daring, large-scale schemes. And now we have clear confirmation that Veronian and his agents are working hand-in-glove with Iran's radical regime, Flynn pointed out quietly. Fox nodded again. Yes. And very clearly with explicit authorization from President Zhdanov himself, he added. Which brings us right back around to square one, Flynn realized. True, Fox said. Knowing the identity and quality of our opposition is useful indeed, but I admit that it doesn't bring us any closer to understanding the top-secret project Arif Khavari gave his life to warn us about. We still don't know how the Iranians, and their Russian backers and allies, actually plan to use this heavily retrofitted oil tanker, the Gulf Venture. All we have right now is the code name they've given to this operation. Midnight. Midnight? Van Horn repeated. She frowned. That's it? Just the code name? Nothing else? Nothing, Fox confirmed. From what we can tell, the full operational details are tightly restricted to a very small group. Bit players like Skoblin and his men are only given the bare minimum of information they need to carry out their assignments. Flynn sat quiet for a moment, thinking things through. There was only one place left they might be able to find the answers they needed. Inside Iran itself. And acquiring and repositioning the equipment and personnel required would take time. Some weeks at a minimum. which meant they were already right up against the clock. Further delay could be fatal. He looked straight across the table at Fox. "You know we don't have any easy options left," he said deliberately, "except, I guess, maybe just sitting back on our hindquarters and hoping that someone else, somewhere else, will take care of this problem for us." Slowly, and with evident reluctance, the older man's mouth twitched in a tiny, almost imperceptible smile. "Sadly, Nick, sitting idly by is not a real option. Not for those of us in 4, as you're well aware. In this particular case, we are the only someone else available." He shrugged his narrow shoulders, as my colleagues at the other quartet directorate stations now also admit. "Does that mean I'm authorized to go into Iran?" Flynn pressed. Fox nodded. "You are." For a moment, Flynn felt a wave of satisfaction, and then he realized the magnitude of the task he'd just set himself. Successfully infiltrating Iranian territory was one thing, and a damn difficult thing at that. Surviving undetected long enough to penetrate the veil of secrecy the Revolutionary Guards and Veronian's Raven Syndicate had thrown up around the Gulf venture was quite another. I must be out of my frickin' mind, he thought with a touch of dismay. "Oh man, I am such an idiot," he muttered under his breath. Laura Van Horn patted his shoulder. "No, you're not, Nick," she said consolingly. "I'm not?" She grinned at him. "An idiot? No. Suicidal? Oh, hell yes." Almost unwillingly, Flynn laughed. Fair enough. Crazy or not, he was committed now, which meant he didn't have any real choice left but to buckle down and make sure that his complicated plan, which looked workable enough on paper, would actually pan out in practice. He rose to his feet with a fleeting smile. "What's that British commando watchword? Who dares wins, right? Well, I guess I'm about to find out if that's true." 12. Engels 2 Strategic Bomber Base, near Saratov, Russia. A few weeks later. A twin-engine AN-72AT cargo plane sat on the airfield's long concrete apron. Painted in the subdued white and gray colors of the Russian Air Force, it was dwarfed by the dozen or so much larger Tu-160 M2 swing-wing supersonic bombers lined up nearby. Dubbed the Cheburashka, after a famous Soviet-era children's cartoon animal with huge eyes and huge ears, the AN-72AT had 2 enormous jet nacelles mounted above its wings and very close to the fuselage. The extra lift provided by engine exhaust blowing over its wings made it a short takeoff and landing aircraft, able to operate from rough, improvised airstrips. Cradling AK-12 combat rifles, security troops in body armor formed a perimeter around the plane. No one without express written authorization from the base commander could approach within 100 meters of the AN-72AT's open rear ramp and forward fuselage door. The officer in charge, a major, walked slowly around the ring of soldiers, making sure they were alert and prepared for anything. Abruptly, his phone beeped. He answered it impatiently. "Yes, Mishnev here." "This is Captain Sirchek at the main gate, sir. The convoy from the Saratov 63 weapon storage complex has cleared our position and is heading your way." "Understood, Sirchek. We're ready." The major ended the call and stuffed his phone back into a pouch clipped to his battle dress. Briskly, he rubbed his gloved hands together, trying to work some warmth into his fingers. Spring was still a few weeks away, and it was bitterly cold. "Here they come," one of his men called out. The major peered toward the airfield's southwestern edge. There, about a kilometer away, he saw the weapons convoy turn off an approach road and drive onto the apron's wide concrete surface. A column of several heavy-duty Ural 5323 cargo trucks lumbered along behind a single, olive-drab GAZ Hunter four-wheel drive out in front. They were closely escorted by lethal-looking, low-slung BTR-82 wheeled armored fighting vehicles. The jeep-sized Hunter accelerated ahead of the rest of the slower-moving convoy, and pulled up in front of the major. He stiffened to attention and saluted as two officers, a colonel and a lieutenant colonel, swung down out of the vehicle. Their shoulder flashes bore the badge of Russia's 12th Main Directorate, a red shield topped by a silver mace inside a stylized atom symbol. The senior officer returned his salute rather casually. "These are your troops, Major?" "Yes, sir." The older man nodded abruptly. "Right then. I need you to widen your security perimeter. Nobody gets within 200 meters of my trucks or that aircraft. Not your regimental commander, not the general in charge of this base. Not even the Archangel Michael himself, is that clear?" The major nodded. "It is, sir." He hid his irritation. The 12th Main Directorate's specialists, directly responsible to the Minister of Defense for Russia's strategic and tactical nuclear weapon stockpiles, had a widely known habit of throwing their weight around when dealing with line officers. But there was nothing to be gained from pushing back. Their expertise and the overwhelming importance of their mission made them effectively untouchable by anyone outside their direct chain of command. Instead, he snapped another parade ground quality salute and spun around to shout new orders to his men. Obeying immediately, they spread out across the airfield apron, adopting wider intervals as they moved farther away from the AN-72 cargo plane. Colonel Mikhail Krylov concealed his satisfaction as the Engels 2 security troops dispersed to their new stations. Even from 100 meters, there hadn't been much danger that the major, his junior officers, or any of their enlisted men would notice anything amiss. But why take unnecessary chances? He turned to watch the rest of his truck convoy arrive. The big 8x8 cargo carriers pulled in and parked close to the AN-72's tail section. Their armored BTR-82 escorts rolled into position to ring the aircraft, well inside the loose perimeter formed by the ground troops. Their turret-mounted autocannons swiveled outward, covering every possible approach to this section of the airfield. If any of the base security soldiers noticed they were also covered by the arcs of fire from those 30-millimeter cannons, they kept their mouths shut. When it came to protecting the powerful weapons in their charge, the 12th Main Directorate's personnel trusted no one. The rumbling noise made by the Earl truck motors died away as their drivers switched off. For a long moment, absolute silence reigned, without any sign of movement among the parked vehicles. Krylov turned to his ranking subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel Potkin. "Note the time carefully, Andrei." "I'm ready, Colonel," the other man assured him. He held an old-fashioned stopwatch in one hand. Nodding, Krylov pulled a whistle out of his breast pocket and blew 3 shrill blasts. In response, the officers and men waiting aboard his trucks instantly swung into action, clambering down out of cabs and over back tailboards. Within minutes, they had lowered a pair of forklifts out of one of the trucks and were using them to unload sealed metal crates from the others. Every green-painted crate bore radiological warning labels indicating it contained a live nuclear warhead or bomb. Each also had a unique serial number to identify the precise weapon stored inside. Krylov watched closely while one of the forklifts carefully hoisted the first of the unloaded weapons containers. Slowly it trundled up the AN-72's rear ramp and into the cargo compartment. A group of his officers and senior enlisted men shepherded the forklift at every step. As far as the airbase command staff and most of his own subordinates knew, this was a strategic readiness exercise designed to test the Saratov 63 depot's ability to rapidly transfer its stored weapons in the event of a major international crisis. If events appeared to be sliding toward all-out war, large numbers of those nuclear missile warheads and air-dropped bombs were supposed to be flown to the different airfields and missile complexes dispersed across Russia's vast territory. Today's drill was expected to evaluate how well the 12th Main Directorate's procedures and personnel performed under pressure. That was true as far as it went, Krylov knew. But the real purpose of this exercise was actually a carefully hidden secret, one known only to a small, tight-knit group. Starting at the very top, with Russia's President Zhdanov and working down from there to Krylov and two of his junior officers. Inside the AN-72's spacious cargo compartment, Major Anatoly Yakomenko supervised the crews tasked with stowing the heavy crates and securing them to the aircraft's deck. They were following a carefully drawn-up loading plan. Each container was assigned its own precisely calculated place inside the plane. Too much weight stowed either forward or aft of the cargo jet's center of gravity could lead to a crash. An unthinkable prospect for an aircraft that would be carrying megatons of fission and fusion weapons if this exercise were the real thing. "That's the last of them, Major," a young lieutenant reported, pointing to where a group of senior NCOs were methodically tightening the restraints used to latch a crate into position on the AN-72's deck. Yakomenko nodded. Under his careful eye, the crew checked its work and then stepped back. He tugged hard at one of the straps, making sure there wasn't any excess give. Satisfied, he spoke into his handheld radio. "Colonel, this is Yakomenko. The loading phase is complete." "Roger that, Anatoly. Your crews have worked hard and done very well," Krylov responded. "As a reward, we'll give everyone a 30-minute rest break before concluding the exercise." The colonel's whistle shrilled again, this time ordering his men back outside the cargo aircraft. Yakomenko stayed right where he was. Instead, he watched through narrowed eyes while all of the others trotted down the AN-72's ramp. They were in a hurry to get back to the relative warmth of their trucks. When the last man was off the ramp and out of sight, he moved to the cargo compartment's forward bulkhead and rapped twice on a locked door that sealed off the AN-72's crew area and cockpit. It opened at his signal, revealing a group of 4 solidly built men in Air Force flight suits. The uniforms were a cover, since he knew these men actually worked for the Raven Syndicate. "All clear?" one of them asked. Yakomenko nodded. "You've got 29 minutes, he warned. He stepped aside to clear the way. Without bothering to reply, the 4 Raven Syndicate operatives bent over and picked up what looked exactly like another weapons crate from inside the AN-72's crew area. Straining under its weight, they muscled it awkwardly through the door and into the cargo compartment. Carefully, gingerly, they lowered the heavy container to the deck. Any loud noises now would be disastrous. Captain Leonid Kazhmin, the youngest of the select group of 12th Main Directorate officers now secretly and Pavel Voronyan's pay, followed them out. He flashed Yakomenko a jumpy, nervous half-smile. "Is my special package ready, Anatoly?" Yakomenko pointed to one of the first warhead crates that had been loaded aboard the AN-72. It was tied down not far from the cargo compartment's forward bulkhead. "Right over there, Leonid. And it's all yours." With a tight nod, Kazhmin signaled his work crew. As quickly and quietly as possible, they loosened the straps holding the real crate to the deck. Once the container was free, they lugged it across the compartment, faces purpling with effort, and set it down next to the duplicate they'd just brought out from concealment. Kazhmin knelt beside the 2 crates, making one last check. First, he compared the placement and appearance of their respective radiological warning labels. They matched perfectly. So did the serial numbers prominently displayed on each container, just as promised and planned. He breathed out in relief. Scrambling back to his feet, he gestured for his men to replace the real weapons container with its phony twin. Sweating, they moved the fake crate into position and refastened all the straps and tie-downs. Impatiently, Yakomenko watched Kazmin and the others finish up by manhandling the genuine container back through the door into the cargo jet's crew area. When it closed and latched shut behind them, he quickly ran his eyes over the rows of crates secured to the AN-72's deck. Nothing seemed out of place. Mentally, he crossed his fingers. Now it was time to find out if all their careful planning would pay off. Presidential authorization or not, Voronyan had made his expectations of absolute secrecy in this carefully contrived shell game abundantly clear. An hour later, with the truck convoy safely on its return trip to the Saratov 63 nuclear weapons storage complex, Pavel Voronin watched the AN-72 taxi onto the rightmost of the airfield's two long runways. It held in place there for a few moments, waiting for permission to take off. Freight 72 Engels Tower, winds light at 015, cleared for takeoff on runway 04 right. Safe flight. He heard the controller radio. Thank you, Tower. Freight 72 cleared for takeoff 04 right. The cargo jet's pilot acknowledged. The AN-72 ran its twin turbofan engines up to full power, released its brakes, and rolled down the runway, picking up speed until at last it lumbered heavily into the air. Slowly it climbed higher and banked to the south, turning onto a flight path that would carry it high above the vast open steppes east of the Volga River. With a gratified smile, Voronin lowered his binoculars and glanced at the Air Force general standing at his side in the Engels II control tower. "That was a most impressive exercise, General Turgenev," he said politely. "I very much appreciate being allowed to observe it." Turgenev, the commander of this vital strategic bomber base, seemed unsure of the best tone to take with his unusual guest. Only a direct order from President Zhdanov himself had persuaded him to allow a mere civilian to witness this classified nuclear weapons drill. He cleared his throat. "You're very welcome, Mr. Voronin," he grunted at last, opting for a measure of courtesy he would ordinarily have reserved only for high-ranking political dignitaries. Highly irregular as this visit was, the president's intervention strongly suggested this man Voronin was much too powerful to risk offending. Voronin ignored the interplay of emotions crossing the general's craggy face. Instead, he raised his binoculars again, refocusing on the now tiny dot of the AN-72 as it flew onward, bound for the Shahrud missile test facility in northeastern Iran. After months of careful preparation, midnight was moving into high gear. 13. Zaranj Airport, Nimroz Province, southwestern Afghanistan. A couple of days later. The city of Zaranj lay right on Afghanistan's border with Iran. Built mostly of traditional mud brick buildings, it was home to around 50,000 inhabitants, with another 100,000 or so in outlying towns and villages. Most of them were members of the minority Baloch ethnic group, a people split between Pakistan, Iran, and Afghanistan. The city, whose roots went back more than 2,000 years, was also the capital of the thinly populated Nimroz province. Largely ignored by whatever passed for a central government in Afghanistan at any given time, the citizens of Zaranj and its surroundings traditionally relied on a mix of both contraband and legal trade goods for any modest prosperity they enjoyed. Water in this parched land was particularly scarce, so agriculture rarely supplied more than a fraction of the local population's needs. Instead, for centuries the region had survived thanks to its location on one of the major land trade routes between the Middle East and Asia. In recent decades, that meant a steady flow of heroin, illicit weapons, and black market gasoline. Zaranj's airport had one runway, a rough 7,400-foot-long gravel strip. Apart from occasional civilian passenger flights from Herat and Kandahar, it saw rare visits by military aircraft belonging either to the distant Kabul government or to the various regional warlords. Even more rarely, the poorly maintained runway was used by commercial charters. Now, one of those charter aircraft, a large four-engine IL-76 cargo jet in the colors of a Ukraine-based air freight company, was parked just off the runway. Two large, open-sided canvas tents had been erected close to its open rear ramp. A number of men in coveralls could be seen working in each tent to assemble two smaller aircraft whose crated components had been flown in aboard the larger Russian-built plane. The smaller of the two flying machines was a kit-built two-seater Bushcat propeller-driven aircraft conceived by Skyreach, a South African company. Constructed around a tubular aluminum frame and covered with a Dacron Trilam composite fabric in desert camouflage colors, the high-wing light sport plane weighed less than 1,400 pounds when fully loaded. Originally designed for service in Africa's vast bush country, the Bushcat could take off and land on almost any grass or dirt field, and in incredibly short distances, usually around the length of an American football field. The second aircraft was a pusher type, with its propeller mounted in the tail. It was a General Atomics MQ-1 Predator UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle, complete with a bulbous, windowless domed nose, long, thin fuselage, wide, narrow wings, and 3 down-angled tail fins. Among other, less visible modifications, its landing gear and aft engine section had been upgraded to allow it to operate safely on Zaranj's rough-surfaced runway. Several men in camouflaged fatigues, baseball caps, and body armor were posted as guards around the tents and the parked IL-76 cargo plane. They were armed with military-grade HK-417 7.62mm carbines. Not far away, a wire fence surrounded several white, flat-roofed buildings that contained offices and other facilities for the airport's small staff and local government workers. Inside one of those offices, Nick Flynn sat comfortably across a low table from the representative of the ruling local warlord who'd come to meet him. Squarely built, hawk-nosed, and about the same height as Flynn, Masoud Bokhari was clean-shaven with a thick shock of curly, dark hair. At the moment, he wore traditional Afghan men's clothing, a knee-length, open-collared tunic with long sleeves, baggy trousers, and an open waistcoat. Flynn had a sneaking suspicion the other man would be just as comfortable in an expensive Western-style business suit and silk tie. On official tables of organization, Bokhari was listed as the Deputy Assistant Provincial Administrator for Development and Trade. But the Quartet Directorate intelligence brief on this part of Afghanistan indicated that he wielded a great deal more power and influence than his relatively low rank would suggest. Foreigners interested in doing business in Zaranj and the rest of Nimroz were well advised to keep on his good side, especially if their enterprises weren't likely to withstand careful legal scrutiny. Bokhari finished leafing through the full-color brochure Flynn had brought to their meeting. He looked up with a narrow smile. "A most intriguing concept, Senor Duarte. I'll confess the idea of Nimroz province as a potential market for village-centered solar power installations had never occurred to me." His English was excellent, and the irony in his tone was palpable. "Probably because you're not an idiot," Flynn thought coolly, pretending to wait while the interpreter he'd brought from Kabul translated the Afghan official's comments into Spanish. The passport he was currently using identified him as Simón Bolívar Duarte, a citizen of the Socialist Republic of Venezuela. Before flying into Afghanistan, Flynn had darkened his hair even more and let his beard grow out to a rough stubble. Brown-tinted contact lenses concealed his light blue eyes. His Spanish was flawless, and that, plus the Tejano ancestors on his mother's side of the family, allowed him to pose convincingly as a native of South America. "It is certainly a revolutionary idea, Administrator," he acknowledged in Spanish when the interpreter finished. "But my principals see these smaller, locally based power facilities as a natural fit for your region." He shrugged his shoulders apologetically, as though regretting the need to bring up an unpleasant subject. "That is especially true considering the unfortunate problems, let us say, that large-scale infrastructure projects tend to encounter here." Flynn watched the other man's eyes closely and saw the quickly hidden irritation he'd been expecting. Bokhari knew only too well that the Taliban, who controlled most of the surrounding countryside, routinely sabotaged power transmission lines, roads, medical clinics, schools, bridges, and other major public works. Even before the recent effective collapse of central authority in Afghanistan, tens of millions of dollars worth of international aid to this isolated corner of the country had been reduced to heaps of blackened rubble. The other man spread his hands. A perceptive analysis, he admitted. His expression, if anything, became even blander. I am somewhat curious about something else, however, Senor. Indeed? Those light aircraft your men are putting together outside, Bokhari said carefully. What role are they intended to play in this solar power marketing scheme of yours? Flynn heard the edged emphasis in the other man's words. He concealed a grin. Now they were getting down to the core of what the Afghan official was really interested in. He clearly didn't believe a word of all the bullshit he'd just read and heard about small-scale solar facilities. We plan to use that little two-seater passenger plane, the Skyreach Bushcat, for maintaining customer contact in remote rural areas, he explained mildly. Since it can land and take off again from almost anywhere, we'll be able to ferry company sales representatives and service technicians out to even the most isolated villages. I see. Bokhari studied his fingertips for a moment before looking back up with a slightly harder expression. And the Predator drone you are also assembling? What real commercial purpose can that possibly serve? He met Flynn's eyes. We Afghans have seen much of those unmanned aerial vehicles over the years, and the air-to-ground Hellfire missiles they carried. Flynn nodded. The other man's scarcely hidden suspicions were reasonable. Until they were retired from combat service in 2018, both the U.S. Air Force and the CIA had employed General Atomics MQ-1 Predator drones for reconnaissance and attack missions in Afghanistan and in many other conflict zones around the world. He leaned forward. Our drone has absolutely no military capability, he assured Bokhari earnestly. My principals discreetly acquired it from the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, as they were phasing out their Predator surveillance fleet. Before we took possession, all equipment of warlike utility was removed. Which still doesn't explain how you plan to use this vehicle, the Afghan said bluntly. Flynn smiled genially. We see two significant uses. First, the Predator makes it possible for us to conduct unmanned aerial surveys of likely sites for our small solar plants, avoiding the risk of losing lives should your local bandits react aggressively to our plans. And second, our technicians have equipped this particular Predator to carry cargo. So we'll be able to deliver up to 100 kilos of machinery and spare parts to job sites in remote villages as needed, at a considerable savings in man-hours and transportation and labor costs. Of course, Bokhari said dryly. I can see the advantages. Oh, I just bet you do, Flynn thought with the same measure of cynical amusement he could hear in the other man's voice. In reality, he could tell that the Afghan official strongly suspected Duarte and his associates of being smugglers, of drugs or black market weapons or both, in which case their real plans would involve using the Bushcat light plane for covert meetings with suppliers and prospective buyers well away from prying official eyes. As for the Predator drone, its role as a trafficking tool was even more obvious. Being able to covertly transport a couple of 100 pounds of heroin or guns and explosives over long distances, avoiding every government checkpoint on the way, was a criminal's dream. This guy Bokhari knows that I'm lying, Flynn thought, fighting down a grin. And I know that he knows I'm lying. And he knows that I know that he knows I'm lying. But he doesn't know exactly what I'm lying about. Which was good enough. More relaxed now, the Afghan official folded his hands over his stomach. You present a persuasive case, Senor Duarte, he allowed. I have only one more concern. Do you intend to confine your firm's efforts solely to Nimroz province? Or are there plans to expand your reach over time? Perhaps to international markets? Naturally, we hope to grow our business, Flynn said. He smiled. My principals are ambitious men. Bokhari's eyes narrowed slightly. And do their ambitious plans include operations in Iran? He asked pointedly. Iran, not at all, Flynn said with equal bluntness. We might find the business climate there too challenging. He drew a finger across his throat. Profits are useless to dead men. So they are, Bokhari agreed. Tehran's revolutionary regime trafficked heavily in illegal drugs, but it did so for its own foreign policy purposes and for hard currency. And it dealt harshly with foreigners who tried to horn in on its smuggling business or who sold narcotics to its own citizens. So then, you are thinking about Pakistan? Flynn nodded once. We believe conditions there are promising. Very promising. The Afghan nodded sagely. Like Iran and his own country, Pakistan was a major transshipment point for heroin and other illicit substances. But unlike Iran, the central government had considerably less real control over many of its outlying territories and even some cities. That made it a much safer place for international criminal gangs to set up shop. Well then, senor, he said at last. It seems your organization has thought out its plans to the last detail. Naturally, he continued delicately, there are certain regulatory and legal formalities that must be observed. Paperwork and other bureaucratic requirements that govern the conduct of business here. A burden, I admit, but still. He left the rest hanging unsaid. And there's my cue, Flynn realized. He'd been wondering how long it would take Bokhari to get to the real purpose of this visit. Of course, he said with conviction. We understand fully that every government has its own set of rules, and my organization would never dream of cutting corners or of subverting local laws. With a visible effort, Bokhari tried to hide his displeasure. Still, we also understand the importance of custom in ensuring that these procedures operate smoothly, Flynn went on, and with a minimum of red tape. The Afghan official suddenly looked more hopeful, and the Kabul-based interpreter appeared to be secretly amused. No doubt he'd seen this same ritual dance enacted a dozen times over in as many different parts of the country. Fluent in at least 5 languages, his services were much in demand whenever foreign businessmen came calling. Flynn lifted the leather briefcase he'd brought with him and put it between them on the low table. It's extremely important to my principles that we establish good relationships with our local partners, he said. So I hope you'll accept this first small token of our appreciation and ensure that it is distributed to some worthy charity. He slid it across the table. Almost hungrily, Bokhari flipped the catches open and raised the lid part way. His eyes widened slightly, seeing stacks of US dollars. He must have known that he was looking at a sum in excess of $100,000. Forcing himself to adopt a studied air of carelessness, he closed the case again. You can be sure of that, Senor Duarte, he said. His teeth gleamed. Your gift will bring great happiness to orphans across the province. Only if both your parents are dead, you sleazy bastard, Flynn thought cynically. At least Bokhari had a reputation as an honest crook, one who would stay bought. That was what Four's intelligence analysts claimed, anyway. He sure hoped they were right, both for his own sake and for that of the others involved in this high-stakes operation he'd set in motion. Because if the Afghan decided to sell them out to his Iranian counterparts just across the border, Flynn and his team were up Schitt's Creek, and without a paddle to be found anywhere within 10,000 miles. Resolutely, he pushed his worries aside. There was no going back now. It was time to focus, not to fret over things outside his control. Forcing himself to smile, Flynn parted from Masoud Bokhari with a flurry of insincere final courtesies common between men who trusted each other only as far as their shared interests would carry them. He walked the provincial official out to his car, a spotless black Mercedes sedan, and waved farewell as the other man drove away. Then he turned to the interpreter and slipped him an envelope containing a substantial sum of cash, along with an airline ticket for the next flight to Kabul through Herat. You have my thanks for your services, Ahmad, he said in Spanish. I've made a reservation for you tonight at the Tamadan Hotel. It's the best available. Your flight leaves tomorrow morning, and I'll have one of my men pick you up in time." The interpreter stuffed the envelope into his jacket with a nod of thanks. He raised an eyebrow in unabashed curiosity. "You will no longer need my assistance, Senor Duarte?" "My immediate business is done here, so I'll be leaving very soon," Flynn explained. He shrugged. "The associates I'm leaving in charge speak enough English to get by." "Ah," the interpreter said knowingly. "And after all, this—" He tapped the bulge in his jacket where the envelope of cash rested. "Is a form of universal language." "That too," Flynn agreed. He waited until the interpreter left and then walked back to the parked IL-76. Two of the men on sentry duty moved to join him at the foot of the aircraft's lowered ramp. "Any problems?" Tadeusz Kossak asked quietly. "None," Flynn said. "Our crooked Afghan friend seems to have bought our cover story hook, line, and sinker." He grinned. "The implicit one about us running drugs and guns, I mean, not the upfront solar power scam I pretended to sell him." The Polish sniper shook his head with a mock sorrowful expression on his face. "My faith in the evil effects of original sin remains intact." Shannon Cook clapped his taller friend on the shoulder. "Cheer up, Tad," the American ex-Special Forces operator said with a hint of laughter in his voice. "Sooner or later, we're bound to run into an honest government official on one of these secret missions." "Yes," Kossak agreed, "and that will be a very bad day for us," he said mournfully. "Which proves my point, I think." Flynn choked back a laugh of his own. He nodded up at the jet cargo plane towering above them. "Speaking of bad days, how's Laura doing?" Cook pushed his baseball cap up slightly to scratch his forehead. "Well, Nick, the last time I saw her, she told me she wanted to see you as soon as you were finished out here. Discretion being the better part of valor, if she said anything else, I was too busy backpedaling away to catch it." "That good, huh?" Flynn said with a wince. Cook nodded gravely. Flynn sighed. "Okay, guys, if I'm not back out in time for supper, tell my mother I love her. And to please feed the dog." Nerving himself up, he walked up the ramp and into the IL-76's wide aft section. A curtain had been rigged across the forward corridor of the cargo deck to stop overly curious observers from seeing what was going on in that part of the aircraft interior. Straightening, Flynn cautiously rapped a couple of times in the side of the fuselage. "Y'all decent in there?" he called. "Oh, real funny, Flynn," Laura Van Horn said crossly from behind the curtain. "Like I could be anything else while I'm stuck in this stupid gunny sack." She yanked the curtain aside far enough to let him pass. Clad from head to foot in a shapeless black chador, she looked uncomfortable and mad enough to hit somebody. Or maybe just shoot them. Since the presence of a Western-looking woman as part of a gang of supposed drug smugglers might arouse suspicion, she'd been forced to stay out of sight when possible, and to wear the traditional garb of most women in Zaranj. She ran a skeptical eye over his own appearance. "So, were you trying to project a suave Antonio Banderas-type image, Nick?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. Then she shook her head dismissively. "I sure hope not, because if that was your plan, I gotta say you missed it by about a mile." Flynn adopted a hurt tone. "A mile? Really? That much?" "That much," she confirmed with a short nod. Then she shrugged. "But I guess it doesn't matter now, since I'm assuming this stunt you've got planned is a go after all." "Yes, it is, just as soon as it gets dark." He turned toward the other person with them behind the curtain. "Can you have your gear ready by then, Sarah?" Sarah McCulloch, a staff sergeant in the U.S. Air Force before she joined the Quartet Directorate, swiveled around in her chair. Unlike Van Horn, the petite redhead wore a flight suit. She'd be staying aboard the IL-76 for the entire duration of this mission, leaving it only virtually, through the cameras and other sensors fitted to the MQ-1 Predator she would be remote piloting. Confidently, she waved a hand at her console, indicating the large display screen, keyboard, and pair of flight controllers. "No sweat, sir. Once the guys finish bolting my bird together, all we need to do is set up my satellite communications dish outside and connect. Everything else is good to go now." Van Horn breathed out. "Glad to hear it, because the sooner I can get into the pilot seat of that bushcat myself, the happier I'll be." "This flight's going to be risky as hell," Flynn warned, "both out and back." "Tell me about it," she said with a half smile. "I'm the one who wrote up the flight plan, remember?" She tugged at the tight neck of the chador. "But as far as I'm concerned, any amount of risk is worth it to ditch this damn thing." "That bad?" Flynn asked sympathetically. She nodded. "You have no idea." She shook her head. "If I'd been smarter, I'd have just cut my hair off and come in disguised as one of you guys." For a split second, Flynn tried to imagine the curvy, attractive Laura Van Horn successfully passing herself off as a man. His imagination failed him. He grinned down at her. "That might have worked, I guess," he conceded, assuming, of course, that everyone here in Sarange was blind. Her eyes gleamed. "Flattery, Nick." She leaned closer. "Well, who knows? It may get you somewhere. Someday." "But today is not that day?" he guessed. "Nope," she said simply. She winked at him. "We're going to be kind of busy flying tonight, remember? Plus, not crashing into mountains or being shot down," Flynn suggested. "Yeah, those two," Van Horn agreed evenly. 14. Zaranj, Afghanistan. That night. The sun had set a little over an hour before, plunging Zaranj and its surrounding villages into almost total darkness. On the ground, a few points of light scattered across the blacked-out city showed where the influential and well-connected few lived. Most of those buildings were clustered in the blocks around the local warlord's fortified compound. A few more lights were on at the airport, the majority around the Quartet Directorate team's chartered IL-76 cargo aircraft and its large canvas-roofed tents. The long gravel runway itself was unlit, largely invisible in the darkness. Since there was no moon tonight, only the faint glow of starlight offered any natural illumination. Flynn stepped out of one of the tents. He shivered slightly in the cooler air outside. Once the sun went down, the temperature had dropped fast into the mid-50s. He paused briefly to zip his light windbreaker all the way up. Tadeusz Kosek followed him outside. The Polish sniper slung his HK-417 carbine over one shoulder and tugged a plastic bottle out of one of his equipment pouches. He offered it to Flynn. "One last drink before you go? For luck?" "For some strange reason, I'm guessing that's not water," Flynn said with a smile. "Water?" Kosek sounded aggrieved. "What do you take me for, a savage?" He unscrewed the cap. "No, this is the very best Polish-made vodka. 100 proof." Flynn shook his head regretfully. "I'd better not." He shrugged. "They're not real big on alcohol around here as it is, but my next stop takes that kind of fundamentalism to a whole new level." The Pole shook his head in disgust. "Heathens," he muttered. "However, I see your point." His teeth gleamed in the darkness. "Then I will drink for you, Nick." "Na zdrowie. Your health." With a flourish, he took a quick swig and then decisively recapped the bottle before stowing it away. He made a show of looking out into the darkness around them before taking the short-barreled rifle off his shoulder. His voice turned more serious. "Come. I will escort you to your plane, as would any decent bodyguard of a very evil drug lord." "You think we're being watched?" "I know that we're being watched," Kosek countered gravely. "Certainly by at least one of that man Bokhari's spies, and also quite likely by an agent for the local Taliban." Flynn nodded. Cover story or not, the presence of armed foreigners and a small squadron of different types of aircraft in this isolated corner of Afghanistan was bound to attract a lot of unwanted attention. But as long as both Bokhari and the Taliban anticipated making a profit from their activities here, Neither side would want to cause trouble. In all probability, they would only watch and wait for several days to see what was really happening before they took any action. And that ought to give his quartet directorate team the opportunity it needed to carry out this mission, and then to vanish before the rival Afghan factions realized they had been duped. "Think you and Cook and the others can hold down the fort here while I'm gone?" he asked. "It will not be a problem," the Pole assured him. "And if, as I expect, our friends in the Taliban come around soon demanding their own protection money, we will act like good little criminals and meekly pay what they ask." His teeth showed again. "Admittedly, it would be cheaper and more satisfying to shoot them, but life is never perfect." Flynn nodded. This operation was expensive and getting more expensive by the minute. Between chartering the large IL-76 cargo jet, upgrading the Bushcat and Predator as needed, and the bribes required to pay off potential troublemakers here in Afghanistan, the costs were already north of $2 million. And unlike a government, the Quartet Directorate could not simply print more money. Thanks to shrewd investments made decades ago by its wealthier founding members, FOR had deep pockets, but its resources were not limitless. He shook himself mentally. That was another good reason to kick this mission into higher gear as planned. Besides, nothing about it would get easier or safer with the passage of time. With a curt, imperious gesture to the Pole for the benefit of any hidden observers, he headed straight for the Bushcat, which was parked at the edge of the runway. Cossack trailed close behind him, still playing the role of a dutiful bodyguard protecting his dangerous employer. The small, fabric-skinned plane already had its propeller turning. Flynn came around behind the tail and ducked under its high overhead wing. There, safely out of sight of any watchers, he turned back to Cossack and thrust out his hand. "Okay, Tadeusz. Stay safe." "And you as well, Nick," the Pole said solemnly as they clasped hands. "Good hunting." With a nod of thanks, Flynn swung away and climbed up into the cabin's right-hand seat. He buckled in and put on a radio headset. Then he pulled the soft-sided door closed and latched it. Laura Van Horn, looking far more comfortable now in jeans, a khaki shirt, and her own light jacket, was in the pilot's seat on his left. Her eyes flicked from left to right across her instrument panel, studying the readings it showed. "Oil pressure and engine temperature are both in the green," she confirmed aloud, evidently running through the last items of a pre-flight checklist. She reached out and tapped an icon on the large multifunction display Quartet Directorate technicians had installed in place of some of the original controls. A small bar turned from green to red. "Our transponder is off?" She glanced sideways at him with a quick grin. "There's no point in telling everyone where we are, right?" Flynn nodded emphatically. Aircraft transponders were a critical part of air safety and traffic control. When interrogated by radar, a transponder automatically sent back a code identifying the plane and reported its current altitude. That gave radar operators a good picture of where all the aircraft flying in their sector were, greatly reducing the odds of mid-air collisions. But having a simple-minded radio transponder ever ready to blurt out your identity and precise location was the very last thing you wanted when you were attempting a covert, low-level penetration of hostile airspace. Van Horn reached back into the tiny cargo area just aft of the Bushcat's cabin. Flynn's small suitcase was already stowed there, behind his own seat. She turned back around holding 2 pairs of night vision goggles. She handed one to him and donned the other herself, adjusting it to fit over her radio headset. He followed her lead and switched the goggles on. The darkness around him brightened immediately, turning their surroundings almost as clear as day, though without any real distinct color. Everything was in shades of black, white, and gray. The unlit gravel runway, largely invisible before, now stretched out plainly to both sides of the small plane. "Let there be light," he said with satisfaction. "And a darn good thing, too," Van Horn replied with a husky laugh, "because otherwise I'd basically be flying blind." She pushed another control, tuning the Bushcat's radio to a low-powered tactical channel. "Tomcat, this is Tiger Cat. We're ready for takeoff," she said into her headset mic. "Report your status." "Tomcat is in position, Tiger Cat," Sarah McCulloch replied from her remote piloting station inside the IL-76. "Ready when you are." "Copy that," Van Horn said. "Rolling now." She released the brakes and ran up her throttle a little more. The aircraft's 100-horsepower Rotax 912 ULS four-stroke engine responded smoothly. Slowly, the Bushcat trundled forward onto the runway and, guided by her feet on the rudder pedals, swung into position. She braked to a stop. Then she reached up to the flap's control handle over her head, pulled it down a notch, and locked it in. "Flaps set at 17 degrees. She leaned forward and pushed another icon on her main display. "Fuel pump is on for takeoff." "Tomcat is standing by at your 6, McCulloch radioed. "I have your aft IR beacon in sight." Flynn checked one of the little mirrors the ground crew had attached just forward of the doors. There, back behind them near the north edge of the runway, he could see the Predator UAV. The praying mantis shape of the drone now looked pregnant. A streamlined cargo container had been slung below its long, thin fuselage. Fully loaded now, the Predator needed at least 5,000 feet of runway to get into the air, a far cry from the few hundred feet required by the Bushcat. Dust kicked up by the drone's rear-mounted propeller eddied away downwind, appearing as a bright white plume in his night vision goggles. "Tomcat, this is Tiger Cat," Van Horn said calmly. "Departing runway 16. She revved up again and started her takeoff roll. The little plane gathered speed fast and lifted off smoothly, climbing fast into the night sky. At 500 feet, she pushed the flap's control handle back up and leveled off. They flew on low over Zaranj, continuing south by southeast at 82 knots to maintain the deception that they were headed for Pakistan. Flynn checked the mirror again. The Predator was still on their tail, trailing them by several hundred yards. She turned back around in time to see the last clusters of mud brick houses on the southern fringe of Zaranj sliding past beneath their wings. Ahead, beyond the Bushcat's whirring propeller, a desolate landscape stretched in all directions. An empty, lifeless country, marked only by the snake-like ripples of bone-dry watercourses and low mounds of heaped earth and rock. 20 minutes later, Van Horn tweaked her centerline control stick to the right and forward a little, initiating a gentle, descending turn to the southwest. "Tomcat," she radioed. "Starting my run for the border." "Copy that, Tiger Cat," the drone's remote pilot acknowledged. "Following you around." A sensitive receiver aboard the Predator had picked up the Bushcat's short-range radio transmission and relayed it back to Zaranj via satellite link. Concentrating hard, Van Horn leveled off again, this time at just 100 feet. They were low enough now to make out individual boulders, lone dwarf trees, and clumps of withered thorn bushes through the windshield. She continued making small adjustments to their altitude, climbing a few dozen feet to clear low rises, and then descending back down into the shallow valleys beyond. "Next stop, Indian country," she said conversationally. She shot Flynn a quick, slashing grin. "Having fun yet, Nick?" "Oh, more than I can say, ma'am," he drawled, working hard to sound unfazed. "But I'd sure appreciate it if you kept your eyes on the road." He'd never much liked flying so close to the ground, and right now he couldn't help visualizing the little aircraft's fixed landing gear smacking into a big rock or snagging in the branches of a tree, sending them cartwheeling to destruction. Then he shook his head at his own foolishness. All things considered, it was probably a bit late to start regretting his career choices. Van Horn's smile grew a little bigger. "Relax, cowboy. This is still the easy part of the trip. It only really gets hard when we hit the mountains." Flynn winced. "You know," he said tightly, "hit isn't exactly the word I'd have chosen right there." She laughed. "I was speaking figuratively, not literally." She shrugged. Besides, if you'd been a professional aviator when you were in the Air Force instead of an intelligence puke, you'd know that we call the process of interacting with the ground in an uncontrolled manner a crash. Realizing he was in an unwinnable fight, Flynn held up his hands in surrender. Little more than a shadow gliding through darkness, the bushcat flew on just above the desert floor, arrowing southwest toward the border with Iran. The Predator tagged along behind it. They were still more than 300 nautical miles and almost 4 hours flying time from their destination. 15. Deep in the Jebel Baraz mountain range over central Iran. Later that night. The bushcat swooped low over a jagged, sawtooth saddle between two higher peaks and plunged down the other side. Hit by a powerful updraft boiling up those steep slopes, its fabric-covered wings flexed and rippled. "Hold together, baby," Laura Van Horn said quietly, almost as a prayer. She throttled back slightly and raised the nose a couple of degrees to shed some velocity. Though solidly built for a light aircraft, the bushcat's rated VNE, the speed it was never supposed to exceed, was only 108 knots. Going any faster risked having the plane's aluminum frame fold up under the stress, instantly turning what had been a flyable machine into a tangled mess of torn fabric and crumpled metal, spinning uncontrollably down out of the sky. Nick Flynn gripped the strut over his head as she banked hard away from another soaring spire of rock. The lightweight aluminum bar was one of the structural members that formed the basic shell of their bushcat's tiny cabin. Otherwise, the only thing between him and a couple of 1,000 feet of empty space was a thin layer of zippered Dacron trilam cloth. Mountains rose on all sides, some more than 10,000 feet high. Their towering black masses blotted out whole swathes of stars in the night sky. Formed tens of millions of years ago by volcanic eruption and upthrust, the Jebel Baraz ran like a spine of hardened lava through the central Iranian highlands, separating their more fertile plains from the vast, waterless deserts in the east. Trying to navigate safely through this maze of razor-edged heights, sheer cliffs, and narrow, boulder-strewn clefts would have been tough enough in an aircraft equipped with terrain-following radar and sophisticated navigation systems tied into a full-spectrum heads-up display. It was an order of magnitude more difficult in a tiny plane fitted with only the bare minimum of electronics to save weight and electrical power. A GPS-linked digital map open on the bushcat's sole multifunction display provided some idea of where they were, but for the most part, their survival depended on Van Horn's skill as a pilot, her situational awareness, and her uncanny ability to anticipate danger and react in time. Insane as this harrowing nighttime flight through mountains seemed, Flynn knew it was their only real chance to slip through Iran's air defenses unnoticed. There were relatively few air surveillance radars and surface-to-air missile batteries sited to cover the sparsely populated eastern third of the country. That was not the case farther to the west and along the coast of the Persian Gulf, where a thickening web of interlocking radars, missile units, anti-aircraft guns, and interceptor bases lay in wait for any intruder. He swallowed hard as Van Horn pulled back sharply on the stick, climbing steeply to clear another ridge. Their airspeed bled off fast, dropping below 50 knots. Just before the bushcat stalled out, she lowered its nose again and dove, rolling to follow the trace of a slender gap between two much higher summits. "You still with me, Tomcat?" she radioed. "Roger that, Tiger Cat," the Predator's remote pilot replied tersely. "Still hanging on your 6. Flynn could hear the tension in Sarah McCulloch's voice. Because her flight control inputs had to be relayed through a satellite link, there was always a tiny delay before the Predator responded to her commands. It wasn't much, usually considerably less than a second, but even flying at only 80 knots, the UAV would travel more than 100 feet in that short interval. And in this rugged country, that was often the difference between survival and slamming head-on into a wall of rock. Trying to thread a remote-piloted drone through the middle of these mountains on its own would have been completely impossible. Only by closely following the IR beacon fixed to the bushcat's tail could McCulloch maneuver her ungainly predator away from obstacles in time, and then often only by the narrowest of margins. His jaw clenched. If they lost the drone on the way in, this whole operation was a bust, and he and Laura Van Horn would find themselves trapped deep inside Iran, without any real hope of rescue. Right now, they had no room at all for error or accident. His college ROTC instructors would have failed him outright for coming up with a boneheaded scheme like this, and they probably would have been right, he knew. Friction, the combination of random and unforeseen events which could not be predicted, was the only real constant in war. The bushcat climbed again, cresting over another narrow ridge with less than 100 feet to spare. Ahead, the ground fell away sharply, spreading out into an open plain. A band of fields and orchards stretched north and south. Flanked by 2 rivers, the volcanic soil here was immensely fertile. A small sea of yellow lights off to their right marked the location of Jiroft, a city of nearly 100,000 people. Other faint specks of light here and there pinpointed several of the tiny farming villages which dotted the broad valley. Van Horn took them down onto the deck, jogging first right and then back left to keep as much distance as possible between them and any settled places. The Predator tagged along behind. This far inside Iran, the passage of low-flying aircraft wasn't likely to raise an alarm, but there also wasn't any point in giving the Fates extra opportunities to screw them over. That was some seriously badass flying, Flynn told her quietly. She nodded tightly. Just don't jinx us, she warned. They still had 2 more stretches of rough country to pass through, both of them offshoots of the larger Jebel Barraz chain. What's my current ETA to the landing zone? She asked. Flynn studied the terrain map on their multifunction display. He traced their planned flight path. On a straight-line course, they were about 80 nautical miles from the LZ he'd picked out using a combination of satellite photos and topographical charts. Of course, there was no way they could fly anything like a direct approach across those mountains and escarpments, not if they wanted to stay low enough to avoid detection by Iranian radars. Dodging and weaving through meandering passes and valleys would add miles and miles to their journey. He did some quick mental math. 60 minutes, plus or minus 10 either way, he said. Van Horn's mouth turned down a bit. She reached out and touched the display, switching it to show their engine and other status readouts. Given our current fuel state, that's really pushing the envelope, she commented coolly. Pushing the envelope so far that we run out of gas and fall out of the sky? Flynn asked. She sniffed. Have a little faith, Nick. We'll make it. Then she turned her head and gave him a shit-eating grin. Even if I have to make you get out and push. Remind me to lecture you on basic physics sometime, he shot back. I thought you ducked out on the hard sciences in school, Van Horn reminded him. Sure, but I figured out gravity the one time I jumped off our garage roof to see if I could fly with a couple of cardboard wings strapped to my arms. Busted a leg and dislocated a shoulder finding out that I couldn't. Van Horn looked sympathetic. Tough break the week before your senior prom, I guess. I was only 6, he said with wounded dignity. Another wall of steep hills lined the horizon ahead of them. Higher peaks lofted beyond. Thankfully, they weren't quite as daunting as the main range of the Jebel Barraz, rising around 2,000 to 3,000 feet above the valley floor. Van Horn pulled back on her stick a bit, beginning a shallow climb that would take them over the first rise ahead. She contacted the Predator. We're coming up to the next roller coaster ride, Tomcat. Stick tight and stay sharp. I'll be on you like glue, Tiger Cat, McCulloch assured her. The bushcat zoomed low over a sharp-edged ridgeline devoid of any vegetation. These heights were completely barren, a sea of bare, blackened rock, wind-blasted boulders, and fans of loose gravel scree that would have looked at home on Mars. The little plane banked to avoid a slab-sided knob that spiked several hundred feet higher, and then turned back to continue southwest. "My bird is picking up intermittent radar pulses at our 11 o'clock, the Predator's remote pilot suddenly reported. "Signal strength is pretty low, but my computer evaluates the likely source as a Mirage 4 S-band phased array radar." One of the modifications Quartet Directorate technicians had made to the drone for this operation was to install a radar warning system similar to those suggested for its far more capable successor, the MQ-9 Reaper. Without this capability, their two aircraft would have been forced to fly largely blind through Iran's air defense network. Plotting a course that would evade fixed radar sites was relatively easy, but many of the advanced radars associated with Iran's long-range surface-to-air missiles, like the Russian-built S-300s and its own Bavar 373 missiles, were road-mobile, making it very difficult to pin down their operating locations at any particular moment. Flynn leaned forward and pulled up their map on the multifunction display. He studied the territory shown ahead of them, thinking fast. The Mirage 4 radar system was an expensive piece of hardware. Deploying one anywhere except to watch over high-priority targets, like nuclear installations, airfields, and naval bases, wouldn't make much military sense. "My bet is that radar is positioned to cover the approaches to Bandar Abbas," he told Van Horn. Her mouth tightened. "Which puts us what? About 110 nautical miles away?" "About that," he agreed, "and getting closer all the time." Van Horn nodded. "No point in fooling around then," she said. "We need to really get down in the dirt." Flynn stared at her. "Our altitude's only 100 feet right now. That's not down in the dirt?" "Nope." She pushed the stick forward and the bushcat dove again, dropping until its undercarriage almost seemed to be brushing against the earth. A little cloud of dust and sand kicked up by their propeller and the wind of their passage swirled away behind them. When a massive boulder loomed up through the windshield, she pulled back just far enough to skim a few feet above its cracked and pitted surface before lowering the aircraft's nose again. "Holy crap!" Flynn blurted out before he could stop himself. Instinctively, he grabbed again for the cabin strut over his head. "Now this is flying in the dirt," Van Horn said with satisfaction. "No radar pulses detected," the Predator's remote pilot reported from her post at the Zorange airport. "We're masked by the terrain." "See?" she said with a rictus grin. "Piece of cake." Flynn kept his mouth shut. The sweat streaking her face told a different story. Almost an hour later, they emerged from the last band of mountains on their flight path. A large, barren plain opened up to the west, bordered on three sides by more rugged hills and ridges. A few scattered lights in the darkness pinpointed small villages, most of them built along a north-south two-lane highway at the mouth of this basin. A patchwork of small fields and orchards surrounded these little clusters of flat-roofed buildings. With the Predator right on its tail, the bushcat turned due west and flew on, still almost hugging the ground. They crossed the empty, unlit highway in the middle of a mile-wide gap between two of the towns. Van Horn glanced to her left. The ground there rose in folds and ridges, climbing several hundred feet above the basin floor. Those hills would block any impulses from the Iranian air defense radars deployed south of them, near Bandar Abbas. She raised the bushcat's nose and gained some altitude. Flynn breathed out in relief. "I was starting to wonder just how long you could hold your breath," Van Horn observed wryly. Even a couple of 100 feet gave them a much better look at the terrain they were flying over. Clumps of small shrubs and bare rock dotted the sprawling plain, but its most distinctive features were several alluvial fans that spread northward from the higher ground along its southern edge. These were the accumulations of sand and gravel which had been washed down off the hills over centuries and millennia and then deposited in triangle-shaped patterns across the basin. Van Horn banked back north and flew low along one of these formations, closely studying the lay of the land through her goggles. The predator peeled away from behind her and started slowly circling over the valley. At last, she nodded. Okay, this spot looks doable. She glanced at Flynn. But this could be a little rough, she warned. I am in your hands, O great pilot, he said solemnly. She laughed. Yeah, don't you wish? Aware that he'd gone red, Flynn was suddenly very glad that their night vision gear only showed shades of light and dark. All business now, Van Horn circled back the way they'd come and lined up with a shallow wadi at the heart of the alluvial fan. She reached up and pulled a control handle. The bushcat's wing flaps came down, offering more lift, as she simultaneously throttled back. Smoothly, they slanted down out of the sky and touched down on the sand surface with a jolt and a little bounce. The little plane shook and rattled, jarred slightly from side to side as it rolled down the dry stream bed, with bigger rocks and clumps of brush blurring past on both sides. Plumes of dust and blown sand kicked up by its landing gear trailed behind the tail. Carefully, Van Horn throttled all the way back and applied her brakes gently. The bushcat came to rest a little under 400 feet from its touchdown point. Its propellers slowed and stopped turning. With a sense of relief at being back on solid ground, even if it was deep inside hostile territory, Flynn unbuckled his safety harness and unlatched the aircraft's soft-sided door. He dropped lightly out onto the wadi's sand and gravel floor and drew his pistol. Then, ducking back under the wing, he moved up the side of the dry stream. At the top, he went down on one knee, checking their surroundings through his night vision goggles. There was no sign of movement, and no new lights showed in any of the villages several miles to the east. From the looks of it, none of the locals, most of whom should be soundly asleep anyway, had noticed their landing. Turning, he gave Van Horn a thumbs-up signal. She nodded and radioed the predator circling overhead. Tomcat, this is Tiger Cat, we're clear. The winds on the ground are very light, just occasional gusts from the west at less than 5 knots. Make your drop when ready. Right that, Tiger Cat, McCulloch answered from her remote station back at Zorange. Stand by. The predator broke out of its orbit and flew a short distance to the west, climbing to around 500 feet. Dropping now. Abruptly, the streamlined cargo container slung under the drone's long fuselage detached. It plunged toward the ground. A moment later, a parachute blossomed above the falling container, dramatically slowing its descent. It slid downwind and thumped to the ground in a puff of dust about 50 yards from the bushcat. The parachute canopy immediately collapsed, fluttering only a little in the light winds. Flynn sprinted over to the grounded container. It was about 8 feet long, 4 feet wide, and 4 feet high. He knelt beside it and reeled in the parachute, compressing it into a compact, easily handled bundle at the same time. Van Horn joined him just as he finished undoing the straps that held the cargo containers shut. She helped him pull it open. Mesh netting and more restraints secured 5 5-gallon fuel cans at one end. They took up about a quarter of the interior. Well, gee, I guess I get to fly out of here after all, she remarked with a note of quiet relief. The nearly 400 nautical mile trip here had almost completely drained the bushcat's relatively small gas tank. Refueling with supplies flown in by the Predator had been their only hope of allowing the light aircraft to make it back to Afghanistan. Flynn nodded. And my next ride's intact, too. He patted the small motorcycle fitted tightly into the rest of the cargo container. It was a battered-looking, Austrian-made KTM 250 XCF dirt bike. Motorbikes were a common mode of transportation in Iran's cities and countryside, so this one shouldn't draw undesirable attention. The next hour passed in a flurry of hard work, carting fuel cans back to the bushcat and emptying them into its gas tank, and then hastily camouflaging the empty cargo crate with dried brush and dirt. With that done, Flynn wheeled the motorbike over to the grounded plane. Van Horn handed him his small suitcase. She watched while he strapped it precariously onto the back of the dirt bike. "Well, Senor Duarte," she said quietly, "I guess this is where we say goodbye." He nodded soberly. His Persian wasn't fluent enough for him to masquerade as a native Iranian, so he'd opted to stick with his cover as a Venezuelan, although this time with a passport and travel documents that identified him as a minor official in the South American nation's Ministry of Petroleum. Caracas's revolutionary government was a close ally of Tehran's dictatorial regime, so travel between the two countries was reasonably common. His forged documents, produced by the Quartet Directorate's top experts, were excellent. They were so good, in fact, that in almost any other country, he could have simply flown in aboard a regular commercial flight, trusting that his false identity papers would pass inspection. Unfortunately, Iran's Islamic government now required every foreign traveler to obtain a special computer-generated visa authorization code before arriving. This new process gave its security officials plenty of time to break anything but the most elaborate and detailed cover story, something that Four had no time to develop for him. Without a genuine code, Flynn would have been arrested the moment his phony papers were scanned at an airport or other point of entry. As it was, he'd have to be extremely careful not to attract close scrutiny from any Iranian authorities. One simple computer check would doom him. This mission was a high-wire act from beginning to end, over the equivalent of a pool of molten lava. And all without a net, he realized uneasily. Once the bushcat took off, he would be completely on his own. Van Horn must have read his gloomy thoughts. She grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him down for a deep, fierce kiss. "You take care, Nick," she said sternly, stepping back. "Do not piss me off by getting yourself killed." Taken completely by surprise, Flynn grinned almost unwillingly. "I'll do my best to avoid that," he promised. "On my honor." He held up his right hand, palm out, with the middle 3 fingers vertical and his thumb holding the little finger down. She raised an eyebrow at the gesture. "You were a Boy Scout?" He shrugged. "Sure." "Somehow that just figures," Van Horn said with a headshake. "Okay, then. I'll hold you to your pledge." After one final searching look at him, she climbed back into the light plane and started it up. 5 minutes later, Flynn sat astride the dirt bike, watching as the bushcat lumbered down the wadi, steadily gathering speed in a cloud of prop-blown sand. At last, seeming almost reluctant to break contact with the earth, the small aircraft lifted off. Slowly it climbed away, already banking around to head east. He raised an arm in farewell and saw its wings rock back and forth once in response. Within moments, the bushcat, again trailed by the Predator UAV, was only visible as a tiny dot in the night sky. And then, quite suddenly, it was gone. 16. Shahrud Missile Test Facility, northeastern Iran. The next day. 140 kilometers southeast of the Caspian Sea, the Shahrud Missile Test Facility sat in a desolate wasteland. A steep, rocky ridge rose above the complex of blue-roofed rocket assembly buildings, concrete blockhouses, and solid fuel storage facilities. They were surrounded by protective earthen berms and office and headquarters facilities. From the air, it didn't look like much, scarcely a dozen individual buildings set in a square grid pattern that was little more than 700 meters on a side. The rocket launch site itself, a large concrete pad, gantry, and flame trench, was located 5 kilometers away. Appearances, though, as with so much else in Iran, were deceiving. Like an iceberg, 9/10 of the Shahrud test facility was hidden from sight, concealed in vast bomb-proof tunnels dug into the adjoining ridge. 2 green-roofed sheds hid the main entrances to these tunnels from satellite and air observation. Captain Leonid Kuzmin stood in the shade provided by one of these sheds. He felt uncomfortable in the baggy drab-green fatigues his Iranian Revolutionary Guard hosts had provided to replace his immaculately tailored Russian uniform, with its distinctive 12th Maine Directorate Atom and Mace Unit badge. A frown creased his pale, narrow-nosed face. How long was he going to have to stand here, waiting around like an ill-dressed buffoon? Irritated, he swung toward his two minders. One of them was a slim, almost dandyish major in the Revolutionary Guards. The other, burly and wide-shouldered, was one of Voronyan's Raven Syndicate specialists, which was really nothing more than a polite euphemism for a hired killer, Kuzmin thought with contempt. His mind immediately danced away from the awkward realization that the same epithet could just as easily be applied to him, with the sole difference being that while the other Russians' violent acts might be calculated in terms of small-caliber pistol and rifle rounds fired, his own would be measured in hundreds of kilotons of explosive power. "Well," he demanded waspishly, "what's the delay now?" He checked his watch. "We have less than 3 hours until the next American reconnaissance pass." "Patience, Captain," the Iranian major said soothingly. "Everything is still on schedule." He smiled. "My superiors are well aware of our adversary's spy satellite orbits, and we are quite used to working around them." As if in answer, klaxons blared suddenly. Startled, Kuzmin spun back toward the huge entrance dug into the ridge. A massive steel outer door swung ponderously open, revealing a brightly lit tunnel leading deep underground. Almost before the door stopped moving, a long convoy of vehicles rumbled slowly out of the enormous passage. The first out were 7 4-wheel-drive Iranian-built Raksh armored personnel carriers. 3 were equipped with 12.7mm heavy machine guns. 2 more carried 30mm autocannons, and the remaining pair were armed with 23mm anti-aircraft guns, already pointed skyward. All of the APCs were crowded with well-armed soldiers, a mix of Revolutionary Guards and Voronyan's former Spetsnaz troops. All of these wheeled fighting vehicles fanned out around the mouth of the tunnel in a protective arc. A flock of smaller Safir utility trucks, modeled on America's famous World War II-era Willys Jeeps, emerged next. Some carried stern-faced Iranian officers and more soldiers. Others were filled with missile technicians from the Sharut facility. Last out of the tunnel were 4 very large trucks. 3 of them towed heavily loaded flatbed trailers. Thick canvas tarpaulins shrouded the long cylindrical shapes tied down aboard these trailers. The 4th big rig hauled a freight container whose doors were tightly sealed and padlocked. It braked to a stop right beside Kuzmin and his 2 minders. The Iranian major stepped forward and opened the cab's passenger side door with a flourish. "Please get in quickly, Captain," he said politely. He smiled thinly. "As you rightly point out, our schedule is very tight. We have no time to waste." Kuzmin fought down an urge to protest the other man's obvious insolence. For all the fanatical dreams and desires of Iran's theocratic rulers, the sophisticated rockets built at their orders were still only longer-ranged versions of the Nazi V-2s that had pummeled London, Antwerp, Paris, and other Allied cities during the Second World War. Deadly as Hitler's vengeance weapons had been on a small scale, they could not change the course of history. Nor could any of Iran's ballistic missiles. Without the combination of his expertise and the special device aboard this truck, the Iranians might as well plan on throwing rocks at their greatest enemy. Awkwardly, he pulled himself up into the truck cab. Too late, he recognized the other passenger already seated next to their driver. Short, stocky, and white-bearded Dr. Hossein Majidi was the chief missile engineer for Tehran's unconventional weapons programs. And Kuzmin had been doing his best to dodge the other man's probing questions ever since arriving at Shahrud. His orders from Voronian required him to cooperate with the Iranians, but only to the extent necessary to make sure midnight succeeded. He had not planned to instruct them on the complete details of one of Russia's most carefully guarded nuclear weapons technologies. But now he was trapped. Still smiling smugly, the Revolutionary Guard major slammed the door shut and stepped back. Then he raised a clenched fist in a signal and brought it down fast. From near the front of the convoy, the deep echoing blat of a truck air horn replied. Fitfully at first, with quick stops and starts, the long line of trucks and smaller vehicles lurched into motion. 3 of the Raksh armored personnel carriers moved out to take the lead. The rest fell in behind the larger vehicles. Twin rotors whirling, 2 armed Augusta Bell 212 helicopters, export versions of the U.S. military's UH-1N twin Huey, clattered low overhead. They flew onward across the empty desert, scouting out in advance of the slower-moving vehicles. Minutes later, they circled back to orbit slowly over the convoy, watching over its flanks and rear. One by one, the trucks and other vehicles turned onto an access road that would take them south to connect with a wider highway. Kuzmin slumped back against the bench seat. This was only the beginning of an arduous trek south to the Shahid Darvishi shipyards outside Bandar Abbas. Completing the 1,200-kilometer-long journey would take them at least 2 full days, especially with the need to hide their trucks in tunnels or under special shelters erected along the way whenever foreign reconnaissance satellites were overhead. Beside him, Dr. Majidi pulled out a notebook and a pen. With a genial smile, the white-bearded scientist leaned closer. "Since we now have a considerable amount of time on our hands, Captain," he said politely, "I wonder if you could brief me more thoroughly on how to set parameters for the various environmental sensors inside the warhead, so that it will detonate precisely as planned. After all, when the great moment arrives, this will be one of my most important tasks." Kuzmin sighed. Judging how much to reveal and how much to withhold was going to be a nightmare, he thought gloomily. Grimly, he settled in for what he was suddenly sure would be the longest trip of his life. 17. Bandar Abbas. Later that day. Long shadows slanted eastward across the bustling port city, home to 500,000 people. On taller buildings, upper-story windows blazed orange-red, reflecting back the light of the setting sun. Below, the streets were filling up again after a late afternoon lull. Those with jobs were slowly making their way home, some by car or bus, and others on foot. Those without work rarely bothered to look up as their more fortunate fellows passed by. Instead, they continued chatting with their equally unemployed cronies or concentrated on the endless games of cards, chess, and backgammon that helped pass so many idle hours. Partway down a residential street in one of Bandar Abbas's West Side neighborhoods, Nick Flynn crouched beside his motorbike. He was apparently engaged in making minor but time-consuming repairs. A few simple tools and what looked like a miscellaneous assortment of small spare parts were spread out on an oily rag at his feet. Periodically, he'd switch out a screwdriver or a wrench and pretend to laboriously adjust some engine fitting or other mechanical component. Most people passed by without paying him any real attention. Do-it-yourself motor vehicle repair work was a common sight in these hard economic times. To better conceal his features, he wore a dirty white baseball cap. Earlier, a few curious younger boys had gathered to observe his seemingly unsuccessful efforts to fix the motorbike, but he'd resolutely ignored their presence, and they'd long since drifted away in boredom. Flynn really had his eyes on a small house about halfway down the block. It belonged to Naveed Daneshvar. He hadn't seen any signs of life there during the entire time he'd been keeping watch. An oil-stained patch of concrete near the front door showed where the Iranian naval architect ordinarily parked. There was no car there now. He discreetly checked his watch. How long would it take Danishvar to drive here from his job at the shipyards? Half an hour? An hour? He was painfully aware of another unnerving possibility. What if the other man never showed up at all? When he talked to Khavari several weeks earlier, trusted senior employees were still allowed to return home after their shifts ended, unlike the lower-level workers who were being housed on site for the duration of the oil tanker retrofit. What if that policy had changed in the meantime, as an added security measure? If so, this whole high-stakes covert operation into Iran would turn out to be a colossal waste of the Quartet Directorate's time and limited resources. Flynn gritted his teeth. Admittedly, he'd been eager to make a name for himself inside 4, but becoming known as the Greenhorn agent responsible for a record-breaking foul-up wasn't exactly what he'd had in mind. Stop figuring on the worst and stay focused, he told himself sternly. While patience wasn't even remotely one of his virtues, there was no reason to anticipate failure, not yet anyway. He'd give this stakeout a while longer. But he figured he only had another hour at most, until people around here started wondering if he was either the world's crappiest motorbike mechanic or up to no good. He'd have to scoot before then. He settled himself back down to carry on watching. About 20 minutes before his self-imposed deadline expired, Flynn saw a badly dented old white Peugeot hatchback turn onto the street. It drove slowly past him and parked right out in front of Danishvar's house. Stiffly, a middle-aged Iranian man in a wrinkled business suit climbed out of the car and locked it. He was balding, with a short gray beard. Plainly weary after what had been a very long day, the driver turned away from the street, fumbled a set of keys out of his pocket, unlocked the house's front door, and went inside. After a moment, lights came on behind the window blinds. That pretty much settled it, Flynn decided. Although without a photo for comparison, he couldn't be absolutely sure. That was almost certainly Danishvar himself. And apparently he lived alone, which should make dealing with him much easier. He started to get to his feet. Time was running here, so a direct approach might be best. But then, warned by some instinct, almost a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, he crouched back down by the motorbike, just as another vehicle came around the corner. This one was a shiny black Lexus luxury SUV with tinted windows. It pulled off to the side of the street several houses away. No one got out, and it was impossible to make out anything through those dark windows. Seems like this little party of mine is getting mighty crowded all of a sudden, Flynn thought uncomfortably. Apparently trusted servant of the regime or not, Danishvar was being kept under close observation whenever he wasn't at the shipyards. He could think of a couple of reasons for that offhand, neither of them good. Either the Iranian was currently under suspicion because he'd been a friend of Arif Khavari, or the security precautions surrounding the Gulf Venture tanker refit were just as thorough and as paranoid as Khavari had claimed. He frowned. Either way, the presence of these watchers was going to make contacting Danishvar much harder and far more dangerous. Originally, he'd hoped his cover story as a junior official in Venezuela's oil ministry would let him talk to the other man for a while before revealing his real reasons for coming to Bandar Abbas. That would have given him the chance to sound the Iranian out first. Clearly, however, that wasn't going to fly now. Not with Danishvar under tight surveillance. Nor would any of the half-dozen other fanciful schemes that flitted through his mind while he faked tightening a nut on the motorbike's front fork. He wouldn't get very far disguising himself as a takeout delivery guy, a salesman, some kind of municipal worker, or even an appliance repairman, Flynn knew. Yeah, he might be able to get in to see Danishvar, but the goons in that black Lexus or someone just like them would be on his ass the moment he left, and they'd start asking some very pointed questions that he would not be able to answer. Which would be bad, he thought ruefully. Bad as in prolonged torture and then a bullet to the back of the head bad. Methodically, Flynn started picking up his tools and the little assortment of nuts and bolts and other bits he'd used as window dressing. Basically, if he wanted to talk to Danishvar, he was down to one remaining option. And it was one that required him to take huge risks without adequate information and without any safe means of retreat if the meeting turned sour. There was a chance, after all, that it was Danishvar who'd betrayed Khavari in the first place, or that he'd been induced to cooperate, later by Iran security officials investigating the original leak to the Quartet Directorate. If so, knocking on his front door wouldn't be a whole lot safer than riding past the local police headquarters waving an American flag. Thinking hard, Nick rolled up the oily rag and stuffed it in his back jeans pocket. Risky as that last option was, he'd have to try it. But not today. Down the street, one of the Lexus SUV's windows rolled down. A hand pitched a cigarette out onto the road. The window stayed down. Evidently, Danishvar's watchers wanted some fresh air. Flynn swung his leg over the motorbike and hit the ignition. Its single-cylinder, four-stroke engine coughed to life, running a little rough for a few seconds until it smoothed out. He pulled out onto the road and puttered slowly past the parked SUV. His peripheral vision caught sight of two hard-faced men sitting in the vehicle. One of them was blonde. The other had light brown hair. They were definitely Europeans, not members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. Most likely Russians, he judged. Which strongly implied that Pavel Voronyin and his Raven Syndicate carried a lot more weight and authority inside this part of Iran than any of them had realized. His mouth turned down. Nothing about that struck him as good. It was starting to look like wherever he turned, Voronyin and his hired guns were already there ahead of him. Polyarny Submarine Base, Northern Russia. That same time. Icy winds ruffled the waters of the Polyarny Inlet and sent white wisps of snow swirling across the hills above the heavily guarded naval base. Spring was only a distant dream this far north on the frozen Kola Peninsula. Russia's president, Pyotr Zhdanov, shivered as a sudden gust stabbed at him. Irritably, he pulled the fur-lined hood of his parka tighter around his face. When he was younger, he would have shrugged off this bitter cold without a thought. But now, much as it pained him to admit it, he was no longer really the powerful model of strength and vitality still portrayed by his nation's lapdog government-controlled media. Below a fringe of thinning gray hair, his round face was pale and bloated, and there were deep dark shadows under his hard brown eyes. His doctors assured him that he was still healthy enough to govern Russia for decades more. Privately, he no longer believed them. "Here come the leading elements of our fleet now, Mr. President," the naval officer on his right said with a proprietorial pride. Admiral Boris Pleshkov was the commander of Russia's powerful northern fleet. He pointed east toward where the narrow waters of the Polyarny Inlet joined Kola Bay. More than a dozen gray-painted warships, each bristling with antennas, radar domes, and missile launchers, steamed slowly past the opening. They ranged in size from the mighty 28,000-ton Kirov-class battlecruiser Pyotr Veliky down to smaller but still well-armed guided missile destroyers, frigates, and corvettes. Signal lamps flashed from ship to ship, relaying orders and instructions as they moved north toward the open waters of the Barents Sea. Polyarny itself was a hive of activity. Several of the nuclear-powered submarines currently based here were also preparing to cast off. More submarines were doing the same at other anchorages up and down the Murmansk fjord. Together with most of the Northern Fleet's 30-odd active-duty surface warships, they were slated to take part in one of Russia's largest-ever naval readiness and training exercises. Zhdanov turned his attention to the nearest of these enormous submarines. Nearly 170 meters long, the humpbacked BS-64 Podmoskovia had originally entered service as a Delphin-class ballistic missile submarine. Several years ago, however, her missile tubes had been removed. Instead, she'd been converted to serve as a special operations craft, one capable of carrying Spetsnaz commandos and unmanned autonomous mini-submarines. Now, a group of 20 fit, tough-looking men were going on board Podmoskovia. They headed carefully up the big submarine's gangplank, bowed down under the weight of their gear and weapons. All 20 wore the black berets and camouflage-patterned battle dress of Russia's naval infantry forces. That was a fiction, Zhdanov knew. His jaw tightened slightly. Every single one of those men actually belonged to Pavel Voronyan's Raven Syndicate. Voronyan himself stood close to the president and Admiral Pleshakov. Although bareheaded, he appeared unaffected by the near-zero temperatures. His pale gray eyes were as cold as the frigid waters of Polyarny. He had said almost nothing so far, apparently content to let the naval officer assume he was only one of Zhdanov's junior political aides. Zhdanov understood the younger man's reasons. Neither Pleshakov nor any of his senior staff had been briefed on midnight. Nor did they know the troops boarding Podmoskovia were not actually part of Russia's official armed forces. Learning that their president's new closest advisor was a phenomenally wealthy oligarch, especially one who seemed to have come out of nowhere with his own private army and intelligence operation, would only raise uncomfortable questions in their minds. It was better by far to let them go on believing their world ran according to its old familiar patterns, where government leaders and private businessmen operated largely in their own separate spheres. He swung back to Pleshakov, who looked pleased as he watched the fighting vessels of his fleet sail past in long columns. Moving a combined force of more than 50 warships and submarines to sea was a spectacular demonstration of force. And while they had been careful to adhere to every arms control treaty by announcing these naval maneuvers in advance, this massive show of Russian military might was bound to create consternation in Washington, D.C., and the other NATO capitals. "Do you anticipate any significant trouble from our American friends, Admiral?" Zhdanov asked. Pleshakov shook his head firmly. "No, sir," he said. "We know the American Navy maintains a standing undersea patrol off this coast, using its own attack submarines, either those of the Los Angeles class or the Virginia class." He shrugged his shoulders. "But their patrols will be completely overwhelmed by the task of keeping track of so many of our own ships and submarines. And all the confusion and overlapping underwater noise as our vessels engage in anti-submarine warfare drills and other high-speed maneuvers, the Podmoskovia should easily be able to slip away undetected and carry out this special mission you've assigned to her." Zhdanov nodded his understanding, pleased by the other man's show of confidence. Naturally, the Admiral had not been given any of the details of Podmoskovia's real role in upcoming events. Although technically one of the units of the Northern Fleet, the converted missile submarine's role in intelligence gathering and special operations often meant it operated under direct orders from Moscow. In this case, even the submarine's experienced captain, Mikhail Nakhimov, would be starting his voyage largely in the dark. Once Nakhimov broke off from the main fleet maneuvers, his instructions were to sail secretly to a set of coordinates in the mid-Atlantic, well off the coast of France. Not until then was he allowed to open his sealed orders and learn the part Podmoskovia would play in midnight. "Thank you, Pleshakov," he said. "I appreciate your professional expertise and the efficiency you've shown in organizing this remarkable demonstration of Russia's military power. It will make our enemies tremble." With a dry smile, he nodded toward the continuing parade of warships steaming toward the open sea. "Still, with the exercise now fully underway, I imagine you have more important things to do than babysit me here, eh?" "There are certain critical matters I should attend to back at my headquarters," the other man admitted carefully. No one in their right mind would dream of contradicting Pyotr Zhdanov, even when he seemed to be in a good mood. At least not more than once. "With your permission." Zhdanov nodded graciously. "Of course, Admiral. You may go." Relieved, Pleshikov threw him a sharp salute and strode rapidly away toward his waiting helicopter, accompanied by the gaggle of staff officers he'd brought to this dockside meeting with Russia's leader. Zhdanov watched him leave with a calm expression. When the Admiral and his officers were out of earshot, he turned back to Voronian. The last of the younger man's Raven Syndicate heavily armed specialists was just disappearing through the Podmoskovia's stern deck hatch. He shook his head dubiously, suddenly feeling less confident about entrusting so much responsibility and power to men working for pay rather than patriotism. "Perhaps it isn't wise to use your mercenaries this way, Pavel," he suggested slowly. "After all, our naval Spetsnaz forces could have been ordered to carry out the same tasks, and with considerably less risk of disrupting the regular chain of command aboard the submarine." Voronian raised an eyebrow. "It's a little late for second thoughts, Mr. President," he pointed out carefully. He shrugged. "Besides, some elements of our plan require a certain moral and mental flexibility, shall we say. That's not a common attribute among soldiers who are more used to obeying precise orders and acting under rigid hierarchical command." He smiled. "On the other hand, the men I've put aboard the Podmoskovia are all hardened combat veterans, and they've each demonstrated the sort of dedication and ruthlessness we will need during the final stages of Midnight." He paused delicately before going on. "Sadly, the same thing cannot always be said of our motherland's more conventional military men, even those in our vaunted special forces." His smile grew distinctly colder, as we all saw last year in Alaska. Zhdanov frowned. Though perhaps overly blunt for his taste, Voronian's reminder of Russia's most recent military setback was fair. A daring Spetsnaz operation to recapture their country's stolen PAC-DA stealth bomber had ended in ignominious failure, forcing him to go crawling to Washington to secure the return of several prisoners. The stakes involved in Midnight were far too high to take even the slightest chance of something similar happening again. If this operation failed, the consequences could be catastrophic, both for his own continued hold on power and for Russia as a whole. He saw the Podmoskovia's stern hatch swing shut and lock. Officers leaned over the coaming of its high sail and shouted orders to the sailors standing ready fore and aft. They sprang into action, detaching the mooring lines holding the converted SSBN to the quay. She was heading out to sea. His shoulders stiffened. Voronian was right, he decided. For better or worse, they were committed now. 18. Bandar Abbas. Early the next afternoon. Flynn wheeled his motorbike into a narrow alley that ran behind Navid Danishvar's house and the others along his street. Piles of garbage sacks, worn-out tires, and broken pieces of furniture showed that it was used more as a dumping ground than anything else. Flies and other winged insects buzzed lazily in the still, fetid air. Counting off houses under his breath, he stopped in the rear of the one belonging to Danishvar. 2 small windows showed high up on a mud brick wall. Both were barred, and just like all of the other buildings backing onto this alley, The small house lacked a rear entrance. In this part of Bandar Abbas, security against potential thieves apparently mattered more than convenience or fire safety. Nose wrinkling against the horrible smell, Flynn squeezed his bike in between two nearly head-high mounds of trash. It wasn't exactly hidden, but it still couldn't be seen by anyone more than a few feet away. With a bit of luck, the parked motorbike should pass unnoticed, especially once it got dark. As a further deterrent against possible theft, he thought seriously about removing its spark plugs. In the end, though, he'd decided against doing anything so drastic. After all, if he needed the bike, he was probably going to need it in a tearing hurry, without any time to blow replacing parts. Flynn left the alley without looking backward. The fastest way to draw unwanted attention was to act nervous. As he'd planned, the street out front was deserted. At this time of day, the local men were away at work or somewhere else hanging out with their friends. The older children were in school. The younger ones were napping. And all of the neighborhood women were either busy indoors with chores or off doing the day's shopping. Acting as though he had every right to be there, he strode right up to Danishvar's front door. He'd noticed the previous day that the house didn't have an electronic security system. Now he could see the keyhole of what appeared to be a simple pin tumbler lock set above the knob. That wasn't surprising, since pin tumbler types were some of the most common keyed locks in the world. But it was still a lucky break, because they were also among the easiest locks to pick. Working quickly, Flynn slid one thin L-shaped metal tool, the kind locksmiths called a tension wrench, into the base of the keyhole. He put a little pressure on it, not much, just a pound or two, to start turning the lock clockwise. Then he worked a rake pick in at the top of the keyhole, going all the way to the back. He exhaled slightly, carefully tapping at the tumblers inside with the pick, until he felt them move up one by one. Just about there, he thought, concentrating entirely on the tiny vibrations relayed through his two small tools. Still completely centered on the feelings from his fingers, he slightly increased his pressure on the tension wrench. He was so focused that when the lock suddenly spun smoothly all the way around and clicked open, it took him by surprise. A lopsided grin creased his face. Nick Flynn, junior burglar, had a nice ring to it, he decided. Maybe if 4 ever let him go, he could explore other career options, like busting into kids' piggy banks. More complicated locks would probably defeat his limited skills and land him in the slammer. He pushed the door open and stepped inside Danishvar's darkened house, quietly closing the door behind him. He found himself in a front room with a sofa, a couple of armchairs, a low coffee table, and several bookcases. Patterned Persian rugs covered a tiled floor. The blinds were tightly drawn against the sun. An arch at one end of the room opened into what looked like a tiny kitchen. Another at the opposite end led into a narrow hallway that ran the length of the house, presumably leading to bedrooms and a bathroom. Carefully, Flynn slid the lockpicks back into his pocket and drew his pistol. He stood poised for several moments, listening intently for any sounds that might signal the presence of someone else in this small home. Apart from the faint metronome-like ticking of an old-fashioned clock mounted on the far wall, there was only silence. Keeping his pistol out for now, he moved deeper into the house. Over the next hour, he systematically searched every single room. First, to look for any concealed listening devices or cameras, and second, to get a better sense of Danishvar as a person. Apart from his name, occupation, and apparent age, he knew almost nothing about the Iranian. By any sensible standard, this near-total ignorance about a potential source was a violation of all the hard-learned rules of the intelligence game Flynn knew. In the espionage business, ideally you wanted to know as much as possible about a contact's background, motivations, and real intentions before you went anywhere near them. But here he was, nevertheless, reduced to poking through the other man's clothing, personal possessions, and photos, in an effort to scope out even the simplest and most basic facts. If nothing else, he thought wryly, while rummaging through a set of drawers, this situation was a pointed reminder that the real world of spying wasn't much like that depicted in the movies, where the fictional hero could always count on receiving an incredibly detailed background briefing before jetting off into danger. One thing was clear right away. Danishvar was a widower, and, judging by the mourning band still draped across the photo of a pleasant-faced woman with graying hair, his wife had died relatively recently, certainly no more than a few years ago. There were also framed portraits of 3 adult children, 2 boys and a girl. One of the young men wore the uniform of an officer in Iran's Revolutionary Guards. That, at least, strongly suggested that the older man had been able to keep his opposition to Tehran's radical regime a closely guarded secret, even from his own family. If so, there was some reason to hope that he'd also been discreet and clever enough to escape detection in the internal security frenzy that would have followed his friend Khavari's exposure as a traitor and subsequent murder. The entire house was also neatly kept and extremely tidy, which added to the image of a careful, precise man who paid close attention to every detail. Nor were there any listening devices or hidden cameras that Flynn could find, and that, in turn, greatly reduced the odds that Danishvar was still free only because he was being dangled as bait for Western intelligence agents probing the mysteries of the Bandar Abbas shipyards. Satisfied that he'd learned all there was to learn for now, Flynn moved back to the front room. After a moment's thought, he sat down to wait in one of the armchairs. As a vantage point, it was almost perfect, positioned just far enough off to the side of the little room to be out of the line of sight of anyone coming through the door. Calmly, he fitted a suppressor to the threaded muzzle of his Glock 19, and then forced himself to relax. Judging by the events of yesterday evening, it would be some hours yet before he could reasonably expect Danishvar to return home. Near sundown, the sound of a car pulling up outside brought Flynn to full alertness. He leaned forward slightly in the chair, with his pistol at the ready. A key turned in the front door and it opened, sending a shaft of orange-red sunlight slanting across the darkened room. Still cloaked in shadow off to the side, he sat motionless, waiting. Naveed Danishvar came inside and shut the door behind him. With a heavy, tired-sounding sigh, he reached toward the light switch. Flynn cleared his throat quietly. "Please, don't do that," he said in carefully pronounced Persian. Startled, the Iranian swung toward him and froze. His face paled at the sight of a stranger sitting comfortably in one of his own chairs and aiming a pistol straight at him. Flynn twitched the muzzle of the Glock slightly, indicating the sofa. "I'd appreciate it if you'd take a seat over there, sir," he said politely, but slowly. "Very slowly, if you don't mind." Swallowing hard, Danishvar obeyed. He kept his hands open and in full view as he edged over to the sofa and sat down. "Who are you?" he asked nervously. "Do you plan to kill me?" Flynn shook his head with a wry smile. "On the contrary, Mr. Danishvar, I've come a long way just to talk to you." He nodded at the pistol in his hand. "This weapon is just a precaution against unwelcome intruders." "What sort of intruders?" the older man said, with a note of caution plain in his voice. "Oh, thugs from your Revolutionary Guards, or maybe some of those Russian-hired guns, like the pair in that black SUV keeping an eye on you from down the street," Flynn said with a grin, deliberately dropping into English. "Folks who, I think, neither of us would be especially happy to see crash through that door." Danishvar kept a tight rein on his expression. "And you claim that you are not one of them?" he asked in the same language. "I do," Flynn agreed. Then who are you exactly, mister? The Iranian prodded. Flynn shrugged. You can call me Duarte. As to who I work for, which is far more important, I'm a member of the organization your friend Arif Khavari contacted some weeks ago. Danishvar frowned. And if I said I have no idea of what you're talking about, Mr. Duarte? You'd be wasting valuable time, Flynn said flatly. He shrugged his shoulders. The proof of who I am comes in two parts. First, if I'm not who I say I am, what do I have to gain by coming here like this? If I'm only lying and I really work for your government or its Russian allies, why wouldn't I just have you arrested? It would sure as shit be a whole lot faster and easier to haul you off for questioning elsewhere, in far less pleasant surroundings. The older man nodded slightly. His eyes were still wary. And the second part of your proof? It's this, Flynn said quietly. He carefully removed the magazine from his Glock and dropped it off to the side of the chair. Then he locked the pistol's slide to the rear, ejecting the remaining live 9mm round from its chamber. Finally, he leaned forward and put the empty weapon down on the rug at his feet. He sat back and looked straight across at Danishvar. Now, if you still don't trust me, all you have to do is bolt straight out that door over there. I can't stop you. Not before you can call for help from those Russians parked outside your house, anyway. The Iranian smiled dryly. You're taking a rather significant risk, Mr. Duarte, he pointed out, since turning you in would certainly prove my loyalty to the regime. Maybe so, Flynn acknowledged. But based on what Arif Khavari told us before he was killed, I don't have time to play it safe. Danishvar nodded slowly. He sat back against the sofa. His face sagged in grief. Poor Arif, he said softly. The information I sent led him to his death. I am at fault. Impatiently, Flynn shook his head. You've got that wrong, he said. How so? The older man asked. The regime in Tehran and its foreign allies are the ones who murdered your friend, not you, Flynn said bluntly. And why did they kill him? Simply because he was a man of honor who wanted to warn the world that something very dangerous was happening here. Danishvar sat without speaking for a few moments. Finally, he sighed. What you say is true. He lifted his chin, which, I suppose, now leaves that same task to me. He met the American's gaze. What more do you need to know about the Gulf venture? Pretty much everything, Flynn confessed frankly. Khavari was shot before he could give us more than a brief outline of the work being done on this tanker. He wasn't able to pass on enough information for us to figure out what your government and the Russians really plan to do with the ship once her retrofit is complete. It is complete now, Danishvar told him quietly. Our yards finished the remaining modifications 3 days ago. Hell and damnation, Flynn muttered under his breath. Whatever it turned out to be, Operation Midnight was even closer to kicking off than he'd thought. The Iranian nodded. An apt choice of words, Mr. Duarte. His expression darkened. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you precisely what the evil men in Tehran and Moscow intend. But I now believe it may well be far worse than anything I could have imagined. Flynn felt his jaw tighten. Worse how? Today I learned that the secret cargo intended for Gulf Venture is on its way, Danishvar said. Trucks carrying its key components are expected to arrive at our shipyards late tomorrow evening. Once those components are fully assembled by specialist crews coming with this same truck convoy, our own workers will stow it aboard the tanker. He looked worried. When that is done, and Gulf Venture fills its remaining tanks with crude oil, it could sail at a moment's notice. So what is this cargo? Flynn demanded. The Iranian sighed. I don't know for sure, he confessed, But judging by the fact that it is being trucked in from Sharud, I am very afraid." His mouth tightened. "My government has long been in the grip of madmen. And now I fear that their madness may be reaching its peak, and that it could easily consume us all." Flynn felt cold. Sharud was the site of Iran's most advanced ballistic missile facility. Whatever Midnight involved, it sure as hell wasn't anything straightforward like smuggling small arms, explosives, or drugs to some terrorist group, not even close. Suddenly unable to sit still any longer, he jumped up from the chair and started to prowl around the small room, feeling a lot like a tiger caged in a zoo, and just as hopeless. The Iranian watched him for a few moments before asking, "So what will you do now, Mr. Duarte?" Flynn grimaced. "I'm damned if I know just yet," he grudgingly admitted. The one downside of his oh-so-clever plan to contact Danishvar covertly was that it had meant effectively putting himself in a box. With that Raven Syndicate surveillance team parked just outside the house, he was stuck here until the Iranian went back to work the next morning, dragging his watchers with him. He frowned. Sure, once the older man left, he'd regain his freedom of movement, but to what end? Everything he'd learned to this point was still just hearsay, the unsupported word of a single Iranian dissident. To have any hope of triggering real action by the U.S. or by some other friendly government, the Quartet Directorate needed solid evidence, which still left the job of digging up that proof solidly planted on his shoulders. The Shahid Darvishi shipyards themselves were definitely a no-go area. Especially now that Midnight was so close to its start date, security would be tighter than ever, with every vehicle that entered the security zone undoubtedly searched from top to bottom. Even if Danishvar was willing to risk his own neck, it would be impossible for him to smuggle Flynn in for a closer look at the Gulf Venture and its secret cargo. So what alternative was left? He turned to Danishvar. "Do you know which route this truck convoy is taking from the Sharud missile site?" The older man frowned. "For certain, no." He stroked his beard reflectively for a moment. "But, given the tonnages involved, there are only so many roads which can safely handle loads of such magnitude. And once the convoy gets closer to Bandar Abbas, there is really only one highway it can use." He turned to one of his bookcases in growing excitement and pulled out a thin paper-bound volume. "I have a road atlas here." "Show me," Flynn said tersely. He followed Danishvar's finger as he traced a route along the network of roads connecting northeastern Iran with the Persian Gulf coast. The other man was right, he realized, seeing the single major highway connecting Bandar Abbas with that part of Iran's interior. The rough contours of a plan began to take shape in his mind. His eyes narrowed while he calculated the distances involved and tried to get some sense of the terrain he might encounter. He shook his head as the difficulty of what he'd have to do became clearer. What he had in mind could work, he decided, but pulling it off without getting killed was going to take both luck and a willingness to improvise on the fly when his plan fell apart, as it inevitably would. Given the odds against success, Flynn realized, he'd better report first to Fox in Florida and to Laura Van Horn and the rest of the ops team waiting anxiously in Afghanistan. He sat down again, took out his cell phone, and started composing the message needed to fill them in on what he'd learned so far, and what he planned to do next. His report, written in Spanish, was camouflaged as a chatty personal note about his travels in Iran. Sent to an email address registered in Venezuela, it would be automatically forwarded from there. Querida madre y padre, he llegado a la encantadora ciudad de Bandar Abbas y he recibido una cálida bienvenida de mi anfitrión. He typed slowly, silently cursing the phone's tiny virtual keyboard. Dear Mother and Father, I have arrived here in the delightful city of Bandar Abbas and received a warm welcome from my host. Once Flynn finished, he sat back, placing bets with himself on how long it would take to hear back from anyone. Not long, as it turned out. His phone pinged once just a few minutes later, signaling the arrival of a text message, also in Spanish, from Fox. Translated, it strongly recommended against his planned course of action, arguing that it was far too dangerous and unlikely to yield usable data. But the message ended, as he'd known it would, with Fox's grudging permission to go ahead if he still thought it best. Much as he probably would have liked to do so, the Quartet Directorate's American head of station knew better than to second-guess an agent in the field. Van Horn's reply showed up just after he finished confirming his intent to Fox. It was short and to the point. Solo dime donde y cuando. Just tell me where and when. Flynn grinned. She was a woman after his own heart. 19. Near the village of Gore, north of Bandar Abbas. The next afternoon. Route 71 was a divided highway that ran from Bandar Abbas on the Persian Gulf Coast all the way north through the holy city of Qom and on to Tehran, nearly 800 road miles inland. Just a little over 40 miles north of Bandar Abbas, it passed through a small valley occupied by the tiny village of Gore. Small fields and groves of fruit and nut trees lined the highway for a few hundred yards. The little cluster of sand-colored buildings that made up Gore occupied the higher, less fertile ground east of the road. Craggy, boulder-strewn heights rose on all sides, separated by heavily eroded defiles. Formed millions of years ago by the collision of two massive tectonic plates, these steep ridges were an extension of the southern Zagros Mountains. They ran east and west like waves frozen in a tempest-tossed sea of stone. Half a mile north of the village itself, Nick Flynn lay in wait on the forward slope of a gentle rise, an offshoot of the much higher ground climbing to the east. This hill overlooked Route 71. A few clumps of shrubs and dwarf trees paralleled the highway and climbed a little way up its barren slopes. He was prone in a shallow trench he'd scraped out by hand in the softer soil under the low-hanging branches of one of those dwarf trees. To help screen his hiding place from the road, he'd arranged tufts of dried brush along the lip of the trench, with gaps just big enough to see through. His Austrian-made motorbike was laid carefully on its side close to his hide. He'd covered it over with a tan bedsheet bought for an exorbitant price in Bandar Abbas. Rocks held down the four corners of this cotton cloth, and he'd heaped dirt and more bits of brush across it as added camouflage. Flynn raised his head above the edge of his shallow trench and peered down the slope. Ahead, in the west, the sun was sinking fast behind a sheer-sided ridge that climbed nearly 3,000 feet above the valley floor. It would be dark in less than an hour. The heights behind him were already fading into shadow, still fully touched by light only at their very highest points. He'd finished digging himself into concealment a little over an hour ago, working in fits and starts to avoid being spotted by any of the occasional vehicles driving by along the highway. Since then, not a single car or truck had come north or south, which probably meant the Iranians had started blocking traffic to clear the way for their convoy from Sharud. To make sure he was ready, he powered on his phone and checked its battery level and camera settings. Everything still looked good. He settled back down again. Now to see if he and Danishvar had guessed right. Suddenly, a helicopter painted in desert camouflage clattered south down the valley. It flew low down the other side of the road, and swirls of dust kicked up by its rotors drifted away downwind. The gunner manning its door-mounted machine gun swiveled his weapon from side to side, scanning the ground below. Flynn ducked his head and froze in place. Well, that answered his question. That helicopter scouting ahead indicated the truck convoy was on its way. Its presence also showed the Iranians weren't taking any chances with their security, he realized coldly. Not long after the helicopter disappeared behind a fold of higher ground, the first vehicles came into view, rumbling down the highway at a steady 25 miles per hour. Several wheeled armored personnel carriers were in the lead. They were followed by a group of smaller, open-topped vehicles with passengers filling every seat, some of them soldiers, the others obviously civilians. 3 large flatbed trucks and a big rig hauling a freight container came next. Flynn held his phone up just over the edge of his scraped-out hole and started snapping pictures of the tarpaulin-shrouded cargo carried by those flatbed trailers. Even under canvas covers, the fin-studded shapes of 3 separate rocket stages, 2 larger and perfectly cylindrical, and a third that was smaller with a rounded nose, were unmistakable. His shoulders tightened. Danishvar had been right to be afraid. The Iranians were moving a missile of some kind to the Bandar Abbas shipyards, one they obviously intended to conceal aboard the Gulf Venture. Judging by the size of those stages, he guessed the rocket would stand at least 80 feet tall when it was fully assembled. While that might seem small compared to something like SpaceX's Falcon 9 launch vehicle, Flynn knew it was still significantly bigger than America's Minuteman III ICBMs. And you could throw a good-sized payload one hell of a long way with a missile of that size, he thought grimly. He lowered his phone as the last truck rolled past and disappeared around a bend in the road. A few more armored vehicles followed closely behind, bringing up the rear of the convoy. When they also vanished around the same curve, he let out a small sigh of relief. None of the convoy escorts had spotted his concealed position. Quickly he turned off the phone and stowed it safely away in his jacket pocket. Now all he had to do, Flynn hoped, was to wait patiently for full darkness and then make his way to the extraction point. And then another helicopter clattered into view from the north, skimming low across the valley. "Oh, crap," Flynn muttered in dismay. The Iranians had a second aerial scout flying cover behind their convoy, and this one was headed straight down his side of the highway. He buried his face in the dirt just as the twin-engine helicopter roared right over his hiding place. Sand and dust and bits of brush were kicked up by the powerful downdraft from its spinning rotors. He closed his eyes tight against the stinging debris. Beside him, the rotor wash whipped at the tan sheet concealing his motorbike. One end tore free from the rocks holding it down. It flapped crazily, caught in the grip of nearly hurricane-force winds. Aboard the Augusta Bell 212 helicopter, Revolutionary Guard Lieutenant Hassan Nurian held onto an overhead strap and leaned out through its open left side door. He stared back along their line of flight. What had he just seen, he wondered? Was that bit of cloth fluttering so wildly a camouflage cover of some kind? Or just a bit of trash littering the side of the road? Reacting swiftly, he whirled around and tapped the pilot on his shoulder. "Come around for another slow pass next to the highway," he ordered, motioning back behind them. Obeying, the pilot yanked his cyclic stick to the left. The helicopter banked sharply, swinging through a 180-degree turn. As they swooped low, heading north only a few meters above the slope, Nurian leaned out through the helicopter's side door again, searching the ground flashing by below their landing skids. This time when they thundered overhead, the brown cloth sheet he'd first noticed ripped free and went tumbling away across the hillside. His eyes widened. The sheet had concealed a small motorcycle lying on its side, right where no vehicle of any kind should be. That wasn't simply a broken-down piece of junk, he realized excitedly. No villager would abandon so valuable a vehicle in the middle of nowhere, not while a single spare part or tire could be scavenged. No, he thought. It was far more likely that hidden motorbike belonged to someone who shouldn't be there. Someone who'd been spying on their truck convoy and its vital cargo. Almost stammering in his hurry, he yelled into his headset mic, "Command, this is High Guard 2. Contact, repeat contact. We've just overflown a probable snooper north of Gore. Copy that, High Guard. The IRGC colonel commanding the convoy escort radioed back, sounding surprised. Until now, their 1,200-kilometer-long trek had been entirely uneventful. Investigate immediately and report back. The helicopter's door gunner patted his 7.62mm PKT machine gun. I could hose that whole area down if we make another pass, sir, he suggested. Nurian shook his head. No, Sergeant, hold your fire, he snapped. If it's at all possible, we want to take this spy alive. Remember, a dead man can't answer our questions. He leaned forward to shout at the pilot again. Take us back around one more time, he commanded. With a curt nod, the pilot banked his helicopter into another tight turn. The young Revolutionary Guard lieutenant crouched lower, studying the terrain ahead of them through the Bell 212's dust-streaked windshield. The place where he'd spotted this spy's concealed motorbike was on the forward slope of a little hill overlooking the highway. No more than 60 meters high, this elevation was almost the perfect vantage point, he realized. But there were others in this valley, and it was already growing dark. If the enemy agent they were now hunting had been clever enough to conceal himself somewhere farther away, landing at the base of the little hill might give him just enough of a lead to vanish into the gathering gloom. That was especially true since Nurian only had a half squad of foreign-listed men aboard the helicopter with him. Until reinforcements from the truck convoy escort could double back, his small force was the only one available to make a search. He grimaced. When in doubt, take the high ground, was a mantra that had been drummed into him by his tactics instructors as an officer cadet. It was sound advice, he decided. Possession of the hill would give his handful of men excellent fields of fire if the spy made a break for it. It would also help block his most likely escape route, a dirt track heading east from the highway towards several other small villages in an adjoining valley. He pointed toward the summit of the gentle rise. Set us down there, he told the pilot urgently, right on top of the hill. The helicopter climbed slightly to clear the crest, came to a hover over a patch of level ground at the summit, and then settled slowly onto its skids with its rotors still turning. Nurian jumped out the moment they touched down, with the rest of his troops right on his heels. His urgent hand signals spread them out in a skirmish line across the slope, with roughly 10 meters between each man. With their Russian-made AK-103 combat rifles held ready, the Guard soldiers began moving downhill towards small clumps of trees and high brush that bordered the highway. Hassan Nurian followed them with his own Browning high-power pistol out and cocked. His eyes darted back and forth across the hillside ahead, probing for the slightest signs of any movement. Flynn had wriggled around to face the back end of his shallow hole. He peered uphill. Those Iranian troops tromping cautiously down the wide-open slope were headed right for him. So much for the subtle, thoroughly discreet scouting operation he'd originally planned. Brer Fox would be justifiably pissed. Assuming, of course, that he lived long enough to report what had gone wrong. Basically, he had just two choices left, fight or skedaddle. And shooting it out with several rifle-armed Revolutionary Guard soldiers from this little ditch only struck him as a way to reenact the Alamo on a one-man scale. He snorted. Proud Texan though he was, he figured some things were still better left to the history books. His eyes narrowed to slits. With the light going flat, it was increasingly difficult to judge distances accurately, but doing so was crucial. This was a delicate equation, he knew. The farther those enemy soldiers were from their helicopter at the top of the hill when he made his break, the better his chances of getting clear. But if he let them get too close, they'd riddle him with bullets before he'd gone more than a few yards. Almost unconsciously, his mouth twisted upward in a crooked grin. Maybe, just maybe, he mused, it had been a big mistake to join the Quartet Directorate, because at the moment, the whole concept of lone wolf, high-risk missions behind enemy lines was starting to look pretty doggone dumb to him. Kinda late to figure that out, he muttered to himself, still watching the enemy draw nearer. Flynn tensed. The Iranian troops were less than 200 yards away, about halfway down the hill. It was now or never, he decided. Still staying flat on his stomach, he scooted sideways out of his shallow hiding place over to where he'd laid the motorbike. He heard a startled shout from up the slope. He'd been spotted. Damn, Flynn growled. Rearing up, he heaved at the motorbike's handlebars, straining to lever the machine off the ground. Small though it was, the KTM still weighed more than 200 pounds. For a moment, it fought him, and he had a split-second nightmarish vision of the handlebars ripping loose from his grip and crashing back down to the dirt. Not going to happen, he told himself. He heaved again. This time the motorbike came up, slowly at first and then faster. It rolled vertical and thumped back down onto its front and rear tires. There were more yells from the enemy soldiers. Flynn threw himself astride the bike and hit the ignition. The engine sputtered to life. From farther up the slope, he heard the pistol-armed guard officer shout a command. "You there! Halt! Halt or we'll shoot!" For about a millisecond, he thought seriously about flipping the Iranian off, but then decided that was just the sort of pointless bravado that would only get him killed, and make him look pretty damn stupid in the process. Instead, he bent low over the handlebars, put the motorbike in gear, and sped off north across the slope. Still accelerating, he leaned hard left and then back to the right, veering around trees and stands of brush. The Iranians opened fire. 7.62 millimeter rounds tore the air around him and shredded trees, sending bits of leaves, shattered bark, and broken branches pinwheeling away. Other near misses gouged the slope behind him, hurling dirt and shards of pulverized rock skyward. One bullet ricocheted up off the ground and smacked hard into the motorbike's engine mount less than an inch from his right leg. Spent, it tumbled away in a shower of sparks. Flynn gritted his teeth and leaned over to the right to keep his balance. The sudden powerful impact had almost tipped him over. He sped between more trees and clumps of chest-high brush and came out onto a narrow path running northeast, around the curve of the hill. Slewing hard in a spray of sand and gravel, he swung sharply onto the rough dirt track and took it at high speed. Abruptly, the ear-splitting crack-crack-crack of rapid rifle fire died away behind him. Flynn risked a quick glance over his shoulder. The Iranian troops were out of sight, hidden from view by the slope and vegetation. He nodded tightly to himself and sped up. Now, this was a race. Lieutenant Hassan Nurian lowered his pistol in dismay. Around him, his men did the same with their own weapons. Hitting a crossing target moving at high speed required both skill and luck, and unfortunately all of their shots seemed to have missed. Only a faint haze of dust hanging in the air still marked the spy's path. Apparently he was headed around the hill, speeding toward the trail which ran east into the next valley. There was still time to block his escape, the lieutenant realized suddenly. On foot, he and his troops couldn't hope to catch that motorcycle, but by the same token, their fleeing foe couldn't possibly outrun a helicopter. He shoved his Browning pistol back into his holster and shouted an order. "Let's go, follow me!" With his soldiers close behind him, Nurian turned and sprinted back toward the top of the hill. on the far side of the hill. That same time, Flynn came out of the narrow band of trees and tall brush and slowed down, rising higher off his seat to see the ground ahead. The little path he'd been following joined with a wider trail here, one that ran along the base of this hill before disappearing east into a smaller valley. It stretched before him, open and empty and inviting. Like the jaws of a trap, he thought coolly. Instead, Flynn swung the bike into a hard right turn that left its nose pointed straight up the hill. He opened the throttle wide and accelerated. Dirt and rocks sprayed out from under his rear tire as he veered from side to side to avoid boulders half buried in the slope and stretches of loose gravel. Seconds later, he roared over the crest and onto the almost flat summit. And there, only a few dozen yards away, he saw the twin-engine Iranian helicopter sitting on its skids. Its rotors were still spinning slowly. The skyline on the other side of the hill was still empty. A quick, predatory grin flashed across his lean face. He'd won the race. Still moving fast, Flynn sped through a tight curve to come in from behind the grounded helicopter. In a cloud of dust, he skidded to a hard stop right beside its open side doors. The crewman crouched there behind his door-mounted machine gun looked up in surprise. His mouth fell open. Frantically, he fumbled for the grips of his weapon, desperately trying to haul it around to bear. Too late, pal, Flynn thought evenly. He drew his pistol, brought it on target with the same smooth motion, and fired twice at point-blank range. Hit squarely in the chest by both rounds, the Iranian folded over his machine gun. Then, still mounted on his motorbike, Flynn leaned in through the helicopter's open door and aimed his pistol toward the cockpit. Startled, both pilots swung toward him. Their eyes widened in horror. Before they could react, he opened fire, squeezing off multiple 9mm rounds just about as fast as he could pull the trigger. Blood spattered across the cockpit canopy. Sparks flew wherever his shots punched through flesh and bone and tore into instrument panels. Hit several times each, the helicopter pilots slumped forward against their harnesses, already dead or dying. Grimly satisfied, Flynn slid the Glock back into his shoulder holster. Scratch one Iranian helicopter, he thought coldly. Without its flight crew, this bird wasn't going anywhere. He looked up just in time to see the group of Revolutionary Guard troops charging over the far crest of the hill. He opened his throttle again and peeled out, slewing around to head back the way he'd come. More rifle rounds slashed past him at supersonic speeds, but then he was on the downslope and out of their line of fire. Focused now on not crashing, Flynn sped downhill and came back out onto the trail heading east. Heedless of noise, he accelerated again and raced ahead, leaving a growing plume of dust in his wake. There was no longer any point in trying to hide. He'd knocked out one Iranian scout helicopter, but the other would be on his tail soon enough. Speed had quite literally become life at this stage of his mission. He roared past another small village. Not far beyond it, the trail crossed a dry riverbed and petered out. He kept going east, bouncing and jolting along the rough, rock-strewn surface of the wadi itself. He resisted the urge to look back. If the Iranians reacted even faster than he'd feared, he was a dead man anyway. A mile or so east along the wadi, Flynn spotted a shallower place along the mounded bank it had carved through this alluvial floodplain. He gunned the dirt bike up that easier slope, with loose sand flying out behind him, and climbed out onto more open ground. And there, not more than a couple of 100 yards away, he saw the high-winged shape of the Bushcat light aircraft lined up for takeoff with its prop already turning. His face creased in a huge, relieved grin. Just as promised, Laura Van Horn was in the exactly right place and bang on time. Flynn slid to a stop next to the Bushcat and jumped off, letting it topple sideways with the motor still running. Time was too short to waste wrecking the bike so that it wouldn't fall into enemy hands. Off to the west, he heard the faint clatter of rotors. The surviving Iranian scout helicopter was on its way. He darted across to the aircraft and scrambled up into its cabin. It smelled strongly of gasoline. On this trip out, without the weight of a passenger, Van Horn had been able to carry the extra fuel she needed for a return flight aboard her Bushcat, instead of relying on the Predator drone's jury-rigged cargo capability. From the pilot's seat, she shot him a dry smile. "Hey there, stranger. Need a lift?" "Why, yes, I surely do," Flynn said, matching her tone. He took the headset she offered and plugged in. "It seems like the locals are mighty pissed off at me right now." Van Horn shook her head in mock disapproval. "This is becoming a really bad habit, Nick. Stacking up dead bodies behind you is no way to go through life, you know." "I take your point, ma'am," he said with an apologetic shrug, "but I didn't exactly have any choice this time. Not if I wanted to go on living, anyway." She laughed. "Well, I guess it's okay, as long as you're really, really sorry." Still smiling to herself, Van Horn ran the Bushcat's throttle up to full power, released its brakes, and started her takeoff roll. Responding instantly, the little plane bounded forward, bouncing and swaying across the bumpy ground while it steadily picked up speed. They'd only covered a few hundred feet when she pulled back on her control stick. Eagerly, the Bushcat broke free of the earth and climbed away. She leveled off just a couple of 100 feet above the ground. They were flying east at around 90 knots, the light aircraft's preferred cruising speed. Flynn checked the mirror mounted on his side of the plane. There, several miles away to the west, he spotted a quick flash of red-tinged sunlight glinting off a clear canopy. He squinted against the glare, just making out the distant shape of a helicopter as it turned toward them. "Well, that sucks," he said somberly. He looked across the cabin. "We've got company." Van Horn nodded calmly. "Figured so." She glanced back at him. "Fixed wing or whirlybird?" she asked. "A helicopter," Flynn replied. "Probably an Augusta Bell 212 from what I saw earlier." "A Bell 212? That's a nice flying machine," she said thoughtfully. She craned her head to check the mirror on her side. "Coming on fast, too. It's probably got an edge of about 40 knots on us." Flynn frowned. "Just swell." For lack of anything better to do, he drew his Glock, hit the release button to drop out the spent magazine, and then inserted a fresh one from his jacket pocket. "Whoa there, Top Gun Flynn," Van Horn said with a thin smile. "That 9mm pea shooter of yours won't be much use in a dogfight if it comes down to that." She raised an eyebrow. "And I'm betting that helicopter's packing serious firepower, right?" "It's got a door-mounted machine gun," he admitted. "Most likely a 7.62mm Russian PKT type. The idea of trying to take on a faster, more heavily armed rotorcraft with his pistol did seem pretty crazy, put that way. Then again, what other options did they have?" He looked at her. "Can this crate of yours even dogfight anyway?" She laughed. "Oh, hell no. Aerobatics are strictly forbidden. Remember, this little beauty is made out of fabric and thin aluminum. If I pull too tight a turn, I'm liable to rip our wings right off." "This just gets better and better," Flynn said flatly. Then he noted her relaxed profile. He sighed. "Okay, Miss Van Horn, what's your plan?" "What makes you think I have a plan?" she asked innocently. He snorted. "Because I don't think you even go into the ladies' room without a plan." Van Horn flashed him a winning smile. "Insulting, I guess, but basically accurate." She spoke into her headset mic. "Tiger Cat to Tomcat, you see the situation?" Through his headset, Flynn heard the voice of Sarah McCulloch, the Predator's remote pilot, responding from her station hundreds of miles away in southwestern Afghanistan. "I see it, Tiger Cat. Come right to 135 and climb to 500 feet. Obeying, Van Horn banked the Bushcat to the right, altering her course slightly until they were heading southeast. She pulled back a little on the stick. The aircraft's nose came up and they gained some altitude. They were now flying straight toward a nearby ridge that rose a couple of 1,000 feet higher still above the valley floor. Off to the west, the Iranian helicopter, rapidly closing the gap between them, matched her maneuvers. Suddenly, several miles behind them both, two bright split-second flashes lit the darkening sky. "Fox 2, McCulloch called succinctly. Trailing smoke and fire, two tiny shapes slashed toward the Revolutionary Guard helicopter at Mach 2.2, more than 1,700 miles per hour. 8 seconds later, both missiles detonated within yards of their target. Dozens of fragments sleeted through the Augusta Bell 212. Wreathed in flames, the shattered helicopter spiraled down and smashed into the ground. A pillar of oily black smoke curled high into the air from the impact point. Flynn gazed back at the crash site in silence for several seconds. Then he breathed out. He glanced across the cabin at Van Horn. "Unbelievable! You really brought that Predator drone along carrying air-to-air missiles?" She nodded in satisfaction. AIM-92 Stingers, to be precise. It seemed like a sensible precaution. Flynn stared at her. AIM-92s were the air-launched variants of the U.S. military's shoulder-launched Stinger missiles. "Should I ask where you got them?" Van Horn shrugged. "I think they fell off the back of a truck at some point. Maybe back in Alaska, when I was up there doing one of my stints in the Air National Guard." He felt his eyebrows go up. "And you don't think anyone's going to notice that a couple of Stinger missiles have gone missing?" She shook her head complacently. "Nope. Both were marked off as expended in training." Her teeth flashed white in the darkened cabin. "Okay, so maybe that was a little premature." Then she jerked a thumb over her shoulder at the smoke rising skyward behind them. "But it's true now. The expended part, I mean." Flynn looked back at the burning wreckage of Iranian helicopter. No one could have survived that crash. He shook his head. "And what was that lecture I got earlier about my bad habit of stacking up bodies behind us?" Van Horn smiled serenely. "It must be the bad company I'm keeping." She banked the bushcat back to the east, starting the long, arduous night flight through Iran's mountains and across its vast deserts that would take them back to Afghanistan. Southern Iran. The next day. Sourly, Pavel Voronian prodded a twisted and blackened piece of debris protruding from the sand with the toe of one of his handmade boots. He turned to the gray-bearded Iranian brigadier general standing next to him. Mohsen Shirazi commanded the Revolutionary Guard's aerospace force. That put him in charge of all of Iran's military, missile, and space efforts. Most important of all now, those committed to midnight. "So now we know for sure that an enemy has uncovered some of our most prized secrets," he commented coldly. Shirazi frowned. "Some, perhaps," he admitted, "but not all of them." "Thanks to your traitor Havari, they know about the Gulf venture," Voronian retorted, "and now their agents have seen your Zul'jana rocket in transit, which means they were tipped off to the convoy from Shahrud by someone." He scowled. "All things considered, Jerusalem has already learned far more about our business together than I find comfortable." Shirazi looked narrowly at the dapper, well-dressed Russian. "You're still convinced this was an Israeli operation?" "It's the logical assumption," Voronian pointed out. The ambush carried out against Viktor Skablin in Vienna had been straight out of the Mossad playbook. And so was this. Who else but the Israelis would have the courage, skill, and indeed the sheer ruthlessness to carry out such a daring covert operation so far inside Iran? Certainly not the Americans or even the British, he concluded dismissively. Judging by what he read, Their intelligence agencies were much too focused on playing domestic political games right now to willingly risk trained agents and equipment in a high-stakes gamble like the one they'd just witnessed. Moodily, he kicked at the burnt-out remains of the helicopter again. "If we can be grateful for anything," he said harshly, "it ought to be that the Israelis had only a small reconnaissance unit deployed near the highway and not a more well-equipped commando force. Judging by the results here, a full-fledged attack on your convoy might well have reduced all our hopes from midnight to smoldering wreckage." Slowly, Shirazi nodded in bleak acknowledgement. "If the Israelis had been alerted by what they've learned here and elsewhere, we can expect them to react even more violently going forward," he warned. "I am aware of that," Voronian snapped. He fought to regain his composure. He had too much riding on this enterprise to see it end in failure. Zhdanov had given him a blank check so far, but Russia's president would never forgive him if midnight resulted in yet another humiliating defeat. If his nation's autocratic ruler had one defining characteristic, it was his readiness to sacrifice anyone he believed had failed him. "Perhaps we should provide an armed naval escort for Gulf Venture when it sails," Shirazi suggested, "to protect the tanker against air attack or a commando raid." "You think so?" Voronian said acidly. He snorted in derision. "Why not just publish all our detailed plans for this secret operation in the New York Times or the Washington Post? It would certainly be simpler and cheaper than surrounding what is supposed to be an innocent civilian merchant ship with a flotilla of your fast-attack speedboats and other warships." The Iranian's mouth thinned in anger. He folded his arms. "Then what do you propose we do?" Voronian told him. Shirazi frowned. "Your concept has merit," he conceded at last, "but implementing your ideas will add several days and significant costs to the tanker's fitting-out process. My superiors in Tehran will not be pleased." "Better a minor delay now than complete disaster later," Voronian reminded the other man bluntly, "especially since neither of us is likely to survive for long if this operation fails." "A persuasive argument," Shirazi agreed at length. He nodded. "Very well. It shall be done." 21. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Some days later. Miranda Reynolds, the head of the CIA's Directorate of Operations, wondered if she ought to mark this down as a red-letter day in the imaginary diary she didn't actually keep. High-ranking officials in the agency had learned the hard way that even the most personal of records might be subject to subpoena by busybody congressional investigators determined to cause trouble. In the circumstances, it was safer to rely entirely on your own memory, she thought cynically, unless, of course, you needed to jot down a pro forma protest of some questionable or even outright illegal order from a superior, at least as a measure of limited protection against possible future prosecution. Nevertheless, she probably should find some permanent way to memorialize this meeting. Since his appointment, Charles Horn, the new director of Central Intelligence, had made it clear that he preferred working with his senior subordinates through a web of toadies and underlings. And yet here she was, summoned to his private office for an emergency intel briefing from Philip Demopoulos, who ran the agency's Directorate of Analysis. Whatever else was going on, she guessed that was a sign the DCI didn't want any other potential leakers, or witnesses maybe, to hear what they were going to discuss. For now, she sat quietly in one of the two chairs placed in front of Horn's desk. Demopoulos, wavy-haired with a trim, graying goatee, occupied the other. She thought he seemed on edge, which probably meant he suspected his news would not be welcomed. Slowly and methodically, Horn sorted through the sheaf of photographs he'd been handed by Demopoulos shortly after they all sat down. Although he said nothing at first, his thick lips compressed in obvious annoyance as he fanned them out across his desk. They showed what appeared to be a convoy of military trucks and other vehicles on a road somewhere. Canvas-shrouded shapes of some sort were tied down on some of the flatbed trailers shown. His fleshy face reddened slightly while he studied them. At last he looked up at Demopoulos. "What's all this supposed to be, Phil?" he demanded, indicating the photos. "We believe those are the separate stages of a large missile or a space rocket," the other man said carefully. "One the Iranians shipped by road to the Bandar Abbas area several days ago." Horn frowned. "How do you know that?" He tapped one of the pictures. Beyond the line of trucks, it showed a barren, rocky wasteland with sharp-edged mountains rising in the background. For God's sake, these images could have been taken almost anywhere in Iran. The whole damned country's almost nothing but desert or arid mountainous wilderness. "The digital file containing those pictures was sent to us by a well-informed source we've always found reliable," Demopoulos explained. "And we've confirmed the geolocation data provided with every photo. There's absolutely no question that these images were, in fact, taken along a stretch of highway not far north of Bandar Abbas." Horn's frown deepened. "Ah, yes, your mysterious, reliable source," he said heavily. "The same one, I recall, who tried to sell us the bullshit story about that oil tanker Tehran was supposedly retrofitting for some nefarious purpose a while back." Demopoulos let that pass. Reynolds grimaced. She'd assigned a small team to discreetly uncover where Demopoulos really obtained his gems of raw intelligence from inside Iran. So far, to her intense irritation, they'd come up mostly empty-handed. All anyone in the analysis directorate could tell them was that their chief's eyes-only source was codenamed Glass Isle. One of her more literary-minded subordinates had rather hesitantly suggested this could be a veiled reference to the Isle of Avalon in Arthurian legend, the place where King Arthur's sword Excalibur was forged, and where the gravely wounded king was said to have vanished into legend. But where the hell was that type of mythological gobbledygook supposed to lead her? As it was, her efforts to dig into Demopoulos' activities were already sliding dangerously close to what her colleagues in the agency would consider spying on another directorate, and that was strictly taboo. In-house investigations were supposed to be the sole purview of the CIA's Office of Security. Power struggles occurred, but they were ordinarily waged within strict bureaucratic limits. No one wanted to risk a messy, knives-out fight inside Langley. Not one that might leak to the press and Congress and make the CIA as a whole look bad anyway. "Okay, so those photos were taken near Bandar Abbas," Horn said finally. "But why is that supposed to be significant? The Iranians have hundreds of short and medium-range ballistic missiles in their arsenal, don't they? So the fact that they're moving one of them around by road is hardly an earth-shaking development, is it?" "Scale analysis indicates this missile or rocket is significantly larger than most of those in Iran's arsenal," Demopoulos said patiently. "Although we can't be sure without getting a close look at the actual weapon itself, my experts tell me that it's most probably a newly completed Zoljana 3-stage rocket, or a comparably sized missile of a brand new type, one we've never seen before." Horn looked momentarily blank. "Either way, this can't be a routine redeployment," Demopoulos told him calmly. "So far, the Iranians have only flown their Zoljana rocket twice that we know of, once in early 2021 and one more time last summer, from somewhere in the southern Caspian Sea, probably off one of their fixed oil platforms converted into a launch site." "So?" "There aren't any Iranian missile flight test centers in the Bandar Abbas region," Demopoulos said, "which indicates this transfer isn't related to a regular research and development program." He leaned forward in his chair. "And there's one more piece of evidence which suggests the Iranians have bigger plans for this rocket. We believe it was shipped to Bandar Abbas from the Sharud test site, hundreds of miles away. but we don't have a single image from any satellite pass over the past 2 weeks that shows this truck convoy on the road. Not one. That alone tells me Tehran has gone to extraordinary lengths to try to keep this movement secret. Horn frowned. And I suppose you've got a theory about why that might be? Reynolds saw Demopoulos tense up. Interesting, she thought. Now we're getting to the part of this briefing he's sure won't make the DCI very happy. The most reasonable conclusion is that they intend to smuggle this rocket out of Iran aboard the tanker they've been refitting for the past few months, he said. We've got a good picture of the Gulf Venture on this morning's KH-11 pass. The ship has moved out of the repair yard and is currently moored alongside a nearby pier, loading crude oil into its remaining storage tanks. He laid another photograph on Horn's desk. Reynolds studied it. The Iranian tanker was much larger than she'd expected, more than 800 feet long and over 100 feet wide. The damned thing was as big as a battleship, she realized. A maze of piping, other mechanical structures, and what looked like several groups of chained-down, 40-foot-long freight containers covered its enormous deck. Horn scowled. Even assuming that this wild-ass guess of yours is correct, he ground out. What exactly are we supposed to do about it, Phil? He shook his head. The UN arms embargo on Iran expired years ago. Technically, Tehran is allowed to sell weapons to any legal government. The methods the Iranians use to ship those arms doesn't alter the ultimate legalities involved. Our best intelligence is that Iran's missile programs are controlled by the Revolutionary Guards, Demopoulos pointed out carefully, which makes smuggling a long-range rocket out of Iran a clear violation of our country's independent sanctions against the IRGC, and that, in turn, makes the Gulf Venture a legitimate target for covert action, either to disable the tanker in port or to seize the ship outright when it's at sea. Plus, the chance to examine one of its most advanced missiles up close would open a goldmine of technical intelligence about Iran's real military capabilities. There was a long, awkward moment of silence while Horn's face reddened even further. Inwardly, Reynolds started a mental countdown to the explosion she saw coming. "Have you lost your mind?" the DCI finally barked. "Do you seriously expect me to approve provocative action of that sort? Purely on the basis of what can only charitably be described as rumor and lunatic speculation? And at a time when this whole administration is doing its goddamn best to improve our diplomatic relations with the Iranians? I'm supposed to wreck a major foreign policy initiative being pushed by the President of the United States himself, and to do what, for Christ's sake? Stop Tehran from sending some piss-ass country somewhere one lousy rocket?" Obviously opting to try to save his career rather than take up the offer to argue openly with Horn, Demopoulos stayed quiet. A muscle twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth, though, revealing his inner fury at being lectured like a schoolboy by a man whose sole qualifications for the DCI job were his political connections. The DCI's heavy-lidded gaze slid to Reynolds. "What's your view on this, Miranda?" he asked with deceptive calm. She shot a quick glance at Demopoulos. She could almost read the appeal for support in his eyes. Oh, hell no, she thought coolly. There was no way she was joining him at the chopping block, not with Horn already starting to sharpen his axe. Besides, she was confident that the analysis director-at-chief had let himself be played by whoever was really feeding him all this material about missiles and oil tankers and all the rest. If she had to place bets, her guess now was that his private glass isle material had its ultimate origins in Israel. The Israelis were already locked in an undeclared war with Iran. Their small navy and commando units periodically carried out attacks against Tehran's shipping, especially targeting its oil tankers and weapons shipments. To date, They'd been successful more often than not, but the logistical strain of carrying out a prolonged campaign so far beyond Israel's borders had to be immense. Luring the U.S., with its much larger and more powerful Persian Gulf Naval Task Force, into joining in against Iran would be pure profit for her counterparts in the Mossad. Well, she decided going down in flames to help the Israelis out of a jam was definitely not part of her career game plan at Langley. Firmly, Reynolds shook her head. Even assuming there really is a missile hidden aboard that tanker, so what? She asked caustically. The interagency consensus, one shared by all of our closest allies, is that Iran's nuclear program hasn't been able to produce a working fission bomb yet, right? Reluctantly, Demopoulos nodded. So, what's the real threat here? Reynolds continued remorselessly. Does anyone here seriously believe that a single rocket, armed at most with a conventional high-explosive warhead, no matter how large, really poses some type of an existential threat to the U.S.? Or to any of our allies, for that matter? Gamely, Demopoulos tried to recover lost ground. Conventional weapon or not, it'd be a hell of a black eye for the administration and for the agency if the Iranians or one of their terrorist group surrogates managed to lob a warhead into New York or Washington or Houston, he warned. The kinetic impact alone could knock down a skyscraper and kill a lot of people. Maybe so, if everything went right for them and wrong for us, Reynolds allowed with an unconcerned shrug of her shoulders. But how many times did you say the Iranians have tested their Zoljana rocket? His mouth tightened. Plainly, he saw where she was headed. Twice so far, Demopoulos said quietly. She smiled sweetly back at him, and then went ahead and stuck her metaphorical shiv right between his ribs. And what happened on that second launch, Phil? We think the payload vehicle malfunctioned on its way to orbit, he conceded tightly, which apparently forced the Iranian launch crew to order it to self-destruct. Reynolds turned back to Horn, who wore an expectant expression on his florid face. There you have it, Charles, she said calmly. I don't believe this is a threat worth getting all worked up over. Her shoulders lifted again. Anyway, we have excellent coverage of the entire Western Hemisphere. If Tehran does ship this missile somewhere within range of the U.S., we'll spot it soon enough. And if necessary, we can always blow it up on the launch pad then, without unnecessarily upsetting our masters in the White House. From the pleased look Horn gave her, she knew she'd made her point. She almost felt sorry for Philip Demopoulos. He should have known better than to hope she'd back him up on this. Besides, if he'd bothered to share that private source of raw intelligence material with her first, she could have warned him off before it was too late. No, she thought coldly, this was all his own fault. The head of the analysis directorate had played games to make himself look good, and instead all he'd managed to do was guarantee that the CIA's risk-averse director would turn a blind eye to whatever the Iranians were planning. If she'd honestly believed this missile they were smuggling posed a real threat, that would have bothered her. As it was, Miranda Reynolds was just grateful she'd been given the opportunity to bolster her own standing inside Langley at Demopoulos' expense.